Clear your calendars. Hide from the family. Lock yourself in on every single weekend for the next several weeks because the Elite Classic 3 is back. And I am excited for it, Rackety, man. This is going to be amazing. We've got qualifiers into... What is this? I think this is the best performing tournament for EGC every single time. So I'm expecting high praise from the community. And wait, Crackety.
Yeah, I'm looking at it.
I'm looking at the chat.
I'm seeing it.
How did this get through the chat?
I didn't think it would happen. I legitimately thought we were not gonna see any of the new DLC civilizations, but there they are. There they are. We're getting both Knights Templar and the House of Lancaster here in the first set.
But I mean, Templar I get, right? We can accept Templar. I look down if I don't see Archipelago, tip the hat. But for anyone who's watching and hasn't been paying attention since Knights Across and Rose dropped, Lancaster is what's the word I'm looking for, Crackety? Controversial?
Slightly overtuned.
Maybe a few too many eggs in the omelet. Yeah, it's a little bit strong. And at the heart of it, I think, is probably the reality that when they came up with the mana system, I think whoever designed that was probably spending quite a few hours on SimCity or City Skyline at the time. Knights Templar are a little bit more present on the map. But we've got an interesting matchup. I think we're going to have a bracket to kind of look at, hopefully, as we go on throughout the day. Because this is, of course, the qualifiers. We've already qualified through a few players based on their performance in the last EGC tournament. We also qualified 4 based on the ELO. Interesting thing about that, Crackety, that almost got messy this week in the midweek musters I run because Lucifron was at risk of just basically taking Wham's auto qualification away from him. So yeah, things were getting sweaty up until the very end.
Yeah, ATR, I can imagine a lot of people are just really, really engaged when it comes to that. I mean, that's a thing, right? Having to go through these qualifiers or just passing baseline, it buys you so much time to instead practice or look at other things, maybe spectate yourself, because on a tournament day, you're thinking about your own play. Meanwhile, if you're already qualified, you can look at, okay, what are the other people doing? And that just buys you so much more time to adjust your own play. It's very important, actually. Can give you a big boost there to your own strategy.
Yeah, and I keep striking my chin going, what's this Ottoman pick? No, I'm never going to see it. You know that I've cast, you know me, I cast quite a lot of games each week. And since the DLC released, I have seen the new Vizier point overlay once.
I wouldn't be too sure that we're not going to see it, mainly because Knockknock, I know that he loves his Ottomans, and we do have Chuck Francis with the Rus here. Now, Rus are really, really good. One of the main strategies that we see with Rus still to this day, for the last 3 seasons, I want to see. it's just that fast castle, high trade house into mass cavalry archers. The one civilization that just doesn't take crap from that just is okay, yeah, sure, you do that. It's mass Janissaries from the Ottomans. They don't care. The typical cav archer into maybe your infantry type composition. Ottomans are fine with that, and I know Knockknock likes his Ottomans, so I wouldn't be surprised if we could see that matchup.
Yeah, and it's interesting because that matchup used to be a little bit more awkward, I want to say, for the Janissaries, because they used to take bonus from ranged full stop. So the horse archers strategy could at least try and fight, but those days are gone. Opening wise, it looks like, are we getting Byzantine versus Abbasids for map number 1? Really? On Lipany? Okay, yeah.
Makes a little sense, right? A lot of berries there. Both players are going to like that. By the way, let's talk a little bit about our players here as well, because I'm not sure if a lot of people are familiar with them, but they definitely should be, because Chuck Francis, he's a French player. He's typically within the top 50 on the leaderboard, sometimes pushing up to the top 30. He's a really, really good player. Definitely not somebody to underestimate. Knockknock, on the other hand, he's mainly known for his performance in team games. He's mainly a team game player. I know he plays with Boltune a lot, and overall, just a really, really solid player. And when he goes into 1v1s, it's very solid as well. I've seen him knock out Ravane on the ladder before, and just in general, having a very solid performance there. So this is going to be a very even matchup, I feel like.
Yeah, they haven't really bothered much this season. I mean, if you actually look at them ladder, I believe they're plat rank right now. But previous seasons, I remember seeing them in top 100, top 200, pretty consistently throughout the season. So very capable player, a very tight series I think we could have ahead of us. Chuck Francis himself, I think, was consistently top 100. I know one season he finished top 50. So at one stage, I think he was basically the second highest ranked French player in AoE4 behind Marino. Nowadays, that kind of switches more between like him, Eliona, and there's one or two upcomers. But definitely a lot of capability there. Also, just I think I like his draft maybe a little bit more. I know that's crazy to say of House of Lancaster on the other side, but you've got the Roos pick you already mentioned. It's the Jack of all trader. It feels like it never is bad these days. And we've seen Knights Templar can actually prove to be a great answer to the generic House of Lancaster mana spam.
Yeah, I'm genuinely curious as to how this first game is going to go. Mainly because Abbasid versus Byzantines. Byzantines, they've received quite a lot of changes. Well, not quite a lot of changes. They received one really impactful change when it comes to their cistern scaling early on. And it's kind of weird how it's kind of established itself, because now Byzantines, instead of just, going for like 1 to 2 cisterns in feudal age, they just go all the way to 5.
Yeah, it was a very interesting way to buff the Civ. I don't know like what else to call it. It was so I think they've done what they want to with it. So those that didn't do the maths, it's actually cheaper to build 5 cisterns now than it used to be. But obviously it's more expensive initially. So I think the goal was to make the first mercenary timing worse, because there was a lot of complaints about that. Like, oh my god, this guy has 5 Limitane, 5 longbows, I've got 2 units. What do I do? The problem now is every other part of the game is like better for them. They get their second mercenary timing about 30 seconds quicker. And then they just have, like, when they've got 40 villagers, the equivalent of 50 villager economy.
That's the thing. It's already been like one of their main strengths as a civilization. Like other civs might need to feel like they might feel the need to go like 2 TC when they're up against Byzantines, and Byzantine can still have an even economy, if not even sometimes a better economy on a single TC. Now that just like it happens a lot earlier with those 5 cisterns, that you feel, okay, my opponent's somehow out-ecoing me, even though I got like 20 more villagers. That's just the power of the Byzantines there, the power of the passive oil income, and then later on, once you reach Castle Age, that Golden Horn Tower that pumps out units with like the equivalence of, what's it, like 10 to 15 villagers, depending on how many cisterns you got connected
Which
there.
Which will always be 5.
It's kind of crazy.
Yeah. and like it's crazy when you math it, because it's 625 resources, then let's say like an extra 75, you connect it all. You're paying less than you do for a TC. And you build it quicker. It's a no-brainer. But if there's any civ that can maybe take that on, it's the Abbasids also a civ that got some changes, Crackety. I don't know if you've been tempted by the camel ways yet. I've seen them once. I've seen enough.
They're scary. They're actually scary. Now, think about it like this. You go for the trade wing, right? Trade wing with the Abbasid.
Yep.
You immediately unlock the technology, or rather you have access to the technology that gives them +3 armor.
Yep.
Now imagine you're a horseman. You do 9 damage. They provide camel on ease. They got 3 armor. Horsemen do like 3 damage per hit to them.
Yeah. Now,
and they move quick.
The camels are more flimsy. I think it's 60 HP. But yes, like it's the immediate thought I had.
It takes a long time to kill them.
I'm sad though. The only way I've seen it used so far in competitive is with Iabid, so no armor to speak of. But maybe Chuck Francis can get a little bit creative. People asking where's BC Well, these other people, by the way, they're already there in the main event. So auto qualified through was Beastie, Marine Lord, Anatan, and Vortex, the top 4 position players from the first EGC tournament of the year. And then we have, I believe it was Vortex. Vortex we already done. Wham, Poppy Paw, Louis, and I think B were the people that qualified on ATR.
Yeah. Exactly. But we still have 8 spots left to be filled, and those spots are going to be decided today and tomorrow here in the qualifiers.
Yeah, and interesting kind of approach as well, because I believe like between qualifiers and main event, we'll see some newer maps coming in, which I'm really excited for. We've already been testing them in some of the weeklies. But like in terms of qualifiers, I think the goal here from a organizer side is to obviously not disadvantage people who didn't have as much time to do maps. But I am shuffling my tie. We have got Sacred Grove arriving, Flex, Karyumi worked on that map. Really cool. I don't know if you've seen it so far, Crackety. I hope you see it today. It's a very interesting dynamic, and I think it's going to be even more interesting now with Pro Scouts halfway out. I say halfway out because some civs actually still will just Pro Scouts every time, like Roos. Does feel like we're maybe shuffling a bit back towards a 2 TC then.
I'm not 100% sure. I think right now it's in a really good spot, actually, when it comes to if you go 2TC or if you don't go 2TC. Because at the moment, I feel like it's very dynamic. It's very much dependent on the Civ matchups that you're going for. For example, let's take Knight Templar at the moment as an example. I'm taking them as an example because I got the most experience at the moment with them when it comes to when you want to go for 2TC and when you don't want to go for 2TC. It's like heavily matchup based at the moment in game plan from your opponent. And it's actually just great to have like so many different options and just opportunities with when you want to go for 2TC. There's so much macro involved at the moment, not just in the game, but like already ahead of the game, knowing your matchup, knowing the map, knowing if you can go for the greed, if you can't go for the greed. And you touched the topic of maps earlier as well. I want to say, like, I'm really happy with all the new maps that we're getting, not just the custom maps, but also all the like new ladder maps that we're getting in. And it's amazing that we're getting like good ladder maps in, because then we can have genuine ladder maps in tournaments that players can like realize, like they can actually look at how players play on these maps and be like, I can adapt it to my own gameplay, because like with these custom maps that's just not possible.
No, agreed. Like I think there's some maps that definitely need refining. I think we can agree, like most of the new maps introduced are not their final form. There's some balancing issues. Sometimes maybe Berry doesn't spawn, or like it's a bit too favorable one way. I think Carmel is a popular one for why is there 60 deer on this map, but those are small details. Like conceptually, like I think Carmel is cool. To me, the instant thing I said is that is Regions 2.0. It is the Regions feel of there's a big goal in the center, and we are going to decide the game based on this goal, and it's held true to that. I love Enlightened Horizon conceptually. Maybe needs a few tweaks to the spawns, but the one that I think has almost been a slam dunk has some small tree line issues primarily. And maybe the ball placement, Relic River. Relic River, I think, is going to be like a fan favorite almost immediately. It's applicable to most civs, and it just hits. Kind of similar to the maps we've got on our screen here, actually.
Yeah, Relic River is genuinely one of those maps where it's like the first time you play it, and you're like, okay, maybe I didn't scout correctly, but the second time it's like, okay, now I know how I should scout this one, and it's just an instant classic, Relic River. But enough of that. We're about to be jumping into our first game here of the weekend with the qualifiers. Chuck Francis versus Knockknock. Let's jump into game number 1. Unless we're not. Unless I mistimed it. No, I think I mistimed it, KP.
It's just the longest 0 second of your life. You know, like when you need to see people that nearby. It's that type of feeling. But here we go. The anticipation breaks. We hop into the first game of the Elite Classic 3 here in qualifier number 1. Knockknock in the green, going up against Chuck Francis in the pink. A green versus pink matchup of Byzantines versus Abbasids on what I like to refer to as Berry Madness, good old Lipany.
Oh man, looking at the markets here, these are fine markets to trade with in theory, I want to say. Like they're a little bit further forward, they're not completely in the middle of the map. But Lipany, I mean, it's kind of famous for it. These natural walls that immediately open up here on the map. KP, we talked about earlier. I want to see the camel traders. Yeah, I want to see the all-in. I want to see the all-in camel trader trade wing immediately here from Chuck Francis.
So you have no shame. You didn't even entertain the idea that there's like a more viable strategy here, like 2 TCs or maybe all it. No, you're thirsty. You've got to calm down.
We need the camels.
I think what you learned here is that caster curse is a thing, and you're taking it a bit too powerfully. Like you're trying to use it to flex the full system. But you know, I don't know if you really want camels here against Byzantines in particular, considering like we talked a bit in the pregame. This Civ is nerfed Krakeny. Okay, I can't. Yeah, I've got to say it with straight face.
The thing is, what is Byzantines gonna do if they move out with the spear? Wait. Now that I think about it, I think I heard somebody say that the camels now take like more damage from spearmen. I'm not sure if they got the cavalry tag in on them.
Oh. Oh.
Yeah, I see the cameraman cow nodding. So
wait,
maybe camel trade isn't the best thing to go for then in a matchup against Byzantines, which love making their limit nay.
Remind me, the camels have, is it 60 HP? I think it's 60.
It's not a lot.
Yeah, so only
it's 6.
So yeah. Basically 3 hits to die. Yeah, I think maybe we don't see camels today.
I mean, they're quick though. Just
quick
micro them. Okay,
yeah.
It's economy. Yeah, that's safer bet. safer option for sure, having the economy wing here. And I mean, on a map like Lipany, it's just much better to scale with villagers because you can like make use of all the additional resources out on the map. Speaking of those resources though that are out on the map, looking at the spawn from Chuck Francis, he's gonna have to like really go out on the map because all the food is forward for him. Not just the food, but also the gold.
Sorry, I just I clicked on the Twitch window for a second. I glanced at an advertisement for group therapy. I was like, wow, that seems appropriate after Pro Scouts meta. But reminder, folks, we've got a matchup here where we should not be seeing Pro Scouts at all. Can we just can we just cheer for that, Crackety? The triangle might be there now. Fast Castle, TC Boom, Pro Scouts, all might be viable.
You say that now until we're suddenly seeing the age up with the technology wig and we're just getting like very fast Pro Scouts in Castle Age.
Please stop.
Good old culture wing age up.
The Byzantines like their berries too much, you know, and Abbas is like, he's got an eco wing. He's just going to build farms. Let's be totally real about this. The question mark is, will not try to play aggro here? I guess you kind of have to against TC Boom. You can't really afford to just FC.
It kind of depends here, honestly, on if Knockknock is putting up immediate pressure. Like, this map is perfect for putting up pressure up against Chuck Francis if you're Knockknock right now. I'm just wondering, like, what type of unit you might want to go for. If you want to go for javelin throws or if you want to go for longbows here. There's kind of an argument to be made for both, I want to say, but javelin throws, they're, like, a lot more specialized.
Yeah, and
when it comes to what they want to do.
Are just the jack of all trades. I think, like, we've been seeing a kind of cool, more... I don't want to say it's like new build, but returning is the whole idea that you open the Matane, which is going to sound weird when you fought longbows, but then you go back for horsemen. So you kind of complete the triangle. Whether you want to do it against Abbasids, I'm not sure, because I feel like Abbasids could maybe just hunker down, hide in their base, and just spam archers to overcome that.
Spamming archers is definitely the play there. I think legitimately, like, javelin throws here, I want to say, are probably... still the way to go.
Safe, yeah, and it's like, I mean, you don't really want the camels in Castle Age usually, but the weird thing is like Abbasids, I almost find it comical this day. When they go Fast Castle, they don't open Camel Riders, they'll open Lancers, so you kind of get extra rewards there as Byzantines down the line.
We are getting that mercenary. How's in immediately.
And
when it comes to all, we're still a little ways off. Yep, javelin throws it is. Makes a lot of sense here. Especially if your opponent also has like the option of going into camel archers, which, you know, do quite well up against the Midnight, even when they activate their shield wall. So just being able to pretty much one-shot a camel archer with like 1 or 2 volleys, definitely useful there. Okay, gonna pause just a little bit here, as I feel like the replay was a little bit laggy. Usually that kind of fixes it.
Yeah, usually, like, sometimes I've noticed this before, you just hop into a game too quickly, and yeah, there you go. All of a sudden, everyone's on Adderall. So it just needs to catch up, give it a second, and then hopefully have a smooth experience.
It's now coming up as well. We're already on the tier 2 cistern with enough resources to put up the 3rd cistern. Scout manages to escape that 2nd TC there. Now the economy right now is just kind of scaling for both players here. When it comes to the cistern placement, when it comes to the 2nd TC and more villagers coming in.
I wonder, there's no world in which you try to go free TC here. Like, going Camel Archers, though, like, it just kind of shocks me. I don't know. If you see Matane, the #1 expectation is Javelins, and that counters Camels. Like, it almost feels like Chuck Francis is playing that very old school, well, not old school, like, you know, 6-7 months ago, mass Camel free TC Abaddon.
I think it's kind of good to just at least have 1 Camel Archer in there.
Yeah.
Okay, it looks like he's going to go for more than just 1, but just to like be able to put up aggression on your opponent, and he's not going to be able to just stand by in his own base with some Limit Knight to be able to defend against it. He's going to need to pull some Javelin throws back for that.
I'm kind of...
And might be able to actually kill the Scout there. Not quite.
And double the Matane is going to scare him off. Actually, whoa, Chuck Francis, whoa!
Ooh, he's diving.
No. Diving for what? This kind of feels like the equivalent of a football player diving, but there was no player near him type moment. It's just not worth it. So he will get away, ends up losing his Scout in the end, which is painful considering he built archery ranges.
Yeah. All right, we're now seeing Spirit. Okay, the third Camel Archer. Now I'm starting to get a little bit perplexed. Now I'm starting to think, okay, I mean, I guess you can start two-shotting villagers when you get like 3 Camel Archers out there.
Yeah, sure.
Which makes sense because on a map like this, Byzantines are going to want to move out and go onto additional berry spots. Chuck Francis also managed to gather up enough gold in order to be able to at least get 1 blacksmith technology in, which should definitely just be pierce damage, else you'll just not be able to do any damage up against the javelin throwers with mass archers.
I'm trying not to laugh too hard here, because we were figuring out which game to open up with, and one of the series on the list was Deniskia's. I was like, I don't know if I need to see another, like, 3 TC Camel Archer spam game. It's 2 TC, I'll give him that, but Chuck Francis has pretty much given us experience here. And we do have this Hero Siphons on the way. Like, this is going to be quite problematic. Chuck is finally going to Archers. It's crazy, actually, from a resource expense standpoint. Like, if he'd just gone into the infantry straight away, how much easier this upcoming hold would be.
Yeah, just having a lot more units there immediately would help a ton. He at least has the vision on the Kira Siphon coming up, so he can at least mentally prepare for it. That's still gonna be a tough hold. Kira Siphon is just such a strong unit when it comes to pushing into an opponent's base. Having that ability.
Yeah, and also it's probably the most frustrating siege weapon in the game right now. We just don't want to admit it. The reason it's frustrating is when you try to repair things. I don't know what it is, but for some reason, the Hero Siphon mistakes you for the building and does pure damage to you instead of the 2 damage per second. I've gotten used to watching villagers melt in 3 or 4 seconds.
That's the kind of weird thing. Like, you think you're fine just attacking the Kara Siphon or just attacking next to the fire, and suddenly all your units take like a big chunk of damage. It looks like Knockknock, he didn't have enough units there at the front, or at least he felt like he didn't have enough units, and that's kind of like what the 1 Camel Archer did there in the back of Knockknock's base. It forced a couple of javelin throws and a couple of Lamidni to stand back, and kind of like buys Chuck Francis a good amount of time here when it comes to the push. Instead of the push happening right now, it's getting delayed by a good minute.
Yeah, it's also, this is the impact of the mercenary timing, is that second group of javelins comes out swifter, but that first one was slightly delayed. So it almost feels like, you know, his Hero Siphon was maybe meant to be built 10 or 15 seconds earlier, which is a big difference if you think about it. Chuck Francis basically only had 2 archers when this started to get built. That would have been enough to kind of shove in, get the TC low, and already have an impact on Chuck's gathering, which would have affected his scaling.
Oh, and now it's starting to get really, really hard to hold this, though. Question is, does Knockknock have enough units at the front? Because right now, I'm only seeing, like, Airman here, 8 Lamidna at the front, when he has a total of 16. He might not have enough here, KP. Archers are getting pulled as well. Reinforcements coming from the back. It's not looking too bad here.
Yeah, like, the problem here for Knockknock, he also doesn't have undermesh, so he can't even try to just kind of stand his ground. The jabs are getting tickled away at. The Spearmen have already cleared that front line, and both Hero Siphons down, so Chuck in a phenomenal position right now.
He's not going to be able to take down the javelin throws, though, just because they have a lot more movement speed. Like, this is the difference here. If those were longbows, he would be in a way, way worse position because they wouldn't be able to run away. Right now, Knockknock, he's still in a fine spot, I want to say, though this initial push definitely did not work out for him.
It's kind of rough. Like, he's definitely competing on economy because I imagine by now he's at level 4 Sistan, approaching 5, if not already there. I mean, he may actually have the 5th waiting to be dropped. It's just a case if he's microing this, he doesn't realize. But you're just seeing how good spears are against jabs. It just bogs it down and makes fights really frustrating. And yeah. That's what I thought. Like, this is what javelins do to you. They distract you from your economy. He should have another Sistan down, but all eyeballs are on this.
Efficiency is still going to be very nice here for him. He moved out onto additional berry bushes. He already has a cistern network extending towards the next one after that. So his income is still going to be looking very, very solid here. Mind you, Chuck Francis right now, he's like 14 villagers ahead. Knockknock managed to kill 3. So overall, like looking at the economy, looking at the income, it's still very even between the two. Knockknock even with a slight lead if you count the oil in as well.
If Knockknock can just play wide, this game changes a lot. And I think this is why what we talked about earlier, going longbows, it lets you think about horsemen. Would have been pretty sick because if you look on the flanks, Chuck is actually taking big risks. But this is only infantry, so the risk is somewhat minimized. You can kind of see your opponent moving and react easily. I think this is where things get awkward. Knockknock, you either choose to go castle, or you're pretty much just double downing on the same spot.
Yeah, looks like he's hunkering down, but he's got a really solid mass of Libidinite now at this point in time. If he can just get all of them across onto the other side, I'm not sure if Chuck France is going to be able to hold against the TC, because at the end of the day, he's got 9 spearmen. That doesn't feel like it's going to be enough to take down the Rams. Like, if those spearmen go down, he only has the archers left or villagers in order to do damage there.
I think that's his big saving grace, though, right? The villagers will just pretty much be there for the pull every single time. And oh wow, he actually forced
he doesn't have all the javelins here.
And, what? He just stands here and commits to it. Man,
No
the
other choice.
cojones on Francis. This is crazy. He's actually going to get the kill, and honestly, the trade doesn't look bad for him at all.
Yeah, not all the javelins were here. Now it looks like the remaining ones are coming in. So far, destruction value is looking amazing here for Chuck Francis. You wouldn't expect a player that went 2 TC to have this much of a destruction value lead on the opponent. The army value is pretty close as well.
I mean, usually their expectation is you're going to hemorrhage while you kind of bolt. But no, instead, we just have this awkward situation where Knockknock, he is prepping for Castle. Probably somewhat wishing he tried to play it before that last push. I mean, it's difficult. You would have enabled Chuck as well. But we can see Chuck is kind of at a stage where his eco is getting so big, Castle's going to become inevitable for him as well.
The thing is, he can't rush up the Castle Age, so there's definitely still a timing in which Knockknock could take this game. And if he goes up to Castle Age and gets the Castle Age javelin throws, like, they're going to be absolutely brutal. Absolutely brutal. But this fight is being taken a little bit early. Spearman closing in on the javelin throws. Knockknock, he's not falling back.
What? Is this because the hero siphon? He just wants to protect it?
I mean, there's nothing left to protect there.
All right, guys.
The age up is coming in. Only
Move.
6 villagers, though.
Yeah.
He lost so much there.
But here we go, Crackety. Castle Age on the horizon. And crazy with the level 5 system build, because you can upgrade these javelins to tier 3 in just 24 seconds. Unfortunately, there's not many of them.
Oh, we still got 10 of them.
True. But they aren't going to be in a position to punish Chuck.
Make that 9, potentially.
8. Let's just take bids. What number is this ending at? Lord. Chuck, not too far away himself. Likely we're going to be looking at military wing here. I guess you could go culture. But you're pretty hard
military
at
makes a lot of sense.
Yeah, comps of bows I think is just too good, even against Javs.
Yeah. You kind of need the military boost, because Byzantines in Castle Age, they also kind of just start becoming a little bit crazy when it comes to military presence.
No, don't. Crackety has to earn this. He can't get it in the first game of the day.
All right, there we go. Immediately, veterancy upgrade coming in on those javelin throws. We also get some big men-at-arm queues coming in. Immediately queues up 7 men-at-arms. Chuck Francis, right about now, just needs a little bit more gold, able to age up himself.
Just watch how quickly they produce. Like this is the comical element. Like, this is what I mean by this is a buff. Conscriptio goes hard.
I mean, veterancy upgrade, yeah, definitely got rushed there. And there it is, military wing coming in, but the javelins, they're now upgraded. A little bit more armor, but it goes a long way. Outpost comes up here at the front side. Javelin throws. Should be able to take the fight.
Free for engine every 12 or 15 seconds. This is kind of nuts. Chuck, it's a good idea to try and pump camel archers to defend. Like these brute forcing this. The javelins did just get even more tanky though. But the awkward thing you're seeing is like Knockknock is just A-clicking into the spearman every time here. So he's not even getting the most valuable trades per se.
Yeah, not taking down the archers here. I think right now is the kind of point in time where you definitely want to take down archers, but granted, he's already got 15 Varangians out. Okay, that was quick. That was slightly quicker than expected.
It's 13 seconds.
And now Pierce Armor level 2 is coming in as well. He still has a good amount of javelin throws in, so he's definitely going to be able to very quickly deal with any remaining camel archers, or any camel archers that just come out. Yeah, that camel archer just immediately went down to like 1 health.
Yeah, like, think about this, though. If he'd gone Lombos, this would have been the weakness. Camel Archers would have been semi-scalable. So then your Varangian pump gets, like, counted upon arrival. But this...
The Pierce Armor's in.
You can't build Camel Archers against Javelins in a rush. Like, it's actually well-crafted by Knockknock. Chuck, age up is about to complete. Now, he does have a noteworthy villager lead. The interesting part, though, is you have to add on 26% to Knockknock's economy. It's really not that far behind.
Yeah, and he's also now on the deer, so he's getting a lot more resource out of that as well. Varangians now at the front side, and the Varangians, I mean, sure, they have a little bit less HP, but this is where the strength comes in. They get +1 melee armor, so they're not that bad against Spearmen. They get +2 right now, so they already only take like 1 damage per hit from the archers anyways. Like, they're a really good frontline. Like, typically, Spearmen at least are able to do some damage against them, but that's not the case here. It's just an overrun.
No, they look insanely aggressive. They should be renamed to Varangarians because they are clearly itching for that fight. Someone called them a rude name in this moment. We have at least got the initial camera riders coming out. That's going to give him.
Yeah, and the javelin throw is just able to immediately melt any crossbowmen that come out. There's barely any crossbows remaining, a lot in the queue, but you need them out on the field. That's just not something that you can really do right now. Villagers going down as well. And it looks like Knockknock, he's just doing it. Chuck Francis, good defense, but the transition to Castle Age looks like it was just a little bit too late. Maybe he did need those walls after all to be able to stem the tide against this Castle Age rush. If he was able to stop Knockknock from just immediately diving the base, he had the chance to potentially build up an army in time.
Yeah, it just feels like you need another
Now
minute
it's
or two to get together enough food on the farms to actually get that pump out. But Knockknock knows his timing. I mean, this is a drastic difference. You've got one Civ that's weak on scaling into these techs, these new units, and another that is the truest form of Zerg. Great showing and a game 1 win for the Byzantines.
Man, that just really shows off the cistern scaling, just how good of an economy it is. We gotta quickly look at the statistics of that one. Like, the resources gathered overall. Oh my god.
Yeah, very competitive game. So,
and that's not any 2TC. That is Abbasid 2TC paying less for the villagers and just overall having so many bonuses with the berries and plus 15% economy through the Golden Age.
So, remind me.
You wouldn't think of it.
Remind me, like, how good Byzantines were last patch. Like, what we put them probably top 6.
I think they were a solid top 4.
Yeah. Okay. Solid top 4. And they.
I think like next to HRE Ruse, they were up there.
And they got nerfed, right? This is meant to be a nerf.
Yeah, 100%. The early game's so much slower.
And it's
really bad.
It's really gonna hurt their
now.
win rate now. Yeah, like definitely a B tier if like I suddenly am dyslexic and S and A are like missing from my alphabet. They're good, man. Being that obviously Abbasid is not like the most pristine test of that crackety, but you know, I think with Pro Scouts being slowed down the way it has and systems essentially being buffed for the scale point, we're gonna see a lot more Byzantine pop-offs in the coming weeks.
It's the reason why Knockknock decided to ban them as well. Like it's the first pick ban from Knockknock, Byzantines and the House of Lancaster. Interesting though that Knockknock didn't decide to pick the House of Lancaster next. Having such a strong civilization and already leading with a point, I feel like it would have been a great opportunity to just use the House of Lancaster for a potential quick closeout there.
Why did Chuck pick English?
I'm not sure, but English, they still exist. They're a civilization that's in the game.
We do.
One of these civilizations in Age of Empires 4.
Yep, that's true. They are like the inferior ones, so it's kind of like the equivalent of when you get like those really early. Do you ever see like the super early iPod shuffles where they've got like they didn't even have a screen. They just had a switch on the back that you pressed up and it started to shuffle. Right?
Yeah. So I have one of those.
So I've got one of them. That's English. Okay, we were both there. We experienced that. And then there's like, oh wow, the iPhone 17, but I can shuffle as well. That's House of Lancaster.
It's the iPod Nano with the screen.
Okay, you're being more tame and reasonable about this. I'm putting them miles apart. I hope he's got something.
Yeah, there's kind of a century or so between them.
But it's true. I mean, right now, economically, militarily, and I think also militarily because of the economy, like House of Lancaster looking like the Kings. It's maybe a bit surprising. Like, I guess when you look at the picks, could Chuck have really got anything better here? Like Knights Templar versus French. We usually describe Knights Templars feudal France commandery as a discount French, so you're kind of playing a worse form, I guess. And then if you do Rus versus French, I think with the nerf to Pro Scouts, Rus, I'm not gonna say they have a hard time, but French are definitely not unhappy with that matchup anymore.
I think English, they're definitely still looking for a place in the meta at the moment. It's kind of tough to rate them where exactly they should be going um, when it comes to like the standing in the meta at the moment. I think they're overall like the kit is still solid. Like their civilization kit is still absolutely solid.
Yeah.
Mm, it's tough to rate them. It's honestly tough to rate them. I think they honestly are viable in pretty much any matchup. Like getting to a big mass of crossbows and men at arms still feels really great with them, and the ability to scale into mass cavalry when you go for the Wingard raiders as well, or even better, the Wingard rangers. That's when they start like really popping off in the late game. I think their journey throughout the game as well, with their solid food income, if they don't die to an all-in, they can still absolutely be incredibly fierce throughout the game.
Yeah, like it's I don't think it's as much English or just like nothing's fundamentally changed them to make them suddenly bad. I think it's just the meta moved beyond them. We now have a better English. But outside that, the Pro Scouts meta was not kind to them. The 2TC meta, as you mentioned earlier, like some civs are going to do it, but other civs are going to be able to punish that now a lot better. And I think also part of that goes to the idea is that if people want to play 2TC, that's an old style of playing. And people nowadays are substantially better than they were, even just a year ago, at punishing greed, I want to say. Like, people have spent a lot of time. I think last year we had a huge feudal meta where people started to figure out how to actually win a game optimally at that stage. And it kind of just changed things. I know that was followed by a 2TC English boom meta that was broken. I get it. But ideally, the point is, and I think this was kind of hit on, I remember Beastie was mentioning this the other day, where like he was saying, people have this idea of him as a defensive player because he used to do it. He used to do it because it was the optimal thing to do like 2 years ago.
Yeah, at the same time, I feel like there are right now civilizations in the game that can go for second TC play that are pretty much impossible to punish.
Mm.
I think Knights Templar are one of the civs that in many matchups is very hard to punish the second TC just because it comes in so quickly. And they save up on resources by not making villagers during the age up, which is a little bit ironic, but at least they're getting them back through that second TC.
Yeah.
And English as well, just because they always have like that aura, having that like all of these defensive mechanics where they just mass up longbows. They have +1 damage, they have +2 range. They can even fight back against like fast castle age units to a certain degree. It's still one of those civilizations where 2TC is definitely viable and maybe even necessary when you're looking at your opponent who's playing a civilization that baseline has faster villager creation.
Yeah, it's quite comical though, because it's like the civs that you'd think would have went back to 2TC that haven't, like China. And there's also civs that you think would just be wholly pro scouting, but I've seen some players doing 2TC with them, like French. So there's
You
a
say that, KP, but that reminds me of a very specific game that I watched where I'm not sure if you're familiar with the player 194.
yep.
The Great Unicum. He plays China in a very special way where he goes like 3TC all in Shigudu, and more
What?
often than not, more often than it should, it actually works. But it looks like we might just be going into our.
Wait. Are they snow biome? Wait, did they snow biome?
It's
Oh, yes.
beginning to look a lot like the wrong season there.
No, this is like what we're trying to do. This is so, you know how some people like, yeah, Age of Empires 4 boomer esport, really slow pace, like grandpa can watch it and be chill. Yeah, because like you couldn't turn up and show your grandpa Counter Strike. The flashbang to the face would like probably give him a heart attack. So this is our version of a flashbang. We're going to prove that Age of Empires 4 can have those kind of epic feelings. You're going to feel like you've just been fresh flashbanged in the face and cannot see a damn thing for the entire. Who picked snow biome?
To be fair, I'm not sure why, but at the moment, whenever you reset the settings of a of a map, like of a custom lobby, it auto defaults to the winter biome.
But like, be honest, like Crackety, like if you knew someone you were playing against had like certain colorblind issues, I know that's not simply how colorblind works, but like if there are certain colors decolored,
Colorblind to white.
yeah, like well, then the thought process, like if you got like let's say you're colorblind to green or whatever, like I'd have to double check with colorblind people. Does that not mean it's more towards white? So like, if you knew your opponent was like in some ways colorblind, would snow biome not be a competitive advantage?
No, because there's such a thing as colorblind mode as well.
All right, so
yeah.
All right, so we got Cal in the background telling us his empathetic tales of like colorblind people. All right, different idea. You're at LAN. You're allowed to pick any biome you want. You pick the snow biome Crackety, and then
Saharan Desert.
Yep. And then no snow biome. And when your opponent's not looking, you bump the contrast and saturations up on his or down rather on his mono.
Yeah, no. Dude, I can just imagine like loading into the game, and you got like these big cameras zooming in on the face of players, and one of the players' face, as soon as they load in the game, just goes white because the screen's just glaring into their face.
No, it doesn't stop there. They full on just like glance away from the screen. They're blindly blinking a lot. Oh god, I do wish we had a bit more biome diversity. I was saying this recently with the weeklies I've been doing. I was like, you know what, guys, I might start forcing you guys to play, I don't know, Japanese
Mediterranean.
Screens. Yeah, something different. All you guys ever do is pick European temperate. It's getting a bit old.
EU, similar to USA.
I mean, I don't know. Would I actually want to see a return of that magical biome one? I can't remember what it was called. They had it for like a season. But anyway, look at that. Yeah. A map we can stare out onto without feeling like we've gone blind. Game number 2 on our screen. Blue is going to be Knockknock with French. Chuck Francis on the pink as English. We still have no true clue as to why Chuck Francis decided to pick English. He's going to enlighten us.
There's a little bit of a clue now in a Dark Age Barracks opening. That's
okay. But
like these are immediate 2023 vibes coming up here.
This is like 2022 vibes.
Oh no, I think Knockknock has a. Actually, never mind. I thought for a second maybe Knockknock saw it or something. When they rehosted, but never mind. He's going for Dark Age Wheelbarrow, so he didn't see it, and he might find himself in a position where the Dark Age Wheelbarrow might be a little bit of a curse for him if he's running out of gold or doesn't have enough gold for the H-up. He might have to actually cancel Wheelbarrow.
I don't know if he intended to walk that Fort Villager out. There's something comedial about this. Like, if he actually had missed macroed, he'd be fine. That's kind of wild. Can you imagine how tilting that would be? You're like the English player, like, yeah, I'm going to be a gremlin. I'm going to get him out of this game because of Dark Age Rush. And you just walk over and there's 5 villagers on gold. Like, how did he scout me?
How do you know? We are getting those 2 men-at-arms out, and yeah, I mean, he doesn't have the gold for it yet. Wheelbarrow, is it going to be cancelled? It's so close to finishing.
Just accept
8 seconds.
Just accept it for what it is. Wait, is he committing? Oh,
he's committing to it.
My
TC is shooting. He's got it in. He doesn't have enough gold.
Wait. I know what this is, Crackety. I know what this is. He doesn't realize. He's like, oh, it's just the 1 men-at-arms spam.
He has to pull the village. There's the second one.
That's the second men-at-arms. Most people only do 1 with this.
Oh, no. But the TC, it's firing. It's firing. Men-at-arms, they do have a little bit of armor, but that's a lot of weak villagers already. Didn't manage to get a villager kill in.
No,
he pulls the men-at-arms like a little bit further. Oh, my God.
He still doesn't have enough. No, he doesn't. He actually doesn't.
He does. It's not?
No.
Oh my God. He's missing 6 gold.
I can't believe that. He thought he'd threaded the needle.
Oh, he's going all the way. He's going all the way.
But this is just horrible.
It is. It's absolutely horrible, but he's going all the way. Oh no, Chuck Francis though. Did he drop off sheep in between? Because right now he's only got 2 sheep following his scout. Like, sure, right now he's causing a lot of damage to Knockknock with this early play, but
it's okay. Like, we found a third. We're safe now. Well, it's a good thing this is a good old-fashioned council hall rush, right?
Surely.
Right? He's going to 2 TC, isn't he?
Got the goal.
Just don't die.
I mean, maybe Abbey of Kings.
Okay.
5 villagers on the Abbey of Kings, though. That's a lot.
Yeah, but the
commitment.
stone's near the Abbey of Kings, so I think this is going to be a TC follow-up.
Could be.
I mean, what's your alternative here? Do you just... I mean, you could play the spear longbow builds. I don't know if that's quick enough against French, though.
I mean... The woodlines are actually in a position where it would be great. Absolutely great for a longbow rush. Because you can use the campfire ability with your scout to get an absurd amount of line of sight and be able to sort of look around the woodline there. And then your longbows can just shoot over. And both woodlines are in a spot where you can hit them easily from the front.
It's tempting. It's weird because you're like, oh yeah, longbow rush, good. But then you always remember French Knights. It's that classic matchup. I still remember in the old days where French just kind of rolled over time because of the Knight interception. But we'll have to see. I mean, wood gathering as it is, he has moved across. Yeah, it's not a lot, which is making me scratch my head a little bit about the intent here.
Maybe French 2 TC?
I mean, Knockknock has a lot of wood.
He does. Think... Okay, he is rebuilding the mining camp. Maybe an outpost with the mining camp could be good here. It's weird that the men-at-arms are going back. There's not really a reason at the moment for them to go back because, sure, one of them was low HP, but you get the king in anyways, and then you can heal. But now he's just letting Knockknock go back to the gold for free.
Yeah, he definitely going to slow him down as well. A lot, actually. I'm kind of surprised. I guess the concern is, one of those men-at-arms almost dead, so Shiv's out moment kind of just kills you.
Oh, I think he didn't realize that Knockknock went for wheelbarrow, and he thought that Knockknock had enough resources for a knight.
Okay,
so... That makes sense. That suddenly it all makes sense. Suddenly it all... it's all coming together.
In some ways, that's reasonable, because, in this moment, you're maybe glancing when that one villager is walking...
Mill.
No! Okay, but...
Yeah, okay. Dude, there's a tale to be told here.
But here's the crazy thing. Right now, people want to be like, oh my god, what a noob. Surely you click on the villagers and see their movement speed. Not really, right? It's not one of the things on your mind. Clicking on the gold...
Dark Age wheelbarrow is so rare nowadays.
And that's the thing. When you're looking at the villagers for 2 or 3 seconds, it's not usually long enough for you to go, oh yeah, they're moving quicker. Even that scout on the backside when he saw the one in the gold, it wasn't really his focus on watching that villager run back. That's already a done deal. He was leaving. So it's forgivable why Chuck Francis wouldn't realize, but it's a critical error here on his timing now.
Yeah, it's gonna hurt a lot. And now he's got the outpost on the gold. He's got constant gold income. Knights are in production. And the only player that this really hurt in the end is actually Chuck Francis, because Knockknock, he's got his economy scaling baked in passively. He's already 3 villagers ahead now.
Mm-hmm. And he's going pro scale. Whoa, okay, maybe things aren't going to be as sunshine and rainbows as you think for Knockknock, because Chuck Francis has gone to spears, and look at that double deer spawn on the east side. Knockknock may have taken his spawn for granted.
Notice it though, and I'm not sure if Chuck Francis is gonna realize the implication of pro scouts in this meta.
If you don't see archers in a rush here, I think you realize it. That's going to be the key detail, right? It's if your opponent just keeps spamming knights, what the hell? Why is he not feeling threatened by my spears?
Get some of our outposts up there. Still a lot of villagers gathering gold.
You know what's kind of a scary thought here, actually, is Chuck Francis probably knows he lost the sheep game. And he might think that pro scouts isn't happening because it's not obvious yet. You're just assuming your opponent has a lot of sheep.
Another scout. Okay, he spots that there's an additional scout. Now it starts to kind of be
Wait, I don't think he cares. He's going castle. He's actually macroing for castle age.
Yeah, already has a... Okay, it's good that he at least has a couple of farms out. I mean, kind of necessary. And again, he's got such a great deer spawn in the back of his base.
True. And this is not going to be your old school white tower. The temptation for King's Power surely is just too high here.
What was the dude on Reddit that kept talking about white tower forward rushing being the best strategy that English has access to?
If you play Lancaster, yeah. Because you just build 4 Lords of Lancaster and then they can protect you. You just drop it between the stone and the trees and you stay there.
He sees it. There we go. He sees it.
Wow, perfectly timed as well. The spearman already on the way. That's likely to draw attention from Knockknock, which is bad for him because it looks like he was getting ready to dive towards Chuck's base.
Alright, able to at least deny one of the deer there. But yeah, knights are gonna run over. We do have spearmen there to protect, though. At least a little bit.
Okay, so we thought it wasn't cursed for Knockknock. It's looking a bit cursed again.
Yeah, I mean, that's a lot of resources, right, that he just invested. He's on the berries now as well. I think sheep kind of, like, ran out for him as well at this point in time. Or at least, yeah, there's not a lot of resources underneath the TC now. There we go, archers finally coming in for Knockknock. It feels late, and yeah, Chuck Francis is about to be able to age up.
Alright. You want a King's Pass, but real men white. Yeah, you just go full white tower.
Nah, it has to be King's Palace.
Build those knights, big boy. Ah, come on. I was hopeful. I mean, in fairness, I think before they nerfed White Tower's production speed, it actually would have been a viable strategy here, because like the night timing is so good. But yeah, it's just understandable you need that extra economy. Shiver in the way for Knockknock.
I mean, he has some weak knights, so 100%. 100%
But
play there.
my thought is, with the archers plus chivalry, did he think that this is maybe like true TC from Chuck or long feudal? What's the likelihood he knows?
You kind of want to get it anyways. It kind of doesn't change that, because you already have like 3 weak knights. Yeah. And chivalry, healing them up, like, chivalry is worth after like healing 1.5 knights, so this is already good.
Yeah, and I always find chivalry is nice.
If he doesn't lose them now.
Oh, pause that thought.
I'm pausing.
Maybe tempting the
I'm
devil.
Pausing.
Attack pause. Wait. No, wait. Did he accidentally misclick on the men at arms there? It looked like they were all trying to kill that one guy.
Right, at least he now has access to the deer. But the age up has come through, and we are immediately seeing knights queued up.
What, probably double stable you can afford at this stage? Only one so far, but...
I think one stable, you get the monastery up behind that, just start gathering up some of the relics as well. Well, you're the only one that has access to them.
Because I guess the thought here is like Knockknock has to stay and defend his deer, so he can't now block all relics anyway. And there you go. Monster on the way.
And the king immediately auto-upgraded. So now it's actually going to be a lot harder to kill and a lot more tanky here as well in these front lines. I think it goes up from like 190 to like 275-ish HP. Like, he becomes really tanky.
Because he's lower damage than the standard knight, but tankier as a result.
295. Damn. Yeah, he's a chunky boy.
You know what's funny to me? We've got the king who auto upgrades. We've got the shinobi who auto upgrades. None of them have been a problem in people's eyes. It wasn't until demi-lancers happened, which, like, technically, statistically have the worst scaling. And that was when it's like, oh, why is this for free?
I mean, it's not free. You're paying a good amount of resources. The issue is that it's so quick, and you get them in while you're scaling your economy.
I'm telling you, man, there's going to be like a 50 shinobi game where farming will be a Reddit thread about it. Why do the shinobi get plus 12 health for free? Collectively, that was an extra 600 health on his army. And oh my god, wait, is this really happening? It
is. The archers don't do damage here.
But they're not even castle men at arms. He's just focus firing the king.
There's no blacksmith. Oh my! King at least will go down from the looks of it eventually.
I feel like the men at arms done a lot of work there as well. They were pretty much just ignored the entire time.
Yeah, Chuck Francis, you just got 5 villages there. That's so worth it. First priest already out of the map, starting to pick up relics. Second one already in queue. We're up to 3 Castle Age Knights now. King also being reproduced behind it. Knockknock floating a lot of gold here at this point in time. There we go, pulling villagers now back onto the deer underneath this TC. Economy upgrades also looking good for Chuck Francis.
Yeah, and obviously this stage, like the biggest concern is getting to that 3 or 4 farm stack. Once you're there, you can actually just mirror knights quite comfortably here. It's not you kind of have to go Royal Institute here and just try to overwhelm.
He's got the gold for it, right? Like, Royal Institute is really good when you immediately have like the goal to unlock your technologies very quickly. And if you're then able to keep the game in Castle Age, it scales really nicely. Just being able to keep the knights alive like this, it puts so much pressure up on Chuck Francis, meaning that he's going to have to keep a lot of units in the back of his base. Grant, he is actually now splitting them up, only keeping the spearmen back. Knights for the first time are moving out.
Yeah, and we do have crossbows coming in, so have that second layer to defend. I mean, this is just looking really sort of a tuck. I mean, we memed a bit on the English pick. I think that's understandable. But he's proven it to work. I mean, a crazy early game is what was required to allow for this, but paid off in a big way.
Yeah, definitely an unusual opening there. Wall seems to be finishing up for Knockknock, though. He did manage to get the deer in.
You're playing French in 2025, and you're the player to wall against English. How do you feel?
It's definitely an awkward feeling, but yeah, I mean, both with spearmen and crossbows, Knockknock shouldn't, I'm gonna say shouldn't. He shouldn't be able to just stick with the knight-only army composition that he's got going on right now. He's got a lot of wood in the bank as well, so could definitely also just add in more and more archers, which would help him a lot against both the crossbowmen and the spearmen here. That and English just kind of isn't incentivized to mass knights continuously. They don't, like, they get great food bonuses, but no gold bonuses.
I think the
Until
tough part
Imperial.
here for Knockknock is going to be that he doesn't necessarily know about the crossbowmen. Like, if you check his vision on the map, like, when has he actually gone to the base? There hasn't been a moment. He's seeing knights. He's maybe thinking, oh god, it's just knights. And with Royal Institute, you know how it is. It's the temptation of the ring, like your Frodo in the final movie. You just, all of a sudden, you just can't deny it anymore. You like knights.
He needs to start repairing that gate.
I don't think
it's coming in. All the reinforcements are coming in now as well. The spearmen, the crossbows.
You can bait him here. The tree line, if he actually wraps slightly around it here, he can loop Knockknock into a bad position. Instead, the spear, crossbows, they are going to get seen by the scout. Knockknock.
Oh, he doesn't react to it, though. Knockknock.
He runs headfirst in. Does move away in the end. Only loses one. Crossbow fire over the tree line. Almost gets a second. And now you have a big problem with Knockknock. You cannot repair that wall anymore. This is a break-in.
Yeah. He's going to have to run back. Is getting archers in. Veterancy on its way now as well. We don't have any blacksmith upgrades yet, which hurts a lot when you're playing with archers because their base damage already isn't the great. So you kind of rely on these blacksmith upgrades there. Actually, he doesn't have a blacksmith at all. He doesn't have the base damage upgrades as well that you get in for free.
French, 15 minutes, no blacksmith.
Wait, is he going to find the villagers of gold?
They're hiding in the corner now. The problem is the mining camp. The mining camp makes it obvious. And wait, he walks back!
Spearman out of position. The crossbows out of position as well. The cleanup is coming in. Royal Bloodlines in as well. These knights are now really tanky. Loses a good couple of villagers there. But he's cleaning up the military.
Okay, so Knight's going to walk away. In fairness to Shock, remember he's got ceiling economy, so this doesn't entirely hurt him. It looks like he was starting to miss macro a little bit. I don't know if he was considering Imperial for a second, but we do have the readjustment. So more crossbow spears on the way. Very important pause there. This cow just spilled Doritos all over his keyboard. And now we also have blacksmith techs coming in for Chuck.
Yeah. Blacksmith also just now finished for Knockknock, so immediately getting that +2 damage on the cavalry, on the melee units. Oh, the knight! He's not seeing them.
Mate, you've got one job. Just like flip your helm up and just have a look out.
Spear at the front side.
He might not be looking.
Dude, these knights are so tanky.
It's ridiculous.
Only losing a single knight there feels criminal.
Yeah, on a civ that will also kiss the boo-boos better. Admittedly, it's going to take a very long time. This is kind of like the negative of chivalry sometimes, is your injured knights take what feels like an eternity to get full HP again. That is an awkward misrally.
Yeah, I think he grouped all the knights together in a control group. Walls now coming in. They're fairly far forward, though. The knights are railing in as well. And there's the gold villagers as well. And Knockknock's going for them. This could start to even out some of the economy deficits here.
Yep, and in case you can't see it the first time, we have it on screen twice. What a hit! He gets the body blocks! And a perfect timing there by Knockknock to move away on the other side of the map.
And just like that, the economy's even again.
Chuck,
Man, that
just like that.
So hard. He was greeting with Imperial.
He was. He's regretting it now. He did not scale appropriately before pulling the trigger on this.
His army's outside. And there's knights in his base.
He's got more building at home to try and assist, but like it's getting a bit awkward right now. However, that attack speed aura needs to be respected. Knockknock He's going to back away. He's also a little bit weak on the defense himself here.
Does have archers in at least. Knights are coming back. That's a good amount of archers. No +2 pierce damage yet, though, but also no +2 pierce armor.
Stands his ground the choke point. Crossbows haven't arrived yet, so he has that ability to trade out a bit more efficiently. And the problem here is these are knights you're shooting. It's not like he's hitting the spears behind this. Finally realizes it. Does start to switch over. And the villagers, oh my god, the mass migration to the east side. Has to dive a little bit deeper. He's trying to get those crossbows on the back. Reinforcing knights are going to be coming in. Front line is getting cleared up, so Chuck will be booted out of the base. But by God, he's done it. He created the space necessary to get Imperial Age.
Yeah, it's going to be coming in. Feels like an inevitability at this point in time. Has the resource for it almost. Just it's a little bit more food. He's got 4 gold. He's got 4 relics behind that.
That's crazy. I actually can't believe he committed to it in the end after that raid. What a great read. And now Knockknock just in a precarious situation. I mean, it might force Berkshire to play it safe from Chuck. But Wingard seems viable because, like, with Raider spam, you can easily just get a full cavalry line together here.
Yeah, really quickly as well. And it is going to be that Wingard Palace coming in now.
I feel like if you rush Imperial Age, I mean, you could argue whether this is a true rush, but like pre-20 minutes, Wingard, it's going to sound weird. It almost feels undeniable. You feel like you should Berkshire for the protection, but someone that was found out last year when English 2TC meta started was Fast Imp with Wingard Cavalry Rush is nuts. You suddenly vomit out an army in a way that not many Fast Imping civs can.
Yeah, it's incredibly quickly how quick those Wingard Raiders are coming out. And it's so much value that you save as well. So many knights, so many horsemen. You save like 30% of the cost there as well.
It's a damn good dinner.
Wow. There it is. Yeah, he sees it. He notices it. Yeah, that's going to even out the series. And I mean, it makes a lot of sense, right? Like, that's the entire bonus of your age up, of your landmark. Being able to get those Imperial Age upgrades in early. And if your opponent's Imperial, suddenly it's completely devalued.
Exactly. However, it's important to emphasize that, Chuck can do a quick victory lap. He's not out of the woods yet. We get a deciding game, and it could feature both of the new civs.
And it's gonna be stats.
Yes, this is what I wanted to see. Actually, no, this is just old into new if you think about it, because we've got English and French, and now we can see the new versions of those civs in game number 3.
Yeah, Knights Templar, they really embrace that French spirit.
Yep, they are like so French. Have you seen how many games statistically is Chevalier right now?
That's fair. Yeah, they if you go Chevalier, it's literally like playing French.
Yeah, I feel like 85% of Knights Templar games are the French commandery. So
yeah, it makes a lot of sense, mainly because not just is the unit is really good, but the civ bonus that you get with them as well is kind of insane. 15% faster unit production speed.
Yeah.
Usually, like military academy, that's something that you can only unlock in Castle Age. So getting that almost like a nerfed version of that in baseline and Feudal Age, it's pretty solid.
You know what's crazy as well is if you play Chevalier, I think the misconception is some people thought they were bad because, you've got like knights. They're not good knights. What about French knights, Russe knights? I think of them as like a premium horseman in a weird way, and they work well for that. But you know what? We're gonna have a difference of a premium horseman. I am flummoxed slightly, Crackety. He resisted the temptation. We mentioned Frodo earlier. Knockknock is the true resistor of the one true temptation. He didn't pick Lancaster.
Yeah, instead we are going to be seeing Ottomans here, and it's going to be up against the Knights Templar on Gorge. Okay, that's going to be very exciting to see. I mean, Knights Templar, you talked about it, Chevalier, that's kind of what you want to go into. Can you up against a civilization that like specializes in dealing with cavalry though? For Feudal Age for sure, but it's gonna get harder and harder to pull that off, especially if Knockknock able to get that Vizier point in Feudal Age. Suddenly gets a couple of those Janissaries out.
I know
Chevalier will just drop like flies.
I know you've been practicing Knights Templar a lot, and you're like, yeah, you have a good idea of where you should or shouldn't 2TC. I imagine this is the confusing one because I don't know who actually picks Ottomans on the ladder these days. So I think this is a 2TC type game though, right? Like, because your whole point...
You can.
Yeah.
this is one where you definitely can, because Ottomans, they're kind of slow when it comes to getting map control in immediately, and Knights Templar, they're really quick when it comes to getting that second TC up. So you can start building that second TC right around the 4-minute mark, ends up before 5-minute mark, and after that you can just immediately rally villagers onto woodline. You get wood super quickly, you can get production buildings out, and it feels like you barely even went for that second TC, but you just keep scaling in the back of it. You don't have to do that though, because Ottoman's also really slow when it comes to taking map control. You can instead play into the Pilgrim play immediately. Maybe even do both, go to second TC and Pilgrims right away.
Oh my god, I just hit a realization. This might be like the suckiest civ to choose Antioch against.
Yeah. Actually?
Yeah, because meta, 2 melee armor.
Yeah.
Oh no.
Yeah, it's gonna make them quite not good. For a second I was like thinking, okay, what are the other implications there with them? But yeah, that's the main one.
And then,
I mean, Antioch is really, I want to say, bad baseline. I just think the Sergeant is such a weird unit at the moment, because I love the concept of the Sergeant. Yes. It's just too bad that
it's
the
too
attack
clunky.
animation feels too clunky, yeah.
Yeah, like, it's the same with Genitors. It's sad as well. Like, Kingdom of Castile is just unplayable because of that. I think the only place you play Kingdom of Castile is on Mont Guissard, the historical battle. Like, literally nowhere else. It's just... The buff is cool in theory, but I feel like most players would rather just have Genoa for a buff alone. So hopefully they get that reworked. So I think that there are certain things with this DLC, in terms of new units, that the input feels so smooth, buttery smooth. I actually think like Hobolars are weird to use, but also their attack point is really good. The crossbow animation wind up, now more clarity, feels good. I know Yeoman are a controversial unit, but like in terms of their attack points, their abilities, they don't feel clunky. And then somewhere along the way, Axemen and Javelins on horseback happened. And I think...
I want to talk
did you
about
use them once and you were like, never again?
Yeah, I used the Genitors once. I was like, you attack move with them once. So I was like, it takes forever for them to shoot. Never use them again. It doesn't feel good. Micro, but they're also so clunky to micro. It becomes a little bit counterintuitive. But I wanted to get at the Hobbler. You mentioned them. They're so unique as well when you unlock their charge attack. It's so crazy to me that their base damage is not good. It is not good. Their base damage, wow, not good. I'm not sure why their charge damage is like 3 times the value of their base damage and does bonus damage. You charge against a ranged unit, it does like 65 damage, 56 damage.
Yeah, like so when you're a feudal unit, even when you're feudal, right? Let's say you haven't got the veterans in yet. You do 9 base, but with a charge with hill forts tech, you do, I think it's 22.
I mean, you can't charge in feudal.
Do you not get the charge and fuel? It tags them up with it.
It's from the college. No.
But I'm saying if you don't vet them, so like you tech up. And let's say you rushed hill training instead. Like you can still get the tech, even if and I'm saying when they're feudal, their stats are low. They're meant to be bad. Like you've got a feudal unit doing 22 damage on initial contact. It's it's actually wild. Incredible unit. We had a hilarious game actually. Where Lancaster lost in the grand finals of midweek muster, where Louis MT picked them. He went 2 TC, he went fast castle, and then he was getting ready. He'd done knights opening, and he was using the heavy maces for knights, right? Very good. And then he wanted to Hobbler switch. Now, in any other game, like on a map where you don't have your initial gold access anymore, like fine, food and wood. He's on Carmel. He has no gold. It's gone straight away, and now he wants to spam 50 horsemen, but these weird-ass horsemen, for some reason, cost 20 gold.
Yeah. Suddenly, not so possible. It is a weird mechanic, for sure, having horsemen that cost gold, but you get them out so quickly. It kind of reminds me of, like, the Egyptians from Age of Mythology that are able to spend gold on, like, mercenary units.
Yeah, it's true. Like, the pump is crazy. It's also just Lancaster's very unique for that, because... You know, practically every other set in the game has at least 3 units baseline they can access with just food and wood. But like with Lancaster, it's 2 because your horsemen cost gold. So we don't have to worry about them though. We are not going to be seeing Lancaster. This is going to feature a new Civ, which in some people's eyes is an S tier Civ. Depends on the map, but they can be categorized as S tier. The other one, most people put it F tier.
Yeah, I mean, Pro Scout meta is dead, but we'll have to see how exactly Ottomans can try and stand a chance in this matchup as we're jumping into our game number 3 now. Decider game between Knockknock and Chuck Francis here on Gorge. Oh my god, what's happening?
Oh my god. It is the Outpost Rush, right? Yo, this is sick. I love it. This is Hospitalier Rush, I think.
It's a barracks.
So, yeah, so you Rax the center, but you Hospitalier follow-up. This is a sick build. I actually really like this build. And hear me out. I'm not even making this up. I was getting ready to say, how hilarious would it be if we had Mass Hospitalier versus Imam Spears? Oh, it's all possible. We've got Rax and a military school from different opponents on the same screen at 1 minute into the game.
This is, KP, I'll say this is a weird opener. This is kind of strange. We're kind of in uncharted territory here.
So we had Vortex versus Louis earlier in the week in the semis of Midweek Muster. And it was gorgeous. Well, it was Marlins versus Knights Templar. And Vortex tried something very funky, where he went for an Outpost Rush, which sounds kind of reasonable with Spears, and then followed up the Hospitality I mentioned. And I remember in that game, we won't talk about the outcome for Vortex's sake, but at the time in that game, my brain was like, this might end up being the best Rax Outpost Rush in the game. Chuck is here to give us a positive experience because, as you can guess by my tone, it didn't end as the best for Vortex in that game. But the concept is pretty solid.
Man, like 2 times in a row, we're getting this Dark Age aggression here from Chuck Francis, making the game messy immediately. And something that's very typical on Gorge is your gold is going to be very far outside the range of your main TC. Now, Knockknock, he is getting some Spearmen in passively just through that military
it's so
school.
Slow.
Yeah,
can we zoom in on that gold, by the way? Like, this is just painful to watch.
He's gonna have to actually. There are 2 things that he can do. Either he starts getting up his own barracks, but something that I think he should do, just get an outpost up immediately behind the gold, like somewhere where it's still in range of the TC. You get like some free military units, right? Like you got your Owen, you got your scout. Just put them inside, and then your opponent can't really harass your gold anymore. Like Chuck Francis, this point in time, he's invested 80 resources per Spearman. That's about to be number 5. And 150 resource for the barracks. You just get the outpost up behind there, and you're going to be able to age up to next stage. Even picks up one of the Spearmen there.
Honestly, at this point, I would have all chat typed him and went, "Did you get wheelbarrow this game?" ? It's just so rough. 150 gold, and he's going to have to go for that Rax now. Oh, man.
Yeah, it's a big delay now.
This is like potentially very scary now that I think about it because of how quickly Knights Templar can just bypass the feudal compared to other civs.
The thing here now is, or rather why this works so well, is your opponent's economy, it's now like broken. It's pretty much broken. Your opponent doesn't really know how to remacro exactly in this situation. Meanwhile, if this is like your general game plan, you know how to remacro. You know how to deal with like these very chaotic situations, but that's the thing, like players, they get into a situation like that. It's very similar to how I want to say like in StarCraft when you're like getting Protoss Outpost Rush. If you're not used to dealing with that, or like in Age of Empires 2, somebody towers your woodline. If you don't know how to deal with that, it can lead to incredibly chaotic games for you.
No, agreed. It's the interesting thing as well is like there's almost this calming effect of like the opening should be so simple. And when you go really off script like this, it's not just that it can be disorienting, it's also the ramifications down the line. Like if I alter your game plan at the beginning, it's that kind of like simple thing. Like if you time travel and affect someone's life in a weird way when they're very young and impressionable, what is the ripple effect down the line compared to if I'd done the same thing when they're 30? It's like that type of feeling. It has unforeseen knock-on effects. But this was a knock-on effect I foresaw. Knights Hospitalier is on the way.
Healing is kind of insane from them early on in the game, but something that you always got to keep in mind is their stats kind of aren't good. If you just go mass archers, they start flopping over really quickly, especially if you're relying on spearmen as like your main front line. You healing spearmen die to like 10 archers one shot.
Hear me out. Imam point. He scouts it. He knows this is all in. Imam point. You have to.
Yeah, I mean, that's definitely the option, right? Like, you get a meta out, you get the Imam out, and +2 armor and healing.
Mm-hmm. And then all of a sudden, like, these Hospitalier are just a premium spearman, if you think about it. With the heal plus the armor, this is very winnable for Ottomans.
Ooh, veterancy is in now. Well, not veterancy, but harm upgrade coming in.
Chuck's like, keep these boys alive. We've got Medicare on the way.
Oh, yes. Oh my god, they're so low HP. I think Knockknock's not realizing them, that if he doesn't kill them, they're getting healed up.
Yeah, there it is.
Now he's
Hospitalier.
gonna realize.
Okay, plastic sword out. Oh, the villager.
Die.
Oh, he actually gets a great trade there. Look at the health bars.
Oh no.
That is ridiculous. And now we're going to enter what I refer to as Gandalfing. If you just zoom in on that Hospitalier, you'll see why.
Sticks out, and the healing begins.
I love the fact they kept the sword in his hands. It's the full "you shall not pass" vibes.
So healing is going to start coming in here. Twin Minaret Madras. Jesus, so many M's. About to finish as well. Knock already has enough resource to immediately get some production buildings in.
This might be the
Oh, he
safest
went for
passage
Anatolian
ever.
Hills immediately.
Oh no! Wait, really? I guess you just go
it's
archers.
a lot of food.
Yeah.
Yeah. Just mass archers should be good enough.
Yeah, but hear me out. Chuck doesn't send the villager home. You just add in double archery range. Like, you have better wood economy.
You do, but at the same time, like, you completely devalue your hospital knights because they die. Like, the archers, you want to get to the point anyways in archer versus archer combat where you start one-shotting volley-wise.
Yeah.
And then the healing just doesn't exist anymore.
All right, so he does glance the double archery range. He's just being a nuisance on the goal, which isn't a bad idea. If this was meant to be like a rush blacksmith into steel arrow timing, you've screwed him out of it a bit. And we can already see Chuck's on his way with the undermesh. I wonder. I've seen this with the all-in approach, and often when I see this type of strategy from KT, I almost feel like the better option now is just to go castle.
3 random villagers chopping wood in the middle of the map.
It's not a joke. It's Knights Templars economy. Yeah, don't you find it
Yeah,
kind
I
of
think Chuck
comical?
Prince wants to get an outpost up in, like, right next to the sacred site. Make sure that's nice and secure
But don't you
for the pilgrims.
actually find it kind of comical that Knights Templar are more nomadic with their economy than Mongols?
Someday, KP, someday we'll get the upgrades that Mongols need, where the Gur doesn't need to be unpacked.
Soon. Or like, what if they could?
Soon,
What if they just
surely.
didn't have to drop it off anywhere? You know? What if we just got like a civilization
just
where they have a
beam it
donkey
all
with them?
back.
You know?
Yeah, instead of like there being another version of Age of Empires 3, we're just gonna morph all the civilizations from Age of Empires 3 into one civ for Age of Empires 4 that just never needs to drop off resources.
Yep. I mean, it's comical because some people are like, oh, they're copying Age of Empires 3,
It's
they're copying Age of
Atlanteans.
Empires 2. Exactly. I just thought they were copying Age of Mythology when I noticed the wood gathering and the Terma.
I mean, you can't copy if it's your own game, right?
True. You're just reallocating assets. you know, like when they say your job is no longer here, we're reallocating you to the job center. It's just the same thing. That's why
Chuck Prince is
Age of
getting a
Empires
lot
3
of
had to get
gold
shut
in.
down. Yeah, I think he. There's no way he's pro scouting, right? That would be insanity.
Nah, that doesn't make sense. Like, you already see, like, he's already got villagers out on the map. He's just getting them normally in, but there was a lot of downtime, I feel like, to his food economy. Like, Chuck Francis is the one that turned this game chaotic, but now he's struggling with the chaotic outcome a little bit.
He just needs to chill. You can see he wants to go cast. He's making it too obvious. Just chill. You don't need this gold. Trust in the pilgrims. Because that, even with pilgrimage, that is a lot of gold income, actually.
Yeah. 123 per minute. That's pretty good.
Yeah, whatever you do, knock knock. When you reinforce from your base, don't A-click. Just imagine if you were trying to go for an all-in, you could just got 10 archers standing here right now shooting these things. The classic. Sapahi coming in from not... He thinks Chuck's playing the Age.
I mean, in any situation, I feel like you kind of want to get at least a couple of Sapahi to be able to harass your opponent a little bit. I mean, that scout is putting in work, but these roof tiles, they're not flammable.
If he does kill it, by the time he leaves, when we zoom in, we should be able to see like raw biceps, you know? Like full-on looking like Popeye moment. Oh, look, Genoa.
Republic of Genoa in. Yep, 30% more gold. Fair. You know, you get 123 per minute in. You turn that up to 150.
You get 169, actually. It's nice.
Very good.
They should rename it from Republic of Genoa to Republic of Generic. Because it is pretty much 80% of the time the choice right now.
I don't know about that one. I think the heavy spearmen definitely have their spot in the game.
It's
not because of the unit,
right?
but because of the 30% like health increase on fortresses. Like your fortresses suddenly become near unkillable.
I feel like I haven't seen it much recently though. Like obviously on water, yes, granted. But most people just, it's once again the Schmiegel effect. The 30% gold increase is just too tempting for most players.
It's really good, yeah.
Like when you cap that out full and late game, that's an extra 400 passive gold per minute.
Yeah. I think it kind of depends as well on the matchup that you're playing up against. Like if you're playing up against French and they got Knight Archers out, then heavy spearmen can seem like, okay, the obvious choice.
Yeah.
To go for.
You know what's weird is like if you ever go cavalry and then you follow up heavy spears, it always feels weird. Okay, are you kidding me?
This is mean. This is just mean. Immediately rallying in, like from the forward barracks.
The real
Granted,
Templar
Knockknock can
brothers.
Immediately, yeah. I mean, Knockknock though, he's got all the tools, right? Like he can go crossbows. He can immediately start making springles as well.
Or he can immediately get idled straight away the entire time. That's ranged armor too, by the way. Like, this is taking ages just to kill one MAA.
Yeah, it's gonna take a long time. Oh, Knockknock, he's not paying attention. There's a pilgrim right there. Ripe for the taking.
He needs to get back and stop this annoying little Templar foot soldier in his base. Alright, we almost killed him, guys. We just need, like, another 100 hours. Oh, look, there's another one of them.
I think the archers got intercepted. Yeah.
Oh, no. And those are
At least able to kill the
upgraded.
spears.
Yeah, you can kill the spears, but those other boys are now really
Knights
chunky.
are gonna do better. Oh no!
Wait, what? Club them with the staffs!
Your opponent's supposed to be the one that gap closes, not you.
Alright, Shaolin monks move over. There is a new, more threatening religious unit with a staff. It's like, why did they still have the staffs out?
At least Knockknock did the right thing. He cancelled the mangonel and he's now getting Springles in. Springles from the landmark, they come in really, really quickly.
So I think it's 150.
Yeah, I think it might even be quicker than that.
It might be. I agree, though. It's much quicker. I think, like, something that players got better at is ever since the Mangonel rework, they've realized that Mangoes is the biggest bait of all for Ottomans.
Yeah. It kind of depends on the matchup as well, like what units your opponent's making. In this one, it's very clear-cut. My opponent's making mass melee infantry.
What's the giveaway?
We want to get Springles in.
Are you sure? Are you absolutely
Mass
sure he's only building mass melee infantry? Like, what would lead you to think
double
he's doing
barracks literally in your base.
But what if that's a mind game, Crackety? There could be stables behind this.
Could be. They're not.
There's an archery range
there's
behind
archery
this,
range.
Crackety.
It's not built yet. Doesn't count. But look at that. Chuck Friends, he's got so much gold. Now he can easily transition into mass Genoese crossbows. And Genoese crossbows destroy siege as well. It's kind of hilarious. They got so much base damage. They, like, in mass, they just gap close onto a mangonel, shoot it 2 times, and it's gone.
It's also comical because they gap close on it very, very, very slowly.
It's not the quickest unit in the game.
No, you need the Jaws music playing just to kind of like really build the the atmosphere around it. It's an interesting unit though.
Getting some night braids in now.
Oh, there is a lot exposed over here, by the way.
There is. Like Chuck Francis is playing so wide, but without any security behind it whatsoever.
Meanwhile, they're back. So reminder, in the earlier ages, Hospitalier are weak against ranged armor. Like ranged attacks, rather. If they're ranged armor. Not so much anymore. They just are tankier men-at-arms.
They still like 1 armor. But
One armor
yeah,
less,
I mean,
but they
archers
have
are
30 more health, I think it is.
30 more. Yeah.
It was 15.
I mean, 30 or 20.
It's 20 or 15, I think.
They got more HP, and I think they can also like get piety in as well. Or
Yes.
even more HP.
Which scales on top
absurd.
with the bonus from the age.
Yeah, they're kind of insane.
Because Hubble Medicine is a 100% heal increase.
At the end of the day, they're just a meat shield for the most part, though, I want to say.
The thing is, like, there needs to be a heal-only option, and I think that would actually make them really strong. Because right now,
There
trying
also
to
needs
heal
to
is
be an
clunky.
option. Yeah, there also needs to be an option for me not to have to cycle through them with religious units in the same hotkey.
But you don't.
That's just infuriating.
Hey, they're just ensuring that the relic is protected. Okay.
It can't pick up the relic. It doesn't have a religious tag.
So-
Why is it responding to the religious hotkey?
Because he wants to be part of the Tetsudo you're about to make. So here's the strategy, Crackety.
Speaking
You get.
of which, we don't even have a single relic taken yet.
He tried, but got intercepted on the north. But like, here's your real strategy,
Couple
Crackety.
times.
You build mass hospitalier. You escort the monk. You surround him in a square formation, and then you just like we're paused as well, so we can't move or anything.
I'm frozen in time. I think we're back. Oh my god, we can move again!
Oh, thank God. We were actually like standing on the spot. We're not allowed to move the whole time. Are we back? Confirmation? Well, ads are playing, so I think we're good. Man, you guys missed like the best move with the hospitality ever. Do you want to know what they done? They walked away from that knight after killing him. All right, welcome back, folks. Apologies for that. We are back here for the deciding game between Knockknock and Chuck. And, yep, there's that A-click. It's happening. Select all is not your friend against proxy Raxes.
It is what it is. Now the relic gets intercepted. Springle's now coming in, and
Oh my God, he's
the
melting.
Hospitaller, one thing they do have is that heavy tag. They're taking a lot of damage here.
And also the Lancers,
From
they
the
just got in on the crossbows.
And these crossbows don't do bonus damage against them.
No,
They still have high base damage, but
it's high, but the attack speed is worse. So it's just better to build crossbowmen if this is your big concern. And he ends up microing them back towards the rest of the formation. That's a wipe of the army. And Chuck, I mean, he's got 11 spearmen somewhere, but it just doesn't matter. A tier versus F tier? I think not. Move over. Ottomans have got some moves as well.
Ottomans making it work. Man, that was a crazy game, though. Like, the opening, from the opening to the, like, transition period, it was just a crazy weird game all throughout. And Chuck Francis, he's done something amazing that I think we definitely can look at in the future.
Mm-hmm. You know, I'm very happy as well, Crackety. Hospitalier are going to get buffed. I don't know, man. Like, looking at how that game went, like I think Hospitalier is in an interesting place. When you look at that game, there's an argument that like they look too good, and then it just didn't happen. So the question you have to have is, have we not played enough mutations of this to figure out how to convert, or is it just not worth doing?
I think Chuck Francis, he might have just doubled down a little bit too much here and there. He played for the pilgrims, right? Like scaling through the pilgrims, but then never really like fully committed to having them secured up and not getting that second pilgrim in as well. Overall, it was really interesting though with the Dark Age opening. I definitely want to take a look at that a little bit more later on, because that's definitely something to play around with. I mean, it's weird with the Knights Templar because they start with less wood than other civilizations. So you're gonna have to do some weird macroing at the beginning if you want to make the strategy work.
Yeah. I mean, credit to him, though. That was really smart by not the way he just played in those Lancers. That changed the game. It wasn't just about blocking the relics. It blocked the pilgrims. It found the eco. I think what Chuck tries to do here maybe is more effective on a map that isn't Gorge, if that makes sense. Because, like, Gorge, you know how it is. You play in the center, very safe as can be, and then all of a sudden you have to rush out on the flanks. It's why civs like French and Rus have looked so good on this map, because they always catch you playing into that risky economy. But
I think that's not like I think the main reason why you want to do that on Gorge is because on Gorge you've got like a 95% chance, except if it's bugged, that
true, yeah.
your opponent's gold is outside the range of your TC. Other maps you might not be so fortunate, and then you can't pull that off.
All right, so priority it is. But that does mean that it's going to be Knockknock up against either Lucifron or Angel at Arms. I don't think that series is resolved yet. Not familiar with Angel at Arms. He might be the next coming of Canada, so maybe he's able to upset. But Lucifron has definitely been looking on form so far since his return to competitive. So I wonder where we're going to be going next. I'm just looking at the brackets, actually. We have got some interesting matchups coming up. Ooh. I don't know if Sortof will be able to beat Stopper, but if he does, Core.
Sortof versus Core?
Yeah, that would be kind of crazy. I wouldn't write Stopper off, though. Stopper has some really impressive strategies, and I don't think Sortof will maybe be familiar with Stopper's comfort picks, so like he actually might catch him off guard. I mean, I can see by the draft, Stopper already got Roos, which is really, really good.
Yeah, Roos is really strong, but the thing with Sortof is that you can never underestimate is just overall game knowledge, adaptability.
Okay. Well, we're going to figure that out, guys. You know how it is when it's this kind of bracket. We need to quickly look at all the options. So we're going to hop to a break for just a minute or two while we make sure everything on the back end is looking span, dammy, dozy, so we don't have any more crashes. And then next up, we might be going into a core set in just a minute. Ottoman win so good we had to see it a second time. That's right, they've won twice on this stream technically. But now we got the outcome. Sortof was able to stay stopper. We're going to have Core versus Sortof. That's right, Crackety. He's back already. People kept asking his chat, when are you going to play? When are you going to play? When are you going to do tournaments? He kept just waving it away, going, I need more time. Well, apparently, it's time for the Papa Swede to return.
Yeah, sort of back in the game, and he's going to be facing off against the one and only, the majestic Core, the mascot of Age of Empires 4, I want to say, at least when it comes to the German community. No hair versus a lot of hair, and we're going to be starting off with a familiar matchup. We got Byzantines against Abbasid on Lipany.
A comfort civ for Sortof as well. He's been playing quite a lot of it. I think maybe the state kind of rubbed off on him a little bit. I think like since Sortof returned, it's kind of French, Rus, and Abbasids at the core of it has been like his primary civs. Curious to see what he's learned with the Knights Templar though. Like that's an interesting thought. Is like I wouldn't have expected him to just jump back in, but I guess when you've got a lot to catch up on with all the civs, you might as well just enjoy catching up on one civ when no one else knows what to do yet.
KP, listen to this theory.
Oh, yeah?
Asian Marshes, Knights Templar, you put jocks in the little ponds. It sounds like we're jumping immediately into our game number 1, so let's just go right into it. Game number 1, Abbasid versus Byzantines on Lipany.
That's right, cool. With the Byzantines, which we've seen look pretty formidable in this matchup, but Sortof definitely no easy target when you consider the amount of Abbasid trainees he's been having here. We are going to be getting that standard opening. I say standard, it has become the standard opening of straight onto the stone for Byzantines. Some players like to go for 1. Others prefer the 2 villager opening.
Yeah, I mean, 2 villagers, you delay your feudal age a little bit. It kind of depends on like what kind of timing you want to go for. If you're up against the Abbasid, chances are you're not going to be in time to deny the second TC anyways. So I can understand like going for the 2 villager opening here on stone and just taking it a little bit slower, but scaling your own economy a little bit quicker.
Look at this spawn as well. Sort of stone on the forward, but obviously, as you just mentioned, the harassment shouldn't really be coming in that quick. Probably, because I think we're going to be seeing ecoing. We usually see ecoing. You could probably reach that deer bear on the south side. Something that's worth noting here is Abbasids can get away with greedier TCs against Byzantines because of the system change.
Yeah, and I think looking at the options here, I don't think this is going to be a trade map. The markets are just too close inwards.
No, like what you're on about. Like, the Sortof has a great trade option. Just look next to Core's base.
Yeah, true. You just walk right through the middle.
Yeah, there's a stealth forest there. You'll be hidden. Be hidden twice.
It'll be fine. It'll be fine.
Yeah, problems only exist when you acknowledge them. That's the way that life works. So, wonderful, actually. Is there anything worthwhile on that neutral post? I mean, he's not going to go for it, but I know it's going to get asked. I mean, maybe camels?
We're going to have Jugenu and elephants, surely.
And we... Why would we build those against the Abbasids?
Yes.
That's my favorite one. I get asked it so much. Oh, KP, show us the trade post. Why? He's not going to touch it. There's like 2 players in competitive that would actually use these neutral trade posts. And I'm sorry, but Core's not one of them.
Mangadai.
Oh, actually, like Desert Raiders, maybe? Nah.
Oh, never mind. That was Jugenu and elephants. We got them.
Oh, okay. So I figured it out. This is going to be just like that last series. It's not going to be proxy Raxes next to the enemy base. It's going to be proxy mercenary houses.
Yes. I mean, you just use the very cheap cisterns now.
Mm-hmm.
And
you don't even need the cistern.
You build an aqueduct all the way over. Now, I mean, you want to use the cistern as well to, like, double buff them.
No. You want the cistern so that you can protect your investment with Presidium. You need the extra damage mitigation. Very important for those forward merc houses. All right, memeing aside, though, like, Biz probably going to be seeing the same thing we always do, which is, like, Javelin, Limitane.
It worked last time. Might as well go for it here in this one again.
Yeah, and I feel like in that last game, it would be fair to say, and it's no like discredit to players, but we saw it wasn't clean. Like, there was multiple kind of missed timings, it feels like, getting used to the new Byzantine mercenary pool.
Okay, Scout survived. Yeah, that definitely was a timing in the last one where I feel like there could have been survivability there. But this time we don't even have economy wing.
Yeah, you still go 2TC though. I don't mind this sort of because I think it's been discussed in great length. The idea of going 2TC on Eco Wing doesn't feel that worth. Like mathematically, it's not that great.
Yeah,
you can just
it's mainly
wait later.
due to the farms later on.
Exactly, and like later on when you do the farms, well, usually you'll be in Castle Age, so you can go for Eco Wing then. I think it comes down to whether you think you can't get Castle Age. Like Eco Wing on 2TC, in my eyes, only feels good when you're 20 minutes into the game and you're stuck building in feudal, because then you need farms.
And having the military wing is really great here as well because of boot camp, which means that your spearmen are able to survive 2 additional javelin throw attacks, and your archers are going to be able to survive 1 additional javelin throw attack.
And we've already seen spears are the counter to javelins, so it works quite nicely. In terms of raw health as well, it just makes you comparative with Limitane without having that more expensive investment. So, boys are running over. All right, hear me out. Crazy idea. We open with a ram, and we take out a system.
Maybe. But I don't think that the timing's going to be quite right. Actually, we got an archer range opening here now from Core. So he's going to deal with that.
What?
Sister level 3 is pretty close there as well, so military units are going to be coming out quite quickly. Just go up to 3 archers, and yeah, then you're fine with dealing with this.
Yeah, and like usually you don't expect to see this out of Byzantines because they can just counter with a jav or counter with a longbow, but you're seeing the problem. Like he didn't feel safe going onto the berry straight away, and the first merc timing is notably worse than it used to be. So, cool adaptation by Core. Dangerous against military wing if you have to now lean into archers though.
Yeah, I like it because Sortof also like delays his own second TC. And Core is still getting cisterns out, so Core is still scaling. Sortof has delayed his scaling. Then again, he is getting some economy upgrades to make up for it.
And we almost have the second TC, which you have the time. Go for it. Deer and berries. A good life.
Oh, that's a really good spot. It's not even just a small berry patch, it's a big berry patch.
Yeah, and also it's his starting tree line. This is always the ideal situation because once you chop through that tree line, you essentially connect your base. It kind of just makes you a lot more secure overall.
Yeah. And now we're getting some Limitna in. The only issue with this is, though, that Core sees this, and it's a very attackable TC.
It is, but there's also some benefits, like that tiny choke point just to the south of the screen. I think this is a very wallable secondary TC, if that makes sense.
Yeah.
Like, especially if your plan is to play mass archers, it works really nicely because your opponent won't be able to flex his melee in small areas.
That's true. Then again, Byzantines, when do they really flex their melee? It's mainly
True.
knee shield anyways.
And there's that backline. Javelin's now going to be coming in for core.
Yeah.
They come out so fast. Like it's crazy, the production speed ramp up. Like I was shocked. I kind of felt like it was going to be nice past the first 2 mercenary pumps. Yeah. I always thought it'd be nice past two mercs, but I thought definitely like mercenary pull 1 was going to be later. Mercenary pull 2 not being late, I think, was the biggest shock about this new build. It's quicker.
Yeah. I mean, not just that, but also then once you transition into Castle Age with the Golden Horn Tower, it's crazy how quickly you get units out with it.
And it just feels nice because by scaling the systems like this, one of the biggest criticisms historically about the mercenaries is that you have to stockpile this resource and then invest it, and it's like a long holding pattern, right? Compared to just building an archer or building a spearman. Well, now, because of the production speed ramp up, you're not actually holding the resources for long. So that point in the game where you have deadweight economy, that window is actually smaller than it used to be.
Sortof is now scaling into mass archers. Siege engineering coming in for core, so Siphon should be on the menu fairly soon for him.
Sort
Doesn't
of
have the javelins out that yet, though.
No,
Have to wait a bit.
He's got the first pump, but obviously there was that idle time on the Grand Winery. Most players usually on there when he wasn't because Sortof's drive-by. So does change things a little bit. We have got Spearman getting added in now by Sortof.
First Siphon coming in. Already has enough resource for a second one, so very quick. 2 Siphon push.
Yep. And
People
then
middle. Jav's now here as well.
I think the nice thing is like the timing on this might actually set up for the second Javs to arrive before you fight.
He doesn't have the resource to queue them yet.
Once he
Gonna
does
have to wait a
though,
bit.
they take like, is it
Yeah.
30 seconds? I
The
think
question
it's...
is, will he wait? Would be better. Because if you get 8 javelin throws, you can one-shot the archers.
If you've ever experienced Core, you know that he's not a very patient guy. Like, you know, has he ever done it in your chat? Like, KP, I got a game you need to cast, and he just keeps telling you and telling you. Free here? Like, this is what I mean, no patience.
No, this is patience. He's not going with 1, he's not going with 2. He's taking his time.
Yeah, but this is like full aggro to the extreme. Triple Hero Siphon, and the javelins are getting in the way.
A strong unit, makes sense.
I guarantee you he's going to attack before the jabs arrive. I can just feel it.
If he at least gets +1 pierce armor before, he's not.
Oh, so what was that about patience? He's like, patience?
Let me defend,
yeah, I'm going to make him a
my fellow
patient.
German fellow here.
Blitzkrieg is in the blood, I guess. We've got triple Hero Siphon moving in. There's only 6 spearmen for Sortof. Hey,
Definitely not enough here.
oh, javelins are going to stand the ground. By the way, that's sinful.
It's so much damage now, though.
That deer right there, not medium rare. That is well done, or as I like to refer to it, ruined. Just like the TC.
I mean, look at how quickly our TC is going down. I'm not even sure if the village is going to be able to defend it in time.
No, there's not going to be enough pull to do so. It's just so muddy. The javelins are not really getting prio-fired, but the spearmen are now switching on them finally. Can he keep it alive? This is going to be tight. He did get rid of one of the hero siphons. Second one down. Oh my god, no.
Oh, he's able to keep it alive.
He keeps it. How many villages was that? It only felt like 5, maybe? He must have pulled more to the north.
Oh, if only he waited for the second batch.
No, like
destruction value.
Yeah, can we check the repair crew on the TC? That's like the most important thing. I felt like he barely pulled anyone. Yeah, it was 4, maybe 5, because there was one on the front. That's crazy.
Looks like it was enough for him. But yeah, Core, he didn't get any blacksmith upgrades in. None additional after the siege engineering one. I think that was the crucial mistake, not having +1 pierce armor. Meanwhile, his opponent, he had +1 pierce damage.
Especially against archers, with the way the calculation works, because obviously it always removes
Not making any units.
with armor before the percentage, and sort of, I think you just take castle here.
I mean, Corey's not making any units right now.
No, because he's trying to take castle too, but like, there's a very big difference here, Core. You kind of need someone to protect you. Sort of has got a giant Gatling gun, massive archers ready to barrel.
Oh, this is gonna feel not so good in a little bit, I feel like.
Now sort of doesn't realize yet that there's nothing else built. If he gets a whiff of it, this is a full dive.
Yeah.
And wait,
See
he's checking
the
the back.
outpost coming up.
He's not going any deeper though.
Look at that. He's gonna wall the entire front side now of his base, the entire left half or right half.
Just a basic gameplay. At this point, I think sort of might be getting suspicious. Like, wait a second. All right, yeah, Core genius. He's like, wait, Asian sheeps? They're not going to scout me.
All right, age up coming in now for Sortof. Economic wing coming in. Core about to be able to age up as well, but Sortof, he's walked around the base.
Circling like a
Arrive
shark.
at the gold in a little bit.
There might be an angle where he's seen him.
Oh
Wait,
no.
no, he isn't going though. He's only sending like 5 archers, and he's pulling the rest back.
Yeah.
Oh, that's crazy.
He's gonna get the information out of it though. He might just pull all the other units now back as well, if he sees it.
I think he's paranoid that there's like more javelins than there actually is. Yeah, so he just walks them home. Oh, that's unbelievable.
Core blocks the wall off.
wait, but Core,
Didn't lose
check
the
Core's
villager.
vision. He thinks there's more. I mean, why wouldn't you think there's more? Your opponent just dove your landmark.
There's the javelins. They are gonna move over. There we go. Yeah, this means that the age up time is actually gonna be fairly similar, and suddenly the script differs to how it was in the last time we saw this matchup.
The crazy thing is, I think if sort of had all the archers there, the javelins can't boot him out. He just gets a full age up advantage. That's crazy.
On both sides again.
I don't know if this will be final form sort of, or him just getting used to the game again. Because if you ask most high-level players right now, really don't wall like this at 13 minutes. It's very difficult these days.
Second villager going down. And Core, he has to worry about his economy now. Last time there was a, like, 12, 13 village difference. Now we're at 22.
Yeah, and last time there was a dive point that you could foresee. There was a window of 3 minutes of tech up advantage. The Varangian can pump fast, but Sortof's already got Lancers on the way.
And not just Lancers, but also all the upgrades needed for his archers to do well against the Varangians as well.
Only thing missing is going to be composite bows, but no doubt that'll be coming down the line after things like Fertile Crescent. Because at this stage, Sortof probably doesn't want to be running risk on the deer and the berries, wants the option to potentially go into farms.
That's a lot of archery rangers. Willem's now prepped as well. Composite rangers. Willem's now prepped as well. He almost has the resource for composite bows behind it all.
It's got to be tempting at 20 archers. Too tempting. There we go.
There we go, yeah.
So, Core, why are we... We'll just say he's waiting for more troops. I think he's just simply waiting before diving. He wants more Varangian here. And javelins. They are going to start sniping out. So, like, there is a second layer to why he does this. Obviously, if he runs around the wall and then has to kind of retreat, his army can get divided, and it means that Sortof can just run through melee and hit javelins. So, it does make sense why Core does that while waiting for reinforcements. But I don't know if he's really benefiting from waiting here.
Yeah, this is starting to become awkward. Sort of, he's getting the reinforcements in quite quickly.
TC.
Inside of his base. Yeah,
he
is.
While being
He's got
attacked.
the resources for it.
Oh
I mean, is he really being attacked? Oh no, Core, he activated the Berserking.
Wait, against Ghoulims? Oh no.
That's not where you want to activate it.
No,
-4 armor.
And the archers as well. There's even 1 or 2 crossbows in there. This is a rough trade. Ghoulims now with a double strike will melt the javelin's core. Where's the micro? He's just full stand ground.
Aye. And behind that, Sortof actually got even more worker kills. I think he was just raiding with the Lancers inside of
He's
Core's
in the base. He's literally where the olive grove should be.
Yeah.
This is ridiculous. An Akatoy defense to try and protect him. Does finally get rid of the Lancers, but I mean, this screen tells no lie. It is now a 32 villager lead. 1 TC versus 3. If Core cannot get in and demolish the Abbasid villages in the next 2 minutes, this just turns into a raw scale game.
Yeah. I mean, Core, he's going to need like 3 additional TCs if he wants to catch up, but that would leave him open to a timing attack from Sortof then.
I mean, he's got the stone, so I guess we're doing it, Crackety. I think we're going to be TC racing the Abbasids.
He's getting in some relics, but the last relic is behind a wall, so Sortof kind of has priority on that.
Second wave arrives. For a moment there, Core's like, wow, this is a good fight. Not anymore. And there's the second TC. So Core, he's going to try to play catch-up here. I mean, let's look for the positive. Sortof, I don't think he's set up farms yet. He's maybe got like 8 or 9. So there's like limited food. There is a small window for Core to get away with 2 TC. The problem is I don't know if 2 TC is enough.
It definitely doesn't feel like it's enough, especially since Sortof now has prepped his 3rd TC as well. Core, he's getting 160 olive oil per minute now passively in from the relics. Question is, how much more do you want? Okay, never mind. Actually, something good is happening here for Core now. We're seeing horsemen coming in from Sortof while Core is already prepping the camel riders.
That's kind of crazy. We'll have to see if it's going to be scalable quick enough for him, because the key thing to keep in mind here is Sortof, with this type of economy, with farms coming up as well, should be able to just vomit out a lot of horsemen fast. And this is a game where Core has built a grand total of 0 walls.
Yeah, it's not optimal. A lot of the villagers also outside the range of any of the cisterns, so these villagers here right now, they're not really gathering much more efficiently. Now the horsemen, they're going wide, they're going on the sides, they're gonna... this is gonna be tough. Core, he's gonna have to split his army apart, but it's not really something that he can afford to do.
It's not really a fast army to split either. Also, when there's just looming pressure on the front of the base, you're just going to be paranoid about that. Lancer also just moves out on the flank, likely to keep the army in the area. right now sort of hasn't rallied those horsemen on the flank in. But he's waiting for the veterancy. Okay.
Looks like he isn't going for the berries.
No, that's a selectable
going
army.
for the front side of the base. Oh, never mind. He changes direction. Now he's going to split off.
He found the monk as well. Yeah, so gets the monk, gets the villagers. There's no Akratoy play, because as you mentioned, no cistern here. And look at the move. Sortof straight away goes for the intercept. He's going to force Core to fight him. Just
Troops are
must
going to
get
be able
out.
to make their way out. Now split off of the army. I mean, the javelins, they're going to be able to chase us down. There are some crossbows in there.
Needs to get rid of
The
the
army
branching.
overall is going to be slower.
Yeah, horsemen, you don't really want to have to front line here. Go straight for the javelins instead. Second wave now arriving. There's also a third to the south side. It's going to be full surrounds. Core, it's an overextension.
Javelins still trying to their best, but army count, it's just way too much, and GG has to be called here.
Sort
No way
of.
to hold on.
Wow, that timing was kind of sick. For a moment, I felt like he was heading into the wrong unit composition, but Core, you mentioned those berries were kind of key. He needed to be on that flank. He needed to play wide, and we see how it bites him in the butt. And gives Sortof, a player who has not been active for a very long time, recently been back on the grind, the early lead in this series.
It's kind of crazy how long the income was similar.
Yeah. Remember last time we had the chart where Byzantines were always ahead. But in this one, Biz is, oh God, it's not HRE levels of economy, but let's be real, it's not far off.
That could have been such a crazy game if Core just waited for the second batch of the javelin throwers and had +2 pierce armor, or +1 pierce armor. Would have been such a completely different game.
Yeah, I don't know, I don't think he needed free hero siphons. I often feel like free hero siphons is a bait. So with Rams, it's the classic. No free TC Ram Rush, you're going to fail or get repaired. But hero siphons tend to be more valuable in entities of 1, I found. And then 2, and then just putting the extra resources into extra units so you can actually stop the repair tends to work better on average from what we've been seeing. So between the javelins, maybe having a few more Limitane there could have been the difference.
I agree tentatively. However, with the macro that Core had, it was optimal going for the third Kira Siphon. He had the resources for everything, but he rushed it just 20 seconds too early. He didn't get the upgrades in, even though he had the resources for it, which was very unfortunate. I'm not sure if he thought he queued them up ahead of time, but didn't. I think it must have been something like that. And then the game kind of spiraled out of control from there on out. Next up, though,
you don't get your
we
dream.
have Frisian Marshes.
Yeah, no nice.
We have Frisian Marshes with China against Rus.
Yeah, so I'd say some classics, but one's a classic of, yes, this Civ is dominant in China. The other is a classic from 2022. Rus, some players still like to go for it, but it kind of fell off. I don't think it's necessarily because it's bad here. It's just it felt like it was so applicable on many different maps. Whereas I find Frisian is more specialist in that regard. Mongols, Chinese, used to be Abbasids. A little bit surprised actually. I guess, yeah, Knights Templar. I don't think it makes much sense here. I'm not sure really what the true upside would have been.
Yeah, I think China has a good matchup into this. But Rus is still always solid. You get a large gold, wood line in the back as well. That's going to be optimal for your high trade house play. Not sure if you even want to go for 2 TC. I think just fast castling here is good enough.
Yeah.
The question is, what do you want to do after that?
The question is
just try and collect relics and then go for a second TC. I don't think you can immediately end the game.
No, my thought here is China can be favored because they're all in. I find Rus prefer maps with breadth because of the fast castle into relic grab and horse archers. It lets you raid, right? But Frisian, and I can't believe I actually like the map because you know me, I'm not the biggest fan of overly turtly maps. It is a turtle map. That's fundamentally the issue that makes certain civs really good is you get a lot of safe food in the corner and you can camp there for a long time. But it also has negatives. We're going to see if those negatives arise or if Sortof is going to arise strong here in the round of 32. because we're hopping to game number 2. Core versus Sortof. Sortof with a very impressive early lead here. The Core arguably does have the better Civ. China just feels like top dog time and time again. And that is disgusting. No sharing trees in my hunting cabin woods.
Looks like it's only a single tree though that's being shared, so that's fine.
Nope, no, I'm gonna be like I'm gonna be like my child here, who doesn't even want the toy, but then some other kid picks up the toy. You can't have that tree.
It's gonna be good passive gold income either way, probably around like 18 to 20 gold per hunting cabin there per minute, so quite good there, looking quite good. And looks like we will have a no IO opening here from Core.
Yeah.
Should be a big age up. I'm wondering if he's gonna... It doesn't make a lot of sense, in my opinion, to go for Pro Scout here. He might still opt for it, though. Like, you get so many sheep. I think it's better, honestly, to just go out to the fish. Like, at a barbican next to, like, one of the ponds, and then you just go there naturally.
I think the spawn is kind of tempting for Pro Scout, just because you'd be like, oh, wow, I can grab mine really easily and then take his. But, yeah, you are going to be in a race. The argument is whether you can barbican and secure, like, enough deer to ruin sort of Pro Scouts. Because, like, we should in theory at least be seeing Roos Pro Scouts.
Yeah, Roos do definitely have great tools for Pro Scout. That again, I still don't think that it's like completely necessary.
On this map, maybe not. Like, you can get away with a lot. And yeah, just like, yes, we have many 1s and 0s on the screen because we're all secretly made up a code. But just to remind people, the score right now, I really need to re-emphasize the fact that we are not from the future. We do not know games outcomes.
There you go.
Whoa, sorry, I rubbed my glasses. I must have had something on them. Imperial Academy now coming in, as to be expected. I like it when you look for that kind of Barbican delay timing. It's awkward because like you're sacrificing Chuganu, but we've seen on this map in particular that Barbican drop can be super effective. One of the exceptions is against Roos, because for some reason this Civ is more capable than any other of not touching gold for 20 minutes.
Golden Gate coming... Oh my god. First time I see that Roos also has a bounty overlay now.
Alright. Wait, this is the first time you've seen... So, like, I understand me missing out on the Vizier point appearing. But, dog, like, Roos is everywhere. Even if you hover on it, you even get to see the numbers and everything.
I don't observe or cast a lot of games in my spare time. I'll say that much.
I cast too many. I gotta get a hobby. A little bit of Heroes of Might and Magic in my spare time, but apparently I should spend some time playing more. Oh. You know, Anatan's apparently very high ranked on that game.
On which one?
Heroes of Might and Magic.
Really?
It's a very... Yeah,
Wait,
apparently he's got good ranking.
Heroes of Might... Was that the card game?
No, Heroes of Might and Magic 3 is the turn-based game where, like, you have, like, Hexa combat and you have an overlord to move around.
Yeah, okay, I remember.
Yeah, like a top 5 all-time strategy game. But
okay, yeah. And Anatan's quite okay. I can imagine.
Oh yeah, like he came in my chat. And he's like, "Oh, I'm gonna freaking wreck you." I'm like, "Bruh, like by the time I'm done with you, you have to change your name to Dino Tan. You definitely ain't gonna be A tier anymore." So like, yeah, we're gonna be ego challenge each other on that game eventually. He can have Age of Empires 4. Like, I ain't trying to play catch up there. But Golden Gate coming in is not really surprising. Honestly, like I can't believe I'm saying this. I don't want to say Kremlin is above. I actually think I just want it to be reworked. Make it something else. Make it quirky.
Yeah, definitely other opportunities with the Kremlin at the moment, but we do have a lot of villagers moving forward. Kind of makes me think that we are going to see a play onto the deer.
Against China. That's like very dangerous against... It has to be boar. Like 8 for deer versus... Yeah, it's boar. But it's going to be a good hunting cabin. My only concern is the moment this gets seen, Core could technically... Okay, no, he's gone Pro Scouts. You're safe.
Yeah.
Wow, I mean, this is crazy, because I think if Core doesn't go Pro Scouts, this is super punishable.
It is, 100%. Mainly because you can also just barbican the middle, like barbican next to the Sacred Site. You could deny the boar, the woodline, the relic, Sacred Site. I don't think that's going to be the plan here from Core. As you mentioned, he's just going to go for the Pro Scout, which is a lot more expensive now, but China, pretty decent economy. They can still afford it.
I think Sortof can make this truly worthwhile if he shoves the deer towards the fortress now. Because I think if you leave the deer loose like this, pro scouts can still take it all away, and like long-term, Core's going to be quite happy with that.
First couple deer are being brought back now, but you can tell like the nerf's been there. Core immediately with the reaction though. Counterattacks, and even though your scout's a lot slower, he still does the same damage.
You guys want to watch the scout go back to base? It takes a long time.
They aren't as fast as they used to be. 0.73, yeah, they're gonna take some time.
This right here, that's one of those ponies that's due for the glue factory. All right, like old Butter here is like 25 years old.
Oh,
Hips kicking.
Look at those walls coming out of Sortof. He's just got to wall the entire middle of the map. Spearman coming out as well.
I mean, this is about walling the deer, I think. But like, if it was, would it not be more value to V-wall than line wall?
The thing is, like, you're not just walling the deer, you're also walling off all the other food resource, like the entire rest of the map, right? Like, you're walling off the gold, you're walling off the shoreline fish. So you have a lot of resources there for you. Like, this is a wall that you want to get up eventually anyways.
This is very old school from Sortof, though. This is the second game where he's been very focused on walling. You know, it was much later in the Abasa game, but we even said at the time, like, most players won't try to full-length map wall. And we're now 7 minutes in the game, and he's doing the connect all four, right? He's doing all the tiny little lodge tree lines, which we've seen people try to strategically wall the whole map at this stage, which is technically what he's eventually doing. And I want to say only like 20% of the time did it work. You always feel like you never get the walls up quick enough.
I mean, he's got the resources for it, just from the passive wood income. Well, not passive wood income, but he's been gathering wood for the expansion out onto the boar, so he had some left over. He had it all prepped up to go for. Find this, like the castle age timing is still going to be really solid here for him.
Yeah, I like it. Like, obviously, pro scouts would have slowed him down more than just pulling for the boar here. It was kind of crazy he made that commitment without wheelbarrow. I think that's maybe the one kind of shocker, because that was a very long walk. But it's played out well. We do have archers now from core to count the spears, but useless against the wooden fortress. Did he actually get a stone emplacement? He did not. So you could maybe be a bit annoying about this.
Yeah, high trade house now coming up. Even rewalling a little bit there towards his TC. Means that the archers aren't going to be able to really find any value here from core now. An Imperial Palace now coming up from core.
That high trade house is probably going to be about 156 gold.
It's going to be very solid. It's going to be like 2-ish relics worth, for sure.
Yeah. So I think he's clipping the west side tree line.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah. Oh, my God. Yeah, maybe. No, I think 156, 166 range.
Yeah,
pretty
something
good.
along those lines. It's still, like, you can always just guess, okay, it should be right around 2 relics. But look at that core. He realized there aren't any villagers next to the TC.
Oh, no. Okay. And there's no one to protect him right now. He's prepping stables, which is a slow response to this. Wow, Core really wants that one kill. We'll be able to get it. And this is a lot of other time he can achieve. Yeah. He's going to be pinned in the corner.
He's going forward.
Okay. That was a cool idea. I think like if the villagers chase you all the way, you just run straight into the corner. You know you're going to die, but you've maximized idle time.
Yeah.
But still. Behind this, Core has teched up already. I don't know how you feel about Sortof dropping stables. You're in a night rush now against a Civ that can supervise.
Sortof's actually making men-at-arms as well. Oh no,
Yeah.
Where's that knight going? That's the one unit that you don't want to go up against.
But like, this is the thing. It's only 4 spears in total. He is going veteran knights. How you need 3 stables at least to justify this.
He's gonna need a lot. We do have the supervision on the monastery here as well, so it looks like Core really wants to get onto these relics as quickly as possible.
This timing feels so dirty. 12 seconds per monk.
It is quite quick, yeah.
Wow.
Okay, so it takes a lot longer for Sortof to get those monks out. They're also so much more expensive.
It's grandpa speed, but I like this at least from Sortof. I was skeptical about the knights. I'm glad he actually dropped the archery ranges.
Yeah, Cav archers are going to be super strong here now. Especially up against the knights. Just getting a whole bunch of those Cav archers in. And then Core is going to need walls eventually. You cannot not make walls against Cav archers. Either walls or you gotta put like outposts everywhere.
If you camp in the corner.
You still got the outposts.
Yeah, but I can delude myself. It's a defensive map.
Oh,
Crossbows.
never mind. One gets
Wait.
noticed.
I mean, that's crafty from Court. He can actually trigger the wall low and then just charge with the backstab. So if he does it straight away, it's going to be really annoying for Sortof. Yeah. Wait, no. Wait, Court, no, that's your wall low. Court, that's your... Court, it's your wall low.
He wanted to get them converted. No, he wanted to actually convert them.
So he gets one that has 1 HP. I
Died
can't...
immediately.
I can't help but feel it just would have been better to kill them all, but I guess if he does get old man Sortof, it's worth it. And horse archers haven't been revealed yet. This is about to come up.
I think
did he just wait? But he didn't ever build a knight, did he?
He hasn't. He went for the upgrade, but he didn't make a knight. Actually, can we check, did he cancel the upgrade? He didn't. There are some knights in queue.
Okay.
Wait, no, they're not.
Wait, no, there's not. You're looking at the wrong side.
I'm looking at them because the observer's looking at the wrong side.
So like there's 170 cha-ching. In fairness, we hit bounty too though. So stables, can we click on the stables of the roost? Like, because veterancy, it's not insanely expensive, but it's still wasted resource.
It doesn't matter when you're playing it with roost.
Yeah,
you can just go to knights later on.
Yeah, and that's my fault. It's like adding in 1 or 2 knights, not a bad idea to kind of front line. Unfortunately, core already has the next step. Like crossbows will keep you off that comp. So, sort of like spears. I kind of like this. We've seen spears.
Archers, yeah. I mean, spears and cav archers together are just really, really solid. Really good.
Even better these days since crossbows just tickle a little bit compared to what they used to do against the spears.
Yeah. I mean, you can get so many of these units out as well. Like, in mass, you can just have the spearmen pretty much tank up all the damage, and the cav archers are the real bread and butter in the end anyways. They do so much damage in mass, just space. It makes it pretty much impossible to counter out the unit with quality. You need quantity.
Remember the old school build, right? Just horse archers and a front line of scouts. It's just you basically want meat. Yeah. Something that protects.
That's what it used to be. Just mass up scouts, get boys fortitude on the scouts, and just keep pumping scouts and cav archers.
I mean, that's why they had to nerf them.
Yeah, in the first place.
Yeah, like once upon a time they were 50 food? Yeah, 50 food, I remember.
50 food and, 4 damage instead of 1.
Those are the dark days.
And also animation cancelling. Yeah, they were pretty solid. Ooh, he walled him off!
Uh-oh. We can bring her in roses. So, like, at this point, at least you waste time.
The knights are kind of officially dead, though.
Are they officially dead? Like, did you file the reports?
Yeah, they're officially dead.
Do we have a date for the funeral?
No, none decided yet. Oh,
cremation or bury? Whoa, okay, those getting cremated. The villagers. I don't think he's going to be able to get away with more than maybe 1 there. Crossbows are actually just tanking it underneath the fortifications.
Sprinkle Tower is doing a good amount of damage to them. You should icy here. Core, he's doing damage, but he's throwing a lot of the military away, and sort of, he's just going to get a second TC up behind this.
Yeah, but who cares? I'm going Imperial Age.
He is. I'm just not sure what for.
Great Wall Gatehouse's base. Hear me out. If you build it next to his Golden Gate, you can landmark snipe everything. No, that's lame.
Maybe secure sacred sites?
Like right next to the Golden Gate to the west side, because then you siege all the buildings.
He doesn't have a military to push up to that point, though.
Because then, like, gate count as gate. You don't need military crackety. We've got a stealth forest.
Of course, getting his own second TC up as well behind this.
Why not just Yuan here with 3 relics?
Why not both? Song
this rate
until you get to 100 villagers, and then you and after.
Oh my god, Core's that person in the shop, like, you show a few options to. It's like, maybe this one? Maybe the green one?
Do you have this one in blue?
Show me the yellow again. Do you have the matching pack in black?
To each other, side by side.
Do you have an assistant who can try on the other one so I can compare? So this is a Wendy's.
Now it's starting to get awkward. This is starting to get really, really awkward now for Core.
Like who's building it? Like, wait, he's got two different walls right now, Crackety, on each secret site.
That's the thing. Like this greedy Imperial Age. Like I get it. I've been in that situation before, but because I've been in that situation before, I know that it just usually doesn't really work that well. And
I think
the thing is, Sortof had an outpost there. He knows about this.
I mean, I'm just getting flashbacks to a Numidon Beastie game where Numidon camped his China and won. And I almost feel like Core's like, well, it worked. It's like, yeah, it worked because his opponent couldn't be asked to play the game. This is brutal. That's practically the entire eco lead.
So, like Core, he just needs to give up on the idea of Imperial Age. Just make mass Jugunu or make any mass of any unit. You just need a Spirit Way instead. Okay, great.
That's an interesting idea.
And it's got a third TC behind this.
Yeah, like all your ideas there are interesting, Crackety, but do you have it in purple?
Oh my god. Okay, this is starting to become a little bit crazy now. I've been in this situation, and man, you need massive units now.
What economy?
He's got enough. Like Spirit Way, the cool thing about it is it allows you to research Elite on Jugunu.
Yeah.
For like half cost.
That's true.
And quicker as well. So, in theory, he's got enough resources to just mass up Jugunu, and that's what he's doing right now. Okay, so that's good. Imperial Age Jugunu, if he's able to just pump them, he can still leverage his position.
Yeah, and like sort of, he's prepping men at arms, but the reality check is like you get the blacksmith tech prioritized plus the elite tech, and you just don't care. Like you will still shred him. Like this is, I'll go give him credit. Core, it looks like he's scooping together a plan again from what looked like a completely scrambled brain position.
Yeah, the brain was definitely scrambled there a little bit.
Yeah, it was like it was connected to your Vodafone wireless hub.
Dude, it hurts, man. That's too far.
See,
it's such a big issue, dude.
I mean, not as big as the issue that sort of might face here if he doesn't sketch together a logical plan for us. Mango's against.
We're already up to 30 Shugunus with 10 more in queue.
Yeah, but
They're
like
all
Sortof's answer of Mango's here is, I feel like very dated. I mean, even back in the days where Mangoes were good, like Chuganu could snipe them quite easily. No.
It is an answer for sure. It's not the greatest one. It kind of depends on where he wants to take the fight, because he is getting a wall up, and the Mangonels at least are gonna mean that Sortof can protect the wall. He can hold the door, so to say.
I mean, the scary thing here is I don't think Sortof has a clue that it's free TC.
Yeah, Core right now he's kind of channeling his inner 194.
Yeah, Core's in full if I do everything mode. They never expect everything. That's way too greedy. There's no civ in the game that could do everything at once, Crackety.
Nah,
no, none at all.
Starts decapping now on the sacred side.
I mean,
Still raiding though. He's actively raiding now on the food economy at the pond.
Yep, ponds are getting shut down temporarily. But it's unfortunate when your whole plan gets stopped by a single outpost. Welcome to Horse Archer life. Meanwhile, these guys can actually blow up buildings.
Can, but we are getting Mangonels in now after all. Sort of though, he's not really close anytime soon to age up. He's getting veterancy now in the Horsemen. Boy's Fortitude Horsemen are still pretty good here.
Meanwhile, ancient techniques coming in for
We also have the Spirit Way upgrade on the Jugunu as well, so they actually get more attack speed when the unit dies and start healing up as well.
Correct me if I'm wrong, it doesn't work when you delete, correct?
I know it worked when you delete. I'm not sure if it still does.
Because if it still does, I don't know.
Making it.
Yeah, it's like it's Stim Marines from StarCraft. Just press the delete key, you do a little bit of damage to yourself, and you Gatling gun.
Yeah.
Okay, so Mango's actually spooked him. Core's now going Horseman as well. Can sort of get Imperial.
Like, Core doesn't have a good enough food economy, though, I feel like. He's kind of chewed through all of his... Yeah, he kind of chewed through all of his steer now.
And he has no farms yet. He's not...
Yeah,
he's starting to switch to wood, but...
Yeah. He's got he's kind of secured the spot now where he wants to drop the granaries, and he is still getting a lot of the shoreline fish in, which is great. Yeah, that's a lot of healing, so a couple mega nurse shots might have hit there.
That's kind of the sad feeling. I mangoed him. Okay, why are they full health again?
I think it's great. Okay, we are getting incendiaries. Oh, dude, incendiaries now with the Jilu. They're gonna chew through the wall.
Like a Rottweiler through a corner in your house. Yeah, they go hard.
11 damage. Like, this is the moment now, but Sortof's about to also be able to age up.
Did you know these guys are worse siege weapons than axe throwers?
Yeah. The issue is that Sortof, he's got a much better army composition out now, a much better position on the map overall.
Mm-hmm. And now high armory in the way.
The timing. Yeah.
I think so. Yeah, like high armory is just going to enable him to spam more mangoes. I don't know. Like he's trying to move for it now. I just think the horsemen. I just don't see the picture that he can paint right now with them. Mango wallops. Nice. We got to heal. He literally lost one guy, and all the rest are getting their boo-boos kissed.
Even the monk wants to get a piece of the action.
Yeah, you know how we had the horse archer scout meta we were talking about? This is the new one. It's the Chugenu monk meta. Very effective frontline.
Getting so much value now as well. I'm surprised that Core doesn't have more wood already in order to start transitioning. 4 and start pushing in. Just slow push in. To really win fights.
No, and the other interesting thing is the Mangonel kind of defense strategy here. Like, it's great to keep Sortof alive, but this feels like a point in the game where he wants to be able to now punish Core for missing his timing. I don't think you can yet. He has to kind of like just drag this out a little bit more, and that might actually give Core the time he needs to start setting up farms.
Getting a university in now. Both players get really good economy upgrades here coming through. The main issue that I see for Core is he's got like a position in the middle of the map. He just isn't leveraging enough. Like, if there was a keep now in the middle of the map securing the large stone vein, that would be awesome.
Yeah, the problem I'm seeing here is obviously Sortof took the defensive motion. He set up all the walls. Core has literally got nothing truly defending him. So we're in late game. It's Roos. Boy's Fortitude scales really well into biology, and you're open. You can already see where it's going. It's happening again towards the fishing.
Yeah, the raids are coming in again. Core has only just started setting up the granaries. And yeah, I feel like it really like... Oh my god, this is so many villagers being idled out again.
He could block him. He could actually block him on this choke point. He's moving for it now. Sortof with the big brain. Cuts him off on the retreat, and that is going to turn into a massacre.
At the same time, Core is trying to push through the middle. That's a lot of mangonels now, though.
He's got some streltsy.
A lot of damage.
Still, he's hemorrhaging eco. This is also going to end up finding the farms. He needs a big win here. He needs it fast. Bombards do arrive. There's not 3 of them. He doesn't insta-kill the mangoes. I think he's breaking them. This is looking like a 2-0. Sortof, he's going deeper. He's going to see the farms.
I'm not sure.
And he's hitting the chook.
Cleaning up.
The mangoes, though. Like, I think there's just enough here. Streltsy also now arriving. So it's going to be a... Oh, look at...
But he's got still... And he's still got a great frontal position here.
And the mango isn't finishing them off as quickly anymore. Okay, so a slowdown here. More horsemen are arriving with Sortof. He will be able to reclaim this position. In the meantime, Core is in shambles. Look at his base. The screen within the screen. The farms, they got caught at the absolute infancy.
Yeah, this is really hemorrhaging him right now. He's falling behind very far when it comes to the... Oh my god, the villagers, they went back out. What? How many villages has he lost so far? It has to be like 50-ish.
We'll know when we're done looking at everything else dying for Core. Because then we have the necessary tally. Even the Bombard's now going down. 52!
Yeah, that's a lot. That's a lot. But we are at least getting the food transition. And now the keep, not at the farms where I thought, okay, Core might need them. But at least finally able to clean this up over here. Now Core should be able to reclaim some area there, but at the end of the day, we finally do have a keep in the middle. It's securing stone. Core can now start getting more and more keeps up. The issue is Sortof is now at the point where he can make his own bombards.
Sortof has a window right now. He just needs to sense it and push is the challenge here. And he's doing it. He's got horsemen riding again. Like, you know, you have to know after you saw those farms.
Yeah, Core cannot remass enough in time to deal with that. Granted, sort of. And does he have any farms at all?
Wait, really?
I think he's just moving... I think so far he's mainly just been moving out onto the resource on the map. No, 3 farms so far.
No. Wow. And those 3 farms, like, you know, it may seem like a small number, Crackety, but that's 3 farms more that have been working for the last 3 minutes for Sortof than Core's had. It's a big amount.
Yeah, Core... He's gonna hate himself for not building that keep on the food economy, I feel like, in a little bit.
No.
Wait, another keep, but it's on the... Oh, no.
Not
where he wants it.
So one thing that does surprise me is sort of prioritize siege works over biology. I think bio just wins you the game.
I mean, siege works got rework, right? So it's not as strong as it used to be.
Oh my goodness. Villagers, again, unable to work. The unemployment line in China just keeps getting longer. Don't worry, that's what this population control method's for. Wait, he sends them back to work.
Yeah, I mean, needs the food, but...
What food?
The range shooters just can't kill him enough.
It's only a 35 villager league. We've been here before when Sortof was playing Abbasids. I mean, it's not
still
really...
Song Dynasty.
Yeah. Might have to whisper a remorseful song for his funeral here because there's still another 20 ponies coming.
Yeah, that's the issue, right? Okay, of course, finally adding in some spearmen. The issue is, like, with Song Dynasty, you're putting so much food per minute into just villagers.
Yeah.
Like, you're spending 600 food per minute just on villagers. Poor, he's roughly getting 600 food per minute. He's not making any military units because he can't afford them.
He can make castles, though. Like, this apparently is the master strategy. Yeah, just build a gajillion castles.
Yeah, I mean, like, a keep on the farms would have saved him such a bit, like, so much headache so far in this game.
I think he's just got Sacred Sight Brain at this stage. He just keeps trying for that win condition.
I mean, we're kind of past the stage where you can Sacred Sight victory, I feel like. Single Spearman, Horseman in again, on the food economy. Yeah, it definitely feels like he is going for that win condition.
Yeah.
But it's still 9 minutes away.
I mean, it works nicely when you're at 200 pop and you just feel like you can throw bodies at a fight. When your opponent has double the population.
Oh, no.
It's about to get an even bigger lead. Villagers get found. There are bombards here. The castle's going to get dropped. Okay, so Stone Operation has gone kaput. Core is going to find himself, as is fitting to his name, in the corner probably in the next 2 minutes.
Yeah, so Sacred Sight at least is going to get decapped pretty much for sure now. Can Core muster enough of a force to fight back against this? I mean, we're now to a big mass of Streltsy as well, 20 Streltsy. Horsemen as a front line. You can't just go with mass hand cannons, and Core doesn't have the numbers even if that was the case.
Yeah, he's definitely losing the gunpowder race, you know? This is almost feeling like Europeans with guns turn up to a place that does not have guns.
Yeah.
Even Chem, just to make those cannons a bit better. And, well, he's rotating again.
My God. Yeah, these horsemen, they've done such a great job so far in this game. I mean, 85 villages down, and the wall... Oh, no.
Wait, stone walls? Oh, God.
I mean, I get the idea, but just a little bit too late.
Yeah, but there's still a gap. There's another gap.
There is another gap.
There's a big one.
Just go
like
around.
When someone gets the front tooth knocked out, he thinks about going in. A little bit of hesitation. I think that might have been an A-click, actually, from Sortof. However, the main army is also approaching.
There's Spearman at the front. Oh, no, the nest of bees.
There's a beast. I guess. I'm a pony.
Yeah. Wait,
All I care about are farms.
Does he have the Imperial Age upgrade for the Mist of Beast? That could actually
felt
make a
like
big difference.
it felt like the
Yeah,
damage.
they shot a lot of.
Oh no. Okay.
No.
He-
Wait,
no,
if
you
no, there
no
it
no
is, yeah.
if you look on an SDBs, you can tell they get the icon when they have additional barrels. No additional barrels.
Yeah, 3 additional. So it's a pretty massive bonus there. Ever since they nerfed them in Class Age, which was a good nerf. Long overdue.
Yes. Now we have a problem. This is mass bombards, and you've got mass hand cannoneers. And the problem is that Sortof got fine-tuned guns. So
yeah,
those are just giant anti-hand cannoneers. Yeah. And I'm impressed. I mean, I sort of getting a 2-0 here, which is what it feels like we're getting. And only recently coming back to him.
Yeah. Granted, he is playing for like 8 hours a day. Whenever.
Oh yeah, the guy's a monster. Like, he's just non-stop. I get online, I'm like, 8-hour stream? 9-hour stream? Okay.
I go to work watching him, I come back from work, and he's still streaming.
It's commitment. Gotta respect it. And, you know, obviously he's not playing from the minute 0, not like in a laser situation. There is an inherent skill that's there from the hours played previously. But at the same time, he was missing AWOL for, what, 2 years? A lot has happened in 2 years.
A long time, yeah. There's the Nest of Beasts, but against 3 bombards, 4 bombards now. And without the Imperial Age upgrade. Well, I think Sortof probably has the Imperial Age upgrade on his Mangonauts. Maybe not. It's quite
I
expensive.
don't think so. Yeah, I think he
it
just
doesn't
prioritized
look
the
like it.
bombards.
Fine's coming
Understandably.
in.
Has to be shot. It is going to get rid of one of the mangoes. Strelts get tickled a little as well, but the bombards are sniping out that back line. There's even horsemen arriving. This has to be it. I just don't think that was enough damage from the knobs.
Yeah, and the Mangonel still remaining.
Not to mention the bombards. They're just one-hitting everything. Like, it's ridiculous.
Aye.
And more cav on the way. This should be the GG moment for Core. Like, it's just nothing left.
This has to be it now.
He has more siege than you have bio, and obviously double the bio. It's just, there's no way. Core, this was a wild one, man. Kind of a crap or get off the seat type moment into somehow surviving, but in the end, sort of is undeniable. Return to competitive Age of Empires 4, and already getting 2-0s like this.
That was a wild game. Like, sort of played it really, really clean, I want to say. Like, the wall in the middle, it worked.
Like, I was shocked.
It absolutely worked.
Because in your brain, you're like, this shouldn't work. You know what I mean? Like, in this meta, walling that early is like, whew, really giving up that much time and terrain? But he had a cool plan.
I think it was fine overall. I mean, like, holding the wall against the match you can do, like, with the Mangonel. That's more the impressive thing there. I think, legitimately, like, of course, if the first keep was to secure farmland, that could have been a much better play for him. Like, when he pushed, at this point here, when he pushed into sort of space, if there was something behind that, economy-wise, that could have been a game-ending move there.
Mm-hmm. But can't fault him. So commiserations to Court. He'll have to come at it again in qualifier number 2. That means that Sortof's going to be able to continue through. In terms of matchups, he'll likely face... I can't remember the outcome of Makomi versus Niskia. In that side of the bracket, the most likely candidate is going to be CSO. CSO is an interesting one to think about down the line. I feel like CSO is threatening, but nowhere near as consistent as a Louis MT has been in the last few months.
Yeah, CSO, he's kind of wild. I want to say he's got like these main civilizations where when you see him with French or you see him with Jean, it's horrifying. It's like absolutely horrifying to play against him because when he plays those civs, he's on par, I want to say, if not even slightly better than Louis when it comes to playing those two civs.
Yeah, it's
Overall,
interesting.
Then it becomes a little bit hit and miss, but those two civs are like godlike.
I think what it is playstyle. Like, CSO is more of a Vortex type person, I've noticed. He likes to go all in. He has some kind of wacky builds for that. And because Louis scrims him all the time, he knows his number. So he knows how to exploit those timings. But this is an interesting matchup as well. Lash versus Starflark. A lot of people probably more familiar with the Lash name within this time zone. But Starflark, I mean, quickly, like in my opinion, just I think at this stage easily the best player out of South America we have in Age of Empires for. Has some really impressive performances, consistency in the midweek musters, taking some games off of top players, and he's going to take us all to a deciding game: Delhi versus Roos. And Roos are feeling a little bit crippled in this matchup, but the pro scouts changed, right, Crackety? Like it's no longer a free win with the scouts.
I think Roos overall is still super, super strong, and for Gorge, I think I like Roos against Delhi. I gotta say, I think Roos against Delhi is one of those situations where you can feel very, very comfortable.
Interesting. I think I've seen some players with some interesting timings to block all pro scouts play. Like most notably, I think B was very good at this. He was getting wins against Roos with like a spear Ghazi timing where you just blob and rush. So like maybe we see something like that out of Starflark. What's your take on Starflark? My feeling is like he's an
a very
orderly
aggressive player.
But like he plays that aggression, I want to say, to an expected format, if that makes sense. Like he plays it well, but he plays it meta.
I don't want to say meta because he does it even with civs where it wouldn't be meta.
That's fair. So like I guess against Lash maybe that's favorable because Lash is, I'd say, the more orderly player. I think Lash plays very well, but he isn't the person. I'm not looking like a B where it's like he's going to come at me with this insane build I've never seen before. He looks to play meta in a very optimized fashion, I want to say.
Yeah, I think Lash is a very, as you mentioned, like meta-oriented player. I think sometimes he struggles with just understanding the like transition points. Like, what unit do you make as a reaction? His micro is really good overall when he plays, and it kind of goes to show like he practices a lot with the Spanish Bros, or he used to practice a lot with the Spanish Bros, and that kind of shows where his game plan or like game style is as well.
Yeah. I mean, it's also like you have to have a mental fortitude about that. Like, I think he always had the correct work ethic. A positive mindset is like, yeah, I'm playing against Lucifer, I'm playing against Vortex. I'm going to lose a lot. That's expected. But the improvement he saw out of that, I think, was big. That was like, what, about a year and a half ago, I think, roughly?
Yeah, and that was a time where I would have put him easily in the top 20.
Yeah. And I think he's done reasonably well. Like, because of that idea that he plays orderly, he plays meta. Obviously, when a new patch rolls around and a new experience like this rolls around with new civs, there is the opportunity for aggressive players, like you mentioned Starflark, to easily get one up on you. Because I always feel like when new stuff is happening, it's much easier to be the attacker because people don't know what to do against you yet.
Yeah. Bruce versus Delhi here on Gorge. I'm wondering, like, something that you can do with Delhi here that makes it very annoying to play against them is use your infantry and wall off the middle relatively early on. And
I like
then
you bringing
it
that
just
up.
makes it so hard to move around.
Yeah, it's a sick play on Gorge specifically because of that like cut map experience. I think you're also going to do similar on things like Cliffside because Cliffside has that short ramp. Like it's something that your average Delhi like build order follower won't do because walling kind of fell out of popularity with the arrival of just mass Ghazi spam. But it would be sick to see here. Just a few minutes out. By the way, guys, reminder, we have still got plenty of games going on. We've still got plenty to come. This is from the round of, I want to say, without even looking, is it the round of 32 still? It feels like it is based on seeding. Yeah.
Yeah, it is.
So winner of this, it's funny you mentioned the Spaniards because the winner of this actually goes up against Lucifron.
Oh, that hurts.
It's worked so hard for this.
Yeah, I mean, this is Lucifron's, I want to say, like, first major S-tier tournament after his break, right?
Yes.
Or was he already back for I think one after his break?
So the only thing he's really been doing is he was playing the midweek musters to reactivate his tournament elo. So, and that was where that situation came where he actually almost auto-qualified if he was able to just win, lol. If he just won, then it would be wham here instead.
Yeah, I mean, Lucifer, he came back and immediately he's like really, really strong. He actually beat out Knockknock, who we watched earlier.
Yeah, I don't think I'm too surprised by that. Like that's not even an offense to Knockknock. I think Lucifron is
at another
the
level.
way you wouldn't think he took a break. You really wouldn't think he took a break.
It's those kind of situations where it's just like game knowledge to a certain degree just sticks. It's like riding a bike in a sense. And I think it's the same thing that we've seen with Sortof, right? Like he got back on that bike and he's riding it again.
I think it's also more than that. It's not just the experience that sticks from A4. It's also the years of experience beyond in other RTSs, right? They're just core principles like you just do. It's like when you watch Shroud play a new FPS. Oh my god, how did he click someone's head? It's like, how did he know that person was there at this certain amount of time? It's like, it's the granular instinct that gets drilled into you from most of your life being these type of games.
Yeah. And also just like knowing how to reactivate skills after a break. Yeah. Just like knowing what to watch out or how to like information gather. What's the meta and just overall play styles.
Also,
these kind of things like really
the way they approach practice as well. Remember, Vortex and Lucifron are those 10 minutes and done gamers. They always look to figure out strategy and then keep refining it rapidly. So like that's dangerous if you end up in like series. But
yeah, that's the thing. Like when they like this is like an inherent difference between like practice or how it should be, in my opinion, between practice and like a tournament game. If you're practicing with someone and you think you're dead, just quit and go again. Get more iterations in quickly. Meanwhile, if you're in a tournament game, never surrender.
But content. Now that's the thing. Like they just. I think that's also, by the way, like if you are a content creator and a pro at the same time, instead of being like this would be make like an epic YouTube comeback video, use it as part of a montage. Do a little bit of extra editing. Be like, look at the way we evolved this build over like 10 iterations, right? That's cool.
Yeah, and I mean, in theory, you don't want to put your practice games up on YouTube, at least not before the tournament.
No, you do it afterwards, right? That's the content. Win the tournament and then like, boom, check the scrims. But just a few seconds out, reminder guys, single elim here. Whoever loses, they'll have to try again tomorrow. We have got a second qualifier. Only 4 will make it through today.
That's right. And now we're going to be jumping into the match point of the round of 32 between Lash and Starflock. Unless we're not.
Any minute now. That's what. That's the tip, Crackety. You waffle and waffle and waffle until you hear a sheep, and then you're safe. But let's see who's going to be safe here. Game number 3. Lash in the red playing as the Ruse. Starflock to the north in the blue as the Deli. A good map for both of these civs. So hopefully, good signs early for a good match to close it.
Yeah, and he's going all the way on the sides with the hunting cabins. Love it. So there's no sharing between these two hunting camps when it comes to who gets which tree.
That'll be optimal. Every little bit of gold helps. I mean, the fact is, if you're this good at actually optimizing that, then you don't have to touch the gold vein at all.
What is with the deer here for Lash? And the boar that's so close to his main base?
I'm going to go out on a limb and say he robbed a leprechaun this morning.
Yeah, I mean, that's awesome. That's pretty awesome for him here in this situation. Up against the Deli, which I always like to, like, no matter, even if you're a good civilization against him, it's always an uphill battle.
Yeah, but look at the luck Starflock got as well. 3 sacred sites in the center of them. Oh, wait, it always does that.
Yeah. I mean, Deli, they're like one of those civilizations where we talked about earlier, like walling the entire, like throughout the map. It's not that great for most civilizations. For Deli, it's fine.
They used to have a diagonal spawn that could ruin your RNG, but I think they may have removed that from Gorge. You remember that? You used to get one like close to your base, basically like where Lash's second deer is. There'd be a sacred site.
This is EGC Gorge though.
Yeah, that's true. We have got EGC Gorge. I feel like Pub Gorge barely does it as well now, though.
Yeah, I think Pub Gorge at the moment in general is just really iterated. It used to be that sometimes you have those cases where your TC is not in range of your goal. Like your goal is not in range of your TC, but your opponent's is. I haven't had that anymore since the latest patch.
That's good. I'm glad this is getting fixed. Gorge is also a map that I actually enjoy watching again. I'll be like fully transparent. I don't know about you, but before season 9, I kind of started to hate this map because because it was kind of figured out. And what I mean by that is like everyone knew how to survive the other game, and you just walled. the thing that makes this map interesting is that walling should be a challenge, and I think ever since Season 9's introduction of longer walling, it's actually a challenge.
Yeah, walling in general, it's nice the way the direction they went with it.
Agreed. And this is a matchup where walling should be quite hard, unless we just get Deli going for some spin shenanigans. You did mention in the pregame there is the opportunity to wall the central sacred site, which grieves a lot of the rotations for the Rus. One thing that is kind of wild with this spawn, by the way, is the relic spawn.
Pretty fair. Pretty fair.
But stacked on one side heavily. Like 4 relics on one side.
You kind of just want to ignore the top side and just focus completely on the right-hand side.
I'm a faith on the way. I really don't know how I feel about Delhi's feudal landmarks at this stage. I don't think I want Tower of Victory to return, but this is, as you just said, ridiculously good.
Yeah, I mean, that's the issue with it, right? Like, you save so many resources. You can think of it like 120 resources per minute that you save with Dome of Faith. Take, for example, Zhuji's Legacy. Like, if you generate 120 resources with it per minute, people are going to be like, oh my god, that's insane. Dome of Faith kind of gets overlooked because it's not resource generated, but resource saved.
And I think also the interesting thing to highlight within that is you have to think of the savings as if you were saving equivalent resources on a TC.
Yeah. Because
the Scholar is, out of all the elements of Delhi, the most central to its core identity. That's why we already see him queued up.
Yeah, it's a weird way to... Like, how can you even realistically rework that? There are a lot of interesting ideas on, like, changing the landmarks. We're gonna have to wait and see. Maybe something's gonna happen with it. Maybe it's gonna stay the way it is.
Scholars must do religious things to generate you research points. Those research points can be used to amplify the research speed of things.
Not only the scholar, but you will also have to read books in order to increase your research speed.
I'm sorry, like, the way you responded, I now want to follow this up like we're a full pitch. And then, just a few years from now, you and your loved ones no longer need to worry about reading books. All done for you, thanks to Scholar AI.
I'm imagining it like you have to hook up your microphone to the PC and you have to read out loud what you're reading in order to increase your research speed.
Oh my god.
And at an esport level, you have just people battle rapping at their screen in order to research faster.
And we add full VR mode, so when you go like pro scouts, you have to, when you run over to deer, you have to full on like do the bow pull animation to shoot. Yep, like we're changing the way the game functions.
It's the Wii U. My god, it's back.
Actually, like, it would be the Wii U experience. You know how like there's those memes of like doing the like up and down motion with your wrist? Like, that's spears. That's literally just a spear attack.
Yeah. Connect. We already, with Microsoft, dude, we already got the technology.
Like, why have they not done this? Like, we're
now,
selling,
Age
baby.
of Empires 4. Yeah, Age of Empires 4, now with Connect support.
We'll bring it to Age of Mythology as well. When you want to do a giant meteor drop, you just have to throw a ball at your TV. And then, I've got it, then Microsoft gets into manufacturing TVs. So every time you break your TV, you buy a new Microsoft TV.
Yeah, I mean, what was the new myth ability in Age of Mythology from the Chinese? Tsunami? You just sprinkle some water on the TV.
You just pick up a bucket of water, send it. I don't know how we do the wall summon ability. And I know how you, it's like a pop-up thing. You know, one of those like pop-up tents, you just like kick it once and it just erects. So we have got some poke raid, by the way.
Looks like you are trying to get a wall up.
So,
Let me help you with building this wall.
I'm sorry, I didn't realize that Clippy had consumed the soul of Mickey Mouse in this world we fabricated. Oh boy, you got a secret site.
You just like quick walls?
You want to meet Pluto? This is my war elephant. I called him Pluto.
Oh my god. In before Disney DMCA strikes us live stream.
No, they'd never do that. Disney's such a wholesome people.
They like Age of Empires.
This is, by the way, why I wish we had like mods that could skin and mods that could audio pack locally. Let's be totally real. How many of us would just replace an elephant's like war cry with something like Mickey Mouse giggling?
Instantly.
Without any hesitation. Like, have you ever played Left 4 Dead 2 when it's got like the Teletubbies zombie mod?
Oh my god, yes. Dude, that's peak Age of Empires 2 as well, when you're able to put like doubt as a flag on top of your keeps.
Yep. Surely
that,
we should have the technology. So in the meantime, by the way, we have had Lash having to fight tooth and nail to get his deer. The problem here for Lash
now.
I feel like Lash has spent way too long trying to defend the deer, and Starflog has got way too much economy.
Sacred sides. Yeah. The roof.
Had to go there one more time. He's gonna get decapped now, but yeah. Also, building horsemen as Roos. I feel weird.
It is weird. It is weird. I guess he just wanted to have more mass out right now without spending the gold, because he got pushed off the gold. Remember, he had some villagers on gold and got pushed off of them.
Yeah, which also just feels
there.
Weird. Usually Roos with passive gold, like you just pump a few knights, you don't go too hard into it. But
yeah. Starflug's now also going for his own scout, so Pro Scout finished, it's already finished for him. So he's now also just gonna start getting in the deer with Pro Scout.
I just realized, actually, like, you know, we're talking about all this DMCA stuff, like, wrong game for it. Because Delhi technically are pirates. They pirate everything.
True, dude. You wouldn't download the technology, man.
you wouldn't download wedge rivets. Wait a second, that's exactly what
I would if I could.
You wouldn't download a wheelbarrow. Oh my god, that's the one.
Oh my god.
Kind of like the Starflog isn't just aging. I feel like a lot of Delhi players from this position would just take the freebie.
I mean, he's already got that. I'm not sure what that scholar is doing, whether he was thinking about, like, just being in position for a potential age up, but he's out there, he's chilling.
Optimization as well.
Now he's healing.
Just one archer to kill the spear. Feels good, man. And Lash is going to be the one to go for the age up, so... is Starflog overplaying Feudal at this stage? Because if he had double the Ghazi...
Absolutely not.
You don't think
he
so?
can kind of like... Yeah, I think he can kind of like all in even to a certain degree. Like, all scholars just out-heal, TC fire, and sit.
And that's where Delhi also differentiates from Disney and all the similar subscription services. He's looking to give you the full package now, not have you buy in at $5 every 5 minutes.
$5 per 5? Oh, that's a steal, dude.
For what kind of gameplay? For Delhi gameplay? I mean, everything is free when you're them, so yeah.
You're getting a new Star Wars game.
What are Ottomans? Ottomans are just ethical hackers that release everything for free.
True. They're open source. Military schools everywhere, and yeah, the units are free. No tuition fee.
Wait, actually, I just thought about it. Like, if everything's free and just like you're paying it through tax and like, you know, everything's free otherwise. I mean, dude, like you should technically just be Denmark, no?
Explain.
I mean, that like the free healthcare, free education, like lots of taxes.
True.
So I think when they add Denmark to the game,
also most other Scandinavian countries.
Yep. So like when they add Scandinavia or Denmark to the game, they should have really bad gathering rates, but everything should be free.
Everything's free. Yeah, that's gonna be the new Delhi then. Oh man,
Someone
this
has
is
to
a
come down.
troublesome situation for Lash at the moment, though. Like
It is.
He's an age ahead. He's about to potentially have a great economy, but he's just got nothing. He's got absolutely nothing to show for.
Yeah, and also this worries me. Starflight now rushing age up. He's already in position to take all the relics away. Like what?
Yeah.
Oh, that makes it even worse. You know how expensive these warrior monks are. You know, like, well, we're talking about everything being free and everyone having a good life. Like, in the world of the Roos, well, it is true old school, like, religious. They have all the gold. They get all the nice meals. They definitely don't share it. Those warrior monks cost over 200 resources.
Yeah, this is quite troublesome at the moment. I mean, at least we're getting like a couple of the cav archers in. The issue with that is that Starflock did pro scout, right? Like the resource, like sure, Lash took a couple of the deer away, but Starflock still has a sizable economy underneath his CC that the cav archers just won't be able to get to.
You know what holds true in Age of Empires 4? Hull is OP.
What is OP?
Hull.
All.
Yeah, because we've got House of Lancaster now, and we've got House of Learning. Look at that. More free tech. You know what the best part is?
Knowledge.
You don't have to do the learning. You send some old dude with a staff in to do the learning for you.
Lash is just getting his first relic in now, but I feel like we're about to see a lot of relics disappear.
The Scholars did get pushed back on the east side, so... Wait, did he take the...
Oh, never mind. He's not getting that relic back, is he?
No, I think...
Unless... I mean, that's the thing with mounted religious unit. Like, look at how quick that warrior monk was with that relic.
Yeah, and the Scholar's like, guys, he went that way.
The thing is, Starflock is moving the horsemen together with the rest of the army. So the Scholar, he's actually... He's almost the same movement speed.
Like, idiots. Oh, if we work together, we're stronger. No.
You're holding me back.
That's the thing. Like that, they didn't realize the warrior monks are not unarmed. So like the rest of the guys, like they're holding back the guys. The guys are like, "Let me at him, let me at him." He's like, "Bro, chill. He's an old man." Like, chill.
Slowly but surely, Lash is starting to mass up somewhat. It's just taking a long time, and behind, like, this is the issue with Delhi. He's got 15 scholars. Everything's on the table. All the upgrades are coming in for him. Dude, Lash is actually getting the majority of the relics here.
He is. It's that south side element.
It's
like
just, yeah. It's just
I think
good enough.
I think Starflock was greedy. Like, it's one relic north. He sent everything up there.
Imagine if Starflock just started putting up walls with all the infantry that he had while Lash was still in feudal age.
He did. He built them all the way back in his berries. Sadly, that's it. Wait, I don't think that. Wait, I think the villagers are building those walls in. Oh no.
Yeah, these are villagers.
Oh no.
Oh no. Lash even getting some villager kills. The thing is, I'm looking at all of this and I'm like, yeah, this still doesn't mean that Lash is fine. It's still a very large military force against him and like 10,000 resource worth of upgrades that are just coming in.
Soon.
Very
18,
soon.
15.
52 seconds, 1 minute. Yeah, these are quick.
You know, this is the thing. This is the thing, Crackety. Like, we said everything's free, but these guys, they're wasting their life force to research it. Oh wait, everyone else actually has to pay and waste their life force.
Yeah, they have to pay. Oh, this is rough though. Oh, the cav archers aren't pulling back.
Wait, what? We're standing our ground with horse archers, and Pake's just kicked in. He has the extra range. Oh, does he intercept the horse archers? Lash, we're back at the I have no military moment of the game.
Yeah.
Like this literally defending himself with scouts right now. I just can't. Like, actually, you know what? Scouts are pretty crazy, Crackety. If you use scouts with warrior monks, you triple your damage.
True. It's a big increase. 200%. Crazy.
Insane.
And then
you get the unique text.
Upgrades. Yeah, them on top.
Yep. I'm telling you.
Now you just got to be able to animation cancel again.
Late game ruse is rookie mistakes. No one seems to understand. It's meant to be Attack on Titan scout mode.
Lashy's just making mass men-at-arms at the moment.
Which, I guess he needs it in his base. I don't know how you get out on the map with this.
Hey, we're getting Boyer's Fortitude in.
We're also getting a War
You
Elephant.
don't want to make... Yeah, that's the thing. You don't want to make cavalry anymore because you're about to be getting the elephant.
Then again, if he uses his horse archers to front line again, he'll be grateful he has the extra health. Horseman. Oh, no.
Yeah. Okay, this looks doomed.
I mean, in fairness to him, he doesn't know what Starflock has next, but I feel like most Delhi players, they don't do Tower Elephants first. They'll do War Elephants first if they're going to Elephant.
Pretty much all the upgrades are in, and now we're seeing the scholars being pulled forward.
Sacrificed. Please do not... What, triple ram probably and go?
Lash did see, though. the units coming towards him. I'm looking at the army value, and I'm kind of despairing a little bit.
Hasn't that been what would happen if you looked at the army value for 15 minutes of this game?
Yeah, but at least then there was attack advantage.
I'm looking at the War Elephant, and that says everything it needs to. That's right, we are now indeed Disney IP. Dumbo, ladies and gentlemen. And as we know, Dumbo was the main character, ladies and gentlemen. And as we know, Dumbo was the main character. So...
yeah, Lash cannot fight outside of his base.
That guy's got protagonist armor. Oh god, this retreat as well. Doesn't even care about the spears, just dives in like this. Also, now there's a choke point for a War Elephant. Like, me likey.
He's got the crossbows in theory, but there's so many scholar healing. Oh, okay, nice, a mangonel. Just needs to survive until it reaches its position.
This is Denmark. Look at all that free healing. Oh god, the elephant, he is surrounded now though. I'm sure this one War Elephant cannot take on the entire Rus military. It's kind of doing it. He is going to fall in the end, but
yeah.
The damage is really done from this. Look at the military count.
And so much idle time forced as well.
And oh, wait, guys. This is what I meant. Protagonist armor. Dumbo didn't die. He simply was not in the scene. I mean, everything is dead at this stage. That elephant is not going to die.
It is. These things just will not die.
It's hilarious as well because the melee range for the spearman is a bit ludicrous. You can see he's secondary wave and attacking. Crossbow count looks
so long to kill the elephant, and then he just walks away, nonchalant.
Like, wait, come back. Yes, please, run into my archer line. And now, oh, look at that. War Elephants also count siege. And our siege.
They're everything. And
wow.
GG comes in. Yeah, Starflock takes it.
Power Dumbos, folks. Not much more to see here. I mean, it was an interesting take. I felt like the Swarm looked really good for Lash, but I love Starflock's opening. He just had the correct amount of aggression to like make that Pro Scouts play horrible. And I think these are the type of games that show you the Pro Scouts nerf did have an impact. Like old Pro Scouts, I don't think you would have been able to stop him from doing that way. But new Pro Scouts, different beast.
Yeah, and even though Lash has more resource gathered throughout the game, it doesn't feel like he was able to put up the military force combined because he also has to pay resources for upgrades, and yeah, Starflock didn't.
So that does mean that it's going to be Lucifron versus Starflock. I believe the plan though was to check in on another part of the bracket. So we were talking a little bit earlier behind the scenes about maybe checking in on, I think it's possibly the SAS set next. But we'll get confirmation.
Ooh, you know what's also ready? You know what's also ready soon? Valdemar vs. Myriad. That could also be a really great one.
Yeah, I quite like the Valdemar Myriad matchup because they practice against each other a lot historically. So, you know, yeah, I've like seen them screwing in the past against each other. I don't know if they still do, but they definitely like were last year. Also, you know, it makes sense if you think about it from a skill level. I think they are in the same like cast. You know, I'd put them like maybe a few seats apart maximum. So you feel like you get balanced practice there. Whether it's worth more than just being like a top 4 players doormat is debatable. But I think we can have a look at the bracket now to see how things are cooking up.
Yeah, there we go. And so we got Lucifron versus Starflock. That's confirmed. Corvinus most likely up against SAS. There we got Valdemar versus Myriad. Dragovan, Scatterbrain, and Dumu Galidekel.
Sort of CSO is going to be a crazy one, I think. Like, it's either going to be a wash or it's going to be one of the best of the qualifier. I don't think there's like an in-between there. Like the playstyle wise, I think sort of might have a bit of a disadvantage just because it seems he likes to play a bit more defensive. And I think CSO, I don't think Cole might be saying, I feel like CSO is like better at these all-in timings. He very much, like I said, hits kind of like a Chinese vortex type feeling sometimes. But I think what we'll do is we are prepping the next one. We're going to confirm exactly if we are going to be going to Corvinus set or Valdemar Myriad. And in a few minutes, we should be ready to hop into that. So short break, go get yourself a snack. Make sure you subscribe to the channel so you don't have to worry about those ads. And we'll be back on screen for the next set in just a few minutes. Welcome back, one and all, to the Elite Classic 3. We made a decision. We had to go there. Valdi versus Myriad in a best of 3. Crackety, we even get a little splash in a pond in this series. And
oh no.
Wait, why, why does Knights Templar, what?
So 2 things. We got Holy Island and Knights Templar, and Voldemar did not pick House of Lancaster even though it wasn't banned on his side.
Yeah, I'm... Huh? Is Byzantine a good answer to... Like, I'm trying to figure out why you just wouldn't want it.
Like, he prio picked English as well. I think he's just going full comfort picks here.
Yeah, but so the pro English pick is kind of funky to me because I've seen House of Lancaster try to deal with Knights Templar on Holy Island.
Hmm.
It doesn't look good. And like
Yeah.
technically, House of Lancaster is just as good on water as English, technically, because they
Technically.
both have Admiralty.
Yeah.
They don't have
They
any
both
wood
pay
buff.
10%. Yeah, they both pay 10% less for
Like
their ships.
arguably, Lancaster's a little bit better, at least for the sheep gathering at the start, to get a
That's
better
true.
feudal timing. So like,
Yeah.
and I also think, by the way, like on Holy Island, if there's a 4 tree spawn, I actually kind of rate the Lords of Lancaster better than the King. Because, like, you have to build so much just to get him to leave, right? So, I'm curious to know, like, what the prior pick is for English. Maybe Voldemar is just an ethical gamer, and he is sick to death of House of Lancaster.
I think you can also just... Something that could be interesting with House of Lancaster is just starting off with, like, a couple of ships on water, and then full-on transitioning into the manors instead.
Especially on this map, because I think
Yeah.
people have gotten really good on Holy Island and not just losing the game because they're off of water. I think actually the way the meta is developed, best water map in the game because water doesn't just decide a game anymore. I've seen that so frequently recently.
Yeah. I think if you just make like 2 ships, like 1 archer ship, 1 springle ship, then you just stop investing into water completely, just going into manors instead.
I can see that.
Like,
And it's like, it's kind of a debate
invest
feeling.
so much into water, then.
You know what's sick as well is you don't necessarily realize your opponent has done it because when you play against English, for example, if they're a boat down, you think they're just going Admiralty.
Yeah. That's the thing as well. Like, you're gathering a lot of gold for the upgrades on the manors and for, like, the Devi lands they're levying. Surely that's Admiralty.
Yeah, it must be. Like, there's no way he's just going land at 10 minutes.
Suddenly, there's like 8 Demi lances inside your base. 7, 8 minutes into the game.
And you're struggling your chin going, I really should have suspected something when he built a castle instead of the Abbey of Kings.
Yeah. The Abbey of Kings is also really good because you just can't block it out with a spearman immediately. You gotta make archers, but archers cost wood.
It's like, the other thing that's interesting here, by the way, I was just thinking about this. Delhi versus Byzantines, I feel like people usually quite like Delhi, but honestly, there's a build for Byzantines that I'm a really big fan of. I think the new system buff made it better. It's the longbow route, where you go all 3 unit types. So longbow, limitane, horseman.
Mm-hmm.
And you actually have a pretty good kind of...
Island.
No, but the Dry Arabia. We're like Byzantine... Crackety, calm down. I know we're memeing at House Lancaster. The Byzantines is not getting picked there. This is not a B game.
Yeah, we're looking at the current game. Okay.
Yeah. I'm moving it across because we are less than a minute away. But Byzantines, I quite like that like longbow horseman limitane build against Delhi. So like, it's if you play it well, I actually think you can crack the Delhi timing.
Yeah, I agree. I think Byzantines in general has like a kind of soft counter-ish relationship to Delhi. If you can get the timings in correctly. I think against players like Vortex or Lucifron can still be tough, but in general, like in theory, it works quite well, but let's jump right into that one. So we get Myriad playing as a bit. Oh my god, thank you, Myriad. Picking Byzantines and purple.
Yeah, and he doesn't use purple for every civ. This is roleplay.
Yeah.
And it's so confusing when you cast a series of Myriad because he will change color between games. What a Chad. All these other cows like, I like yellow or I like red. Nope. Myriad knows it's all about the roleplay.
That's the thing. You play pink with House of Lancaster, red with Knights Templar.
Whoa, pink with Lancaster? Not red?
No,
Bro.
pink.
Red.
No, you can't have red there as well if you want to pick red with Knights Templar.
If you've seen a Warwolf Trebuchet, you know it's red. All right, chat can decide this for about. Like I say, Warwolf Trebuchet plus the Lords of Lancaster has to be red. Okay, is that... Wait, that isn't even optimal. That isn't touching the stone, right?
It's not.
I mean,
don't think
you're
he
Delhi.
wants... I mean, you don't want to get stone anyways until Castle Age.
Why has he placed the mining camp like that then? Maybe for... Oh, I guess if you feel threatened, you can get an outpost up.
Yeah.
But also, it does bait the bronze level gamers into thinking like you're going to TC.
Looks a little bit like an AI base.
It does. Voldemort, like, what does VES stand for? Is it some sort of like... We know what it really stands for, but is it some sort of like AI company? What would that even be called? Valdi's Electronic Systems?
Something like that.
Yeah.
It's the
It
best
needs to be more...
AI.
It needs to be more like saying the word synergy in a business meeting if you want to be an AI company, you know? Like for example, you could imagine an AI company called Clarity.
Yeah.
Vision Electric Systems. There you go.
Ooh, there we go, yeah.
Yeah, Voldemort recently joined Volda, by the way. They've been stacking up the boys. They got Anatan before him. They've had Mahodo. They've got... who else? The coach-wise... Yeah, they've got Dragavan,
Matisse.
and then coach-wise, they've got Matisse. Anyone else? Like, are we just... Because was it 5 there? We get one more, we can field a whole Pokemon crew.
Ramen?
Ramen? There you go.
MSN?
So now we just need to... yeah, we said Anatan already.
MSN, not Anatan.
Oh, MSN. Okay. Yeah, MSN's with them as well. Okay, so illegal for a Pokemon roster. I don't know what sport can have 7 people. I don't know sports that well, Crackety. I don't know if you noticed this. I spend a lot of hours in front of a PC.
Yeah, I don't know what to tell you, KP. It's similar for me.
We can field 2 Rocket League rosters, and Matisse can coach them both.
Apparently, you can play netball with 7 people.
I should know that. My partner's obsessed with netball. Basketball's...
There you go.
Is basketball 7 as well?
I think basketball's less.
6? Yeah, 7 sounds like a lot. Alright, we have got the standard play, by the way. Grand Winery and Dome of Faith. There's nothing crazily different happening right now.
It's
the key detail we're going to be looking for is if Myriad goes for Lombos.
Corporate wants you to find the difference between these 2 pictures.
We're going to show you the last Byzantine Delhi game and this one, and we want you guys to tell us what is different between the 2. He's building a house on the gold.
All right, so
basketball's 5.
Yeah, 5
really?
on the side.
Yeah.
So
Yeah. Okay.
So I remember, like, in basketball, there's, like, barely... It feels like there's barely, like, a lot of people from each other's team.
Do you ever feel like...
Okay.
Do you ever feel like when you watch basketball, you're like, wow, that's a tiny court, and then you try it yourself and you're just out of breath, you're like, oh, God. How are they doing this?
Not with basketball, with handball.
It's like the speed they play at compared to the speed we'd play at is the equivalent of playing a normal Civ and then playing Delhi or Byzantines and producing units.
It's the difference between easy AI and absurd AI.
Right? Like
I swear they're cheating, dude. They're teleporting across the field.
That's true. Like the Myriad's numbers don't make sense right now. There's no way he has 20 villages. It's almost like he has 22.
Almost.
Wait a second.
Wait, does Voldemort have 2 mills, or is that 1? Okay, no, it is just 1 mill, and he is prioritizing professional scouts.
Yeah, players have stopped doing the two mil. I don't think it matters unless your opponent pro scouts. So with that kind of dying off for a lot of civs, it's not as much of a priority anymore from what I've been seeing. They'd rather just save the 50 wood.
Yeah.
Which is weird, because I feel like I guess, no, if you get wheelbarrow, it's fine. I was going to say, if you had a build that didn't have wheelbarrow, then it makes more sense, because the saved time from not walking as much would make it worthwhile.
Hmm.
You ever realize, like, the intricacies of RTSs, and especially AoE4 with the slower pace, makes us sound like really big nerds?
In what
Ever had
sense?
that realization? Like, because I just mentioned, yeah, so if you drop the mill so slightly closer, because wheelbarrow, if it's not there, and then that'll lead to, like,
it's a numbers game,
2
right?
less resources. Yeah, but it's I just thought about it, it's kind of comical, because you have other RTSs that be...
The reason why he's going off of stone now is he wants a resource for other things. There's a certain time.
Okay, that's that.
Oh, okay, so he doesn't... Yeah, because if he goes onto the stone more, he's going to miss out on his timing by the mercenaries by 2.78 seconds. It is not worth it. Thank you.
That's a lot of raiding going on right now. These guys are raiders. Are getting a lot of the villagers here kind of weak for Myriad. He did a nice job walling the front side, meaning that Valdemar, he always has to go around the wood lines. Now walling off the other side here. That's going to be really good for him if he gets set up. But we're getting to that point in time where the scholars should just about start moving out for Valdemar now. There they are.
Yeah, and Myriad is not present on the map, and he has gone for the Javelin build.
Interesting.
Yeah, funny thing, like, you will get the initial edge of being up against archers. This used to be a lot harder for Byzantines back in the TOV meta. Because Tower of Victory was just, like, comical. You're like, I have javelins. Yeah, we don't care. You just get Gatling gun down. You're like, but I don't get it. But I don't get it, Crackety. I meant to counter him. Yeah, but do you shoot faster?
Works.
Once again, it's like watching me play basketball versus watching LeBron.
Yeah. Proska's also almost finished for Valdemar now. And he's getting all through. Oh, look at that. He's even walling in the sacred sites. Nice.
I
He's
thought
doing the
Myriad...
parallel walls.
Yeah, I thought Myriad might try to do like a kind of deer shove in. I noticed Byzantines were starting to do that in the Pro Scouts meta, just get it off the map. Now it's just a vulnerability you have to try and guard. There we go. Triple sacred site locked in. Valdemar is usually a stickler for being as efficient as possible and walling sacred sites. I don't know if you've noticed that, but you know, we talk about nerdy things. I think he genuinely picks up a tape measurer and checks.
Actually, not at all. Like in
Not at all.
Previously, like his walls have been all over the place, all the sacred sites.
Really?
Yeah.
I mean,
think it's
I
only
must be
recently.
I think I'm watching the games where, yeah, so like recently though, he has been full on it.
Yeah.
Like legitimately, I think
like legitimately within the last month, I want to say.
I think he just gets, you know, one of those like I forget what they're called, the right angle corner things. Just double checks.
Oh no, Myriad, you moved out too far.
Wait,
Oh,
what? Oh,
deadly.
he's got the tree line. It can somewhat be hugged, but I just don't think there's enough Limitana here.
Yeah, and the healing there as well helps a lot. But actually, only lost a single javelin throw so far. I don't know. I'm not sure why he didn't pounce with the Ghazi Raiders. Like,
I think Voldemar got 2 Ghazis low and kind of freaked out, which is crazy. I would happily trade 2 Ghazi for 2 javelins here.
Yeah, and then you can clean up the entire army. That's crazy not going for that fight. Looks like he's thinking about it now.
Yeah, I mean, like, honestly, this Ghazi is so replicatable. It's like trading, I don't know, a Voltorb for a shiny Charizard. In an instant, Crackety. In an instant.
Dude, it's so tough for me because for some reason, they actually localized Pokemon names.
Wait, really? So, wait, is it not called Voltorb?
All Pokemon have other names in Germany.
What's a Voltorb?
Yeah, what is a Voltorb? Let me quickly look at that.
The one that looks like a
Is that
Pokeball
the electric
explodes.
ball?
Yeah, the one that explodes. I didn't realize Germany just had all the names different. I thought maybe some.
Yeah. German and Spanish, okay.
Oy. Okay, so the Ghazi peeled away. That's a bit better from Voldemar. The Limitana count's just a lot better, though.
Yeah. It's looking good right now.
Yeah, he's brute forcing.
Voltorb is Voltoball.
Voltoball.
Voltoball, yeah.
Voltoball. Yeah, I mean, that sounds like more aggressive. Like, if Pokemon were real, you know, if this is real life, like, you'd aggressively throw a Voltorb at someone until it explodes. Like, just, like, yelling Voltorb doesn't sound as aggressive as Voltoball in their face, you know?
I mean, looking at the situation right now, Valdemar, I wouldn't be surprised if he just started pulling villagers to gold again and just age up. He's got so many scholars right now. He could get technologies in really, really quickly.
Yeah, and his Ghazi count just doesn't... I don't know, man. I feel like he missed his timing with the Ghazi. And you have still got 2 Sacred Sites. I agree. I think the tech up is too good. Also, Myriad done it very different. He didn't rush 5 systems, so his economy is not as much of a threat as the Byzantines normally are.
On top of that, Myriad, he's only got 5 javelin throws out at the moment.
Yeah, that once again kind of comes back to the system timing. I think he also didn't optimally gather on the berries. He was quite delayed. Yeah, there you go. He went 6 olive groves. Hello, Ghazi.
This is gonna hurt. This is gonna hurt. I'm not sure if he can defend.
No, he's got fortification. He's got...
Yeah, fortification. That's great. That's good.
That's sick.
That's a really good play.
Okay, so Voldemar, this is not an ideal fight now. He has created the space to get the Sacred Sites again. This man is relentless, though. He's going to keep sending it.
Yeah, he's putting the goggles on again.
Dive, dive, dive.
3 javelin throwers remaining. A couple of low HP. Archers there, though.
Wait, was he popped? No, definitely not. Like, the javelin timing just looks so bad.
Really bad. Yeah. I mean, Grant, he lost a lot of the javelin throwers earlier in the engagements. There we go. Next couple of javelin throwers are back in.
Great. Just in time for us to not have any spearmen to defend us. Oy, oy, oy.
I think it's holdable. Wait, actually, never mind. Dude, that's 50 military units.
I looked up, I was like, really, Crackety? This is holdable?
I mean, the front side, yeah, but only because Voldemar doesn't have his units there. There's like a steady stream of units that Voldemar hasn't hotkeyed into his control group yet, from looks like.
This is like, you know, you've seen like Starship Troopers. You know when they go into the little outpost and they get completely ambushed? It's like going, yeah, this is holdable. We got this. There's only like 1 million of them. Oh my god, a Myriad.
Dude. He's got 1,000 gold in the bank.
Okay.
At this point in time, just get a market and buy olive oil to get more javelin throwers.
I was about to say, it's like, I've got all this gold. Can I hire mercenaries? What do you mean they only accept oil? I mean, you're the only one that can trade in it, so...
Yeah, it's gonna look really rough now. I don't think you can keep those villagers alive on the berries. We're just gonna have to evacuate on the wood line as well.
Yep, idle time worth it alone. This is where you just go castle. It's such a big lead. The scholars are here as well, so even if this dive fails, he just pulls back and picks up all the relics, but the dive is not failing. This is just a swarm and overwhelm.
Well. It's just not enough javelin throwers. You can't one-shot the archers.
After our comments in the Delhi-Denmark game, this is appropriate that a Danish person is taking the healthcare system to the extreme. Like, that's minimum deaths. Ghazi were the most the thing that got wiped out, but... You know, like, I don't think they have veterinary care, so that makes sense.
Oh no, the jumps! Oh no. He sent the wrong unit forward.
I mean...
Yeah, there's nothing left army-wise. H-Up's coming in soon behind this as well.
I think the moment the H-Up comes in, he'd just call that. Like, he might think, okay, this is everything, he's got nothing behind it, so if I clear this up with a TC, I'm good to go. But the TC doesn't exactly
where you use Acrotoid defense and just surround the units here with villagers.
I have him! I've done it! I've done it! No. No. Voldemar, early opening win. It's actually kind of a bit comical as well, because Myriad, I usually think that Delhi is like one of his highest coveted and prioritized picks in drafts. So opening the series, beating him with it, has to be a bit of a sore sting.
I don't know about that. Because Voldemar's also a little bit of a Delhi demon.
True. Then again... Wait, did Voldemar get the KT or was it Myriad?
Myriad's got KT.
Okay, so we've got a competitive series here.
Yeah, I mean, next one's definitely gonna be Holy Island, right? And that should be a guaranteed victory.
What if you just didn't go Holy Island next?
What if you just lose?
I mean, you've got to win 2 games now
Turn
anyway.
down a free victory.
Yeah, but it makes it feel even better. You're like, wow, what a comeback story. Look at this.
No, the thing is, you play the next game and then you drag it out. You play Knights Templar, you really drag it out, you really make your opponent feel the loss, really demoralize them.
You know what you do? You get such a big lead, and then when you start having your pilgrims come out, you wall them in and don't let them out until you've got 60 boats sailing to the sacred site.
Yeah.
We need it. Thumbnails are important. So to sound very British about this, yeah, this is pretty chalked right now. Myriad, I guess the good news of economy and production.
Yeah. True. True.
All right, be honest. Would you have GG'd by now, Crackety?
Yes.
Even if you only had Myriad's vision?
Yeah. I mean, it's 3 sacred sites. I know I've lost a ton of villagers. It's... Yeah. And tech advantage with Delhi, where you haven't really killed any scholars so far. Chance upgrades are coming in super quick.
But when was the last time you watched 300, the movie? Because I think Myriad watched it this
Not
morning.
long ago, actually.
Oh, okay. I guess he watched it through to the end, and Myriad didn't. But finally, he's going to realize at the end. GG comes out. Game 1 to Valdi.
All right. We got to see that Knights Templar Civ pick now. It's got to be...
Flipping time,
Delhi
baby.
is still such a... This is my personal opinion, but I think Delhi's such a fiend Civ.
I don't think it's reasonable. I think Delhi and Byzantines were the 2 biggest victors from nerfing Pro Scouts by far.
Yeah. I mean, Byzantines is still really good. It's just that Delhi is on another level. I like Delhi much more when they had to move out to the map. For like berries and stuff like that.
Yeah.
Now they just slowly get Pro Scouts and they're fine. They're fine.
Oh, look. What a surprise pick here. We are going to Holy
Didn't
Island.
expect it.
Nope. Never would have seen it coming. And oh, look. What a surprising pick here. Voldemar has English.
Yeah, I mean, that kind of only leaves open China or Abbasid for Frisian Marshes, and I think Valdemar's the kind of guy to pick Abbasid there. I know Valdemar is, like, it's a really big comfort pick for him, Abbasid there.
Mm-hmm.
Especially when the only open civilizations for your opponent are Mali and Juji. It's just a safe play to pick Abbasid, because if your opponent picks Mali, you don't necessarily want to be China.
Yeah. And the Sushi pick, I could see Sushi being realistic for Myriad on that map, actually. He
needs to.
Yeah, there's like a very interesting timing there with mass sheep that you can blow up. So, how do you do this as English? I wonder if you just full feign on water and send it on land.
I think you gotta try and get a timing in with Admiralty. Like, can't beat them in quantity, beat them in quality, just shuffle back and forward.
Oh, apparently I
That's
need
my
to turn
take
you
there.
up. Can you just like
Oh, yeah,
go higher in your chair? Yeah.
Can you turn me up, KP, please?
Yeah. Hey, is this turning you up?
Is this turning me up? Dude, I'm getting turned up. Speaking of turning up, though, let's turn up to the next game. Wait,
well,
what?
let's see if English can turn up and actually get a surprising win. Knights Templar is meant to be an auto win here. That's all I've got.
Yeah.
So we go game 3, right?
That's game set. Game set. I mean, Admiralty's broken, right? Admiralty as a technology is broken. The issue is that it's associated with a civilization that isn't broken.
Ah, got it. So he should have picked House of Lancaster.
Would have been better. He had it open.
I would be curious as this thought process why no House of Lancaster, because we were talking about this. Like, it was there on offer, and compared to English, like,
I talked about when I said like the type of civilizations that Valdemar picked. It's purely comfort picks for him.
Yeah, I think that's the correct way of looking at it. Because like, if I was envisioning Lancaster instead of English here, it feels a lot better for the Bowman idea. I think harassment-wise, Lords of Lancaster do surprisingly well. You still have all the water perks you would have as English. So yeah, I agree. I think it's just like familiarity. I think that summarizes Voldemar very well. He's a very methodical thinker. There is a comfort to the way that he talks about the game and plays the game. He likes to be in the zone that he is wholly familiar with.
Yeah. Now, that might mean that sometimes the things that he does, the things that he picks, the things that he says aren't that optimal. But in the end, like, he's got a game plan for the civs that he picks, and maybe he's got a game plan to beat out the Knights Templar. I don't think it's, from what I've seen so far, viable to try and beat out the Knights Templar on a water map.
What?
We'll see.
Surely not. Like, what's so broken about Knights Templar and Water Crackety? Is it the pilgrims or the wood gathering?
KP, I'm glad you asked. Now, if I was in charge of production, I could quickly pull up the graph that I made, highlighting the income on wood from the Knights Templar compared to other civilizations. It's really good. It's good income. Really good. No need to upgrade anything. They're just baseline. Really good.
And then on top of that, let's not forget the fact that they have Dark Age town centers. And how do you offset the issue of losing villager production from teching? Have extra
Gold.
town centers.
Free gold.
Gold too. And then, we're not done there. Why? Why does that bonus exist? Kingdom of France. Crazy one for you here, folks. Not sure how many people realize this, but it increases the production rate of fishing boats and military boats.
Wait, fishing boats as well?
Yeah.
Oh, well, great. Makes sense.
It seems. Yep. I mean, it's
Wait,
a bonus.
does it affect traders as well? Okay, so 30 seconds there. And
You don't have traders.
Yeah, true. You actually don't have traders. It's crazy.
Well, you do have traders, but
Yeah, just not like water traders. I thought, okay, yeah, you don't get traders on land, but I've actually never played Knights Templar on water so far. I just looked at them and was like, okay, yeah, that's all I need to know.
yeah, it's pretty simple. Like when you're in a game and you have 10 more boats than your opponent and you're attacking while they're stuck in the field age at 15 minutes, you know everything you need to.
That's pretty good.
Okay, there we go. So Council Hall, it is going to be focused on land pressure, I think. I think you have to.
Yeah. I mean, in that case, I would have actually kind of preferred
Yeoman.
the king.
Just say it. Just say Yeoman.
No,
Oh, sorry.
I
You
would have
meant in
preferred
English.
I would have preferred the king, honestly, mainly because you are also a lot more flexible with like when you want to hit and run on the different sides. The thing is that Council Hall can kind of easily get countered out by just making archers, which is optimal for Knights Templar anyway.
Or Chevalier Concher, which is also accessible.
Yeah, I mean, also works, but that's less optimal. That's a lot more resources per unit that you got to spend. Meanwhile, like you're already like the gold is something that I think you want to spend on other things. On water, for example. Archers are just so easy for Knights Templar to go into.
All right, hear me
So
out.
easy.
It's a bait upon the bait. So we talked about the idea of looking like you're playing water and playing land. But this looks like you're playing land. So if I scout this out as Myriad, I'm like, oh, it's going to be 5 longbows. So I'm prepping something to defend against, like outposts to start with.
Maybe,
by the way,
maybe not.
if you go outpost, you have to go like double outpost anyway. So like, what if now Voldemort is just Admiralty rush? No longbows at all. He's macroing for longbows,
Nah. Yeah, it's longbows. He knows that he has to do something different. Voldemort at the same time, he's not getting any ships in at all.
Nope, and Myriad already has 2. Because Knights Templar really like their wood. They like their wood so much that actually what they didn't write in the books is back in the Crusades, the Middle East actually used to be a fully fledged forest. It was like the Amazonian jungle of the Middle East, crackety. Until the Knights Templar came through with their lumberjack axes.
Okay, never mind. He actually did open with a stable, and he is getting a Chevalier out. And that's also going to work really nicely. Valdemar, he's only committing to a single longbow. Longbow might actually be able to kill that Pilgrim, though right now all he's doing is make him run faster.
Run! Run! Run!
Ooh,
Okay, he's not
baby.
saying money. Wait. It's going to be
goes to
tight.
the water.
So, ready?
He's not making it.
Pilgrim. No, he's... Wait. Voldemort's... Wait. The ball!
Boar!
He actually went for the ball. I wondered. Yep.
Oh, he gets him.
All right, no transformer mode activated. So there was something really important that could have happened there. It didn't. That's important, though. Oh, what? He loses the villager, loses the boat. And he built an archer ship.
Ooh, and yeah, I mean, losing the Hulk there. How did he even lose that Hulk? Was there already like a demo ship there?
It must have been. Because,
That's
you know,
crazy
this
how
is the
quick that
thing.
was.
Voldemort has to micro the longbow.
And now he's getting
Myriad-
pulled off of gold.
Yep. He's got... This is a sick timing.
Yeah, I mean, what's he got to do now? He can't get gold. He can't make like any more demo ships then. Yeah, he's gonna have to go into the barracks play now.
There's a second Chevalier coming. Longbow is still here. He is... All right, this is not a longbow anymore. This is a hunter from World of Warcraft. He's got a pet. Wait, he's pulled him away? All right, here we go, guys. So, very important thing about to happen here. Pilgrim transforms into... It's taking a long time. Bow.
That's not the transformer noise.
We ran
Something
out of
like
money. Looks so peaceful as well.
Oh, Archer ship already losing some HP. Oh, that's, yeah. An Archer ship isn't going to return anytime soon.
No, and that was a demo ship coming the other way. Just look at the difference in military and water right now.
Look at the difference in the income on wood. And now gold coming in as well. Oh, gets the Archer ship though.
That's going to open the way for the demo. Second Archer ship is going to be there, but it's being repaired right now. And Chevalier are hopping in on land. Spearman Ratchet is going to be there. Another Archer ship goes down. Myriad doing a good job of just applying pressure here, minimizing access that Voldemar has.
Yeah, Voldemar is getting some spearmen out though. And yeah, these aren't knights. They don't two-shot. They're budget knights.
I call, like, I really think, like, it's budget knights, or you can think of them as premium horsemen. That's the only way you can look at Chevalier Confrère.
I can't look at them at premium horsemen if they cost almost 100 gold.
But like, Hobblears are horsemen. They cost gold. It's not 100 gold, by the way. That's an exaggeration.
Yeah. Sue me.
Stop like cooking the books. Oh yeah, like, you know,
I can already hear Boltune again and being like, classic misinformation, crackety.
But you don't even know how much those pilgrim boats cost.
They're free.
They get a boat for free? Okay, this ship is broken.
The boat is their legs. It's their sea legs.
Sea legs or sea lag? Oh my god.
Ooh.
Voldemar is playing with fire.
Oh,
this is so many boats.
Playing with fire, though. There's about to be a demo ship coming out.
There's an Archer ship coming. Hey! I'm going to be in your base and stay in your base. Wait, no. Okay, he does move in currently.
I mean, there's already 8 Springle ships out now. Myriad also going into Archers behind this.
All right, that demo ship got stage fright. We're like, all right, Timmy, it's your time to perform. Oh my god.
Yay. No.
Like, you want me to press this button, right? No, Timmy.
Pull
it's fine,
the lever.
though. That's more of a pull my finger moment. I mean, Myriad doesn't even need demos to win now, is the sad part for Voldemar.
Yeah, water's getting cleaned up now.
He's winning on land, right? Well, he has killed those pilgrims.
I mean, there's now 7 archers for Myriad, 6 for Voldemar. About to be more for Myriad.
Hear me out. Voldemar would have been more competitive if he picked Byzantines.
On water?
Expillatores. If you kill pilgrims, you get paid.
Sure.
Just got to play the long con, my friend. Play the long con.
Bonus damage on the pilgrim is going to pay off.
No, it's the gold, my friend. Like, the gold. He can't stop paying you.
Yeah. It's just adding on to it.
Yeah, you know, you just need that. You know that guy with all the limes, the lemon limes picture? He's like, he can't hold on to them. You just replace all the limes with pilgrims. I just got all these pilgrims.
Oh, we're even getting Sacred Pilgrimage in?
Oh, God. This is... I just... Like, how do you hold here?
You don't. It's just more and more units coming in. Actually, I'm not sure. Myriad's kind of like stepping off the gas pedal here a little bit.
There's men-at-arms getting added in as well. So stop the spears. I mean, he's 1 water. So really all you need now is a villager sneaking out and just build up a dock.
Get a dock. Yeah. Yeah, water's now completely cleaned up. You can, in theory, delete like half the ships, population space-wise. Just have them patrol the shoreline.
More transporting ships are doing well. 2 pilgrims a pop.
I mean, now it's actually starting to get a little bit dangerous.
It's a lot of longbows. I'll give him that.
Yeah, like Myriad needs to like really push into the archer play now. Either mass archer play or the mass chevalier play. He's got a lot of gold.
Maybe just mass horseman. The amount of food you've got, like, it'll give you blob quicker than chevalier, because horseman should be, I think it ends up being 15 seconds. Chevalier is 23.
Yeah. I mean, the gold income's kind of like completely stopped now, but Myriad, he's moving all the way out to the other gold. So you should still be able to have access. Valdemar, I feel like he might be moving out a little bit too far. He might find himself in a position with a point of no to speak.
I mean, Lombos, this is always the big risk. It's why you see people not really circling the base as much these days on land maps.
Yeah, I think Voldemar's about to find out why.
Undermesh is still 30 seconds out as well. Only one Chevalier. Oh, there we go. Okay, this is doomed. That's exactly what Voldemar did not want to see in this moment. Men-at-Arms gets ignored. Chevalier go for the dive. It's going to be Lombo swept. And from there, that should just be game.
Yeah. Cleaning up the entire longbow count there, or at least a good part of them. Even more archers coming in. Voldemar down to just 12 longbows.
I mean, if he had some sort of eco-scaling, I could believe there's a small percentage chance. But he hasn't moved on the stone. He doesn't have Castle Age coming.
And
the docks are now set for Myriad.
Yeah, he's just taking
and
the
by the way,
entire area there.
Click on those docks. Check the fishing boat production speed. Why is this a thing?
25.
Why?
Okay, that's crazy. That's crazy.
That's quicker than China.
Yeah, it is. It legitimately is. China only 10%, was nerfed from 20%. Attack speed at least coming in here.
Just ignore the knights. They don't exist. I mean, I don't know what we do when all the archers are dead, but just ignore the knights.
For now, we ignore them.
Oh,
okay.
There we go. 5 longbows left. Optimal.
Very efficient. Clean.
And now we shoot from behind our defenses. Wait, come back. Wait, come back.
Yeah.
So,
we
are going to see that third. Yep. And I think this, like, no one's shocked by this outcome. Maybe some people didn't know about the fishing boat speed. That was the big revelation. But outside that, Knights Templar, ladies and gentlemen.
On water. Pretty good civ. I can recommend Knights Templar as a water civ. Wholeheartedly.
Historically, they were very good on the water.
They needed to be, yeah.
Yeah, because they spent so much time getting their asses kicked and having to leave the Middle East via water and come back. So, like, historically, it is accurate. But that means we are going to get the pick you predicted is going to be the Abbasids up against Shushi for game number 3.
Yeah. It's going to be interesting. Abbasid up against Shushi's Legacy. I know Valdemar's really good with Abbasid. He knows the timings in and out when it comes to his age. Like, that's the thing with Abbasid. Not being able to rush up the age up means that you have to really know certain timings. Like, what can you get away with? Like, when you age up, sometimes you need to make military units, sometimes you don't. Valdemar knows the situations where he needs to make military units during age up, before age up, and just to be able to ensure that the age up is going to be coming in at a position that he's comfortable with. Jushi's Legacy, this is interesting for me because I haven't seen Jushi's Legacy being played a lot since the patch. I'm not quite sure if you still want to go for Pro Scout with them. They're still a very, I want to say, kind of like do-it-all type civilization. Like, you don't need to go for the Pro Scout. You can go 2TC. You can just go for the all-in Jugnu Rush. I'm wondering which one it's going to be here. Because in theory, you get like a direct path to your opponent's base on Frisian Marshes.
That's what I was going to say. Jugnu rushes usually feel really good on this map because everything's linear in motion. It's very hard to kind of stab in from the sides. It's not like Dry Arabia where it can hit you from the east or the west. Like, there is one way you can come from, so you're quite predictable. The other interesting thing here, actually, now that I'm thinking about it, like, I watched Voldemar versus Kiliadi. They played in midweek muster, and Kiliadi had House of Lancaster. And Voldemar played a really good Abbasids against them. Like, almost was able to beat them. So, like, it's kind of surprising he didn't maybe... I think that's, like, kind of surprising that he actually banned out Hall and didn't pick it in that regards. But this matchup, Shushi, what I've been seeing in most of my games is still Pro Scouts FC. A lot of Pro Scouts FC. It just seems to be the go-to. Lancer play... I think there are certain civs that can justify it on this map. There are others that it just feels weird, if that makes sense, because unless your opponent cares about relics, how are you getting to the base? But with, like, Shushi, as you well know, same with China, you get so many heavy cavalry units, you can make it work.
Yeah, I want to say there's a big asterisk to that, though, and that's mainly where the Abbasid come in, with the camel on knees, with the spears, and yeah, I wouldn't recommend it there. I think, honestly, just the best play is probably to go for just normal Jugunu all in, get the rams in, make sure your opponent can't go for a second TC. As long as your opponent's not going for a second TC, you should be in a fine spot.
Yeah, No, I agree with that. It's the timing as well, because if you compare it to when you play as the Chinese, there's an interesting implication. Like when you play as China, you have to spend an extra 600 resources to get into your Chuginu, which is the equivalent of like what 7.5 Chug. So like a Shushi, you're actually a lot more aggressively tuned, even more because of the discount you get on going feudal. But looking in, little check-in and update on the brackets. I believe CSO versus Sortof is already underway. Interesting early lead for CSO there. Still BO3s, by the way. It's only BO5s that are going to be... decided rather going to be BO5. So a lot of Swift series here. Gully did get 2-0 by Dumu. Historically, no surprise there. I feel like Dumu, his playstyle just always seems to be good against Gully. Dragonman versus Scatterbrain also going all the way, no surprise. Cat versus Elyona is going to be an intriguing one. My instincts say Cat. I think Cat has got some really solid players. He's really leveled up in the last few months. And other side of the bracket, Kiliadi versus Miyomaika, I think, is going to be quite comical. A lot of people probably already think Kiliadi 2-0.
Nah, Miyomaika, he's wild. The thing is, Miyomaika is what Kiliadi used to be. No macro, you just bang your head against the keyboard, you spam units, you go on the aggression non-stop, and hope that it works.
Oh, he's that to an extreme, though, because Miyomaika's whole play strategy is genuine cheese. Like, practically every strategy he has is a cheese in some way or form. But he does it so well, it breaks some of the best players.
It's not cheese if it works consistently.
Mm-hmm. Then it's the fromage.
It's microwave cheese.
Oh, God. No, it's that plasticky cheese that you put on your cheap hamburgers.
It's atomically charged cheese.
It's been matured over 20 years. At this point, it has poison in it. You will die if you encounter this cheese.
It's not mold, it's flavor.
Which is what worries me, because he doesn't play blue color, so you can't even be blue cheese. It's disappointing. But yeah, that should be an interesting series. Lucifer leading against Starflark. Like, no offense to my boy Starflark, I think that is just going to be the most likely 2-0 of everything on our screen next to the Dumu Gully Decker one. But no surprise that I think Lucifer was the highest seed here, if I'm not mistaken, based on the ATR.
Adds up, yep.
Yeah, so I think Dumu fell down a little bit to like 10th or 11th seed on ATR.
Yeah. Man, I'm excited for this one. Abbasid versus Shuji. Like, this is really, like, still a tough one for Shuji, I want to say. Like, if the push fails in any kind of, like, meaningful way, you're, like, immediately out of it. It's very hard to come back. That's the case. Then again, this map also can have some wild spawns for meditation gardens.
It can also have some of the worst spawns I've seen for meditation gardens. Like,
yeah, either or.
There's no in between. Let's find out. Hopping into the deciding game between Myriad and Voldemar. Myriad in the green is Shushi, and Voldemar with his signature sieve in the yellow. Give me the Abassids.
Ooh, this is a good spot. Oh, wait, what? Okay, so we're getting a dock placement in a pond. Yeah, I like this. I think B was like the first one to do this.
Yeah, it's B, Anatand. They done it back and forth between them. I think Kat got involved as well. Love that Voldemar is just taking a leaf out of their book. It's really, really valuable. Only 75 wood per dock drop.
Yeah. So you can actually afford putting a lot of these docks up in all the individual ponds. That's really, really nice. But Myriad, I'm looking at his base, and he's got a fairly decent spawn there for a meditation garden in front of his base. If he's able to line them up correctly, he can get, like, double berries, or at least clip part of them with gold and stone.
You know, with our incoming VR experience, Age of Empires 4, we went over in an earlier series, like, you know, having to like, you know, yeah, all the connect details, like, you know, if you want to trebuchet, you literally have to throw rocks at your screen. If you want to get a meditation garden up, you are mandatorily required to meditate, make very loud hum noises as you build it.
If you don't have a Chinese gong inside of your home, then unfortunately you're not allowed to place that landmark.
Yeah, I know it sounds like gatekeeping, but it's actually just historical authenticity. Sorry. I mean, it's the same with, like, the Abbasids. If you don't actually own a camel, you can't pick them. Voldemar, he imported 2 camels from the Middle East, which, if you know anything about Danish import tax, wasn't cheap.
Yeah, it's sort of like a white elephant. Like, the just upkeep is kind of insane.
Mm-hmm. And
It's weird keeping them in the apartment as well.
Yeah.
I'm not
Yeah,
sure.
and-
Like, he's got a really chill landlord, though, that allows it.
Well, the nice thing is he lives near the coast, so he can kind of make the camels feel like they're at home because they just go to the beach. You know?
Yeah. He transports goods from coast to coast with him. That's why he only does coaching on the weekend, because that's his normal day job.
And it's a recent importation as well. When he realized the camels could run that fast, he's like, I'm going to buy more of them.
Yeah, with the tolls rising, interest has gone up in the camel trade business again.
That's the thing. You know, like Trump's got everyone checking the back of like cargo, shipping holds and everything, but never inspects the camels. It's just, you know, obviously you have to go over the initial hump. Which is getting them, buying them. But anyway, we have got the sheep hole looking pretty good for both players. Voldemar, he did get scouted already, so this is known about. I mean, this is great for Uchuganu timing then.
Yeah, I mean, he sees everything here that's going on. He knows no age up yet. He hasn't seen the dock, but maybe he's going to go around it. He knows that something's up just by the timing that's coming in. Oh, we're getting the trade wing.
Camels? I told you,
Camels.
this man, he's got them in real life. He's got to have them in game. Now, interesting thing, actually, having camels in real life is more efficient for Voldemar because he doesn't have to armor them. That's where the real pricing comes in on camels. We might get it here, actually. Against horsemen? Even, actually, against chicken.
Yeah, I mean, Jugunu only do... Yeah, they're going to do one
They do
damage.
4... Yes. Okay,
So 3
this
damage.
is...
You're going to need 20 Jugunu to one-tap a camel trader.
This is
That's
the
kinda
best
absurd.
matchup for Armored Caravan that exists. Has to be. Finally.
It's a little bit insane.
It is comical because before the change to camels, Armored Caravan was just absolute trash. It was kind of meaningfully useful in Castle Age, but
Oh, it was 5 armor, though.
Yeah, but now it's free. So like the moment they made the change, like, so I don't get eco scaling like I used to, and I only get free armor. I'll pass.
Oh man, this is gonna be interesting. Though I don't see, like, is Myriad going for the Jugunu play yet though? Doesn't look like it. He's got a lot of villagers. No, it's gonna be pro scouts from him.
So interesting backstory in Myriad as well. In his spare time, to be able to pay his rent, because rent is very expensive in the UK, he actually deals in antique repeater crossbowmen.
Yeah.
Not the
That's-
crossbows, the people.
Oh, yes.
That took a
course.
much darker turn.
Where does he source them from, KP?
We're gonna get the channel banned, aren't we?
We'll stop there. All right,
No,
here we go.
Wait. Ah, I see what's happening here. Myriad, he's actually going pro scouts because he's hungry.
Oh my god. That took a second.
You think
Yes.
he wouldn't be with 60 food income, but that's a bloody good meditation garden. And yeah,
It
looks...
is really good, yeah.
Okay, wait, is he going racks to answer the camels? He is. Oh, wait. Yeah, because apparently these guys take bonus from spears. Wait, they're
is
tied to
weird.
wolves?
Normal traders don't, but these traders do.
I just
Yes, it's
realized
baked into the camels.
these are like so much worse than standard traders against wolves. Look at his
Yo,
health
why
bar.
did he lose that much HP to the wolf, though?
Because a wolf hits for, is it 4? 5?
No, it's 3, but he has fast attack speed.
Oof.
Like, a wolf hits for 3, but he has, like, a Golem double attack.
Oh, yeah, that's right. And you only have 60 HP. All right, time to get armored caravans.
Oh, man. This is about to get comical. 3 armor.
It's tempting.
It's
It's terrible against spearmen, but it's tempting.
I mean, the horsemen aren't going to do anything about them. And they're still a lot faster than the spearmen.
All right, and they're also very cheap. So the play here is you get armored caravans, and then you use them in the fight against Chuganu.
Yeah.
I mean, if I lost to
The
that, I
economy
would.
is...
I'd just resign.
I mean, the economy is great for Valdemar at the moment, I'm not going to lie.
Yes. Look at just how quick they are. They do give less gold than standard traders. That was the balance point. so that the movement speed wouldn't be broken.
Yeah, but at the same time, your traders are already cheaper baseline, so they still pay off the gold part for them with like one trip.
Yeah, and in fairness, they needed to give less. Like, it was so important of a change because this early on, if they move that fast with full trade amount, how do you counter it? Like, by the time you counter it, it would be reminiscent of old Silver Tree build. You know when trade used to have the trick where you could just, like, one-end it?
Myriad, he's seeing the villager trying to get another dock up.
Now, that guy does not have free armor.
Yeah.
And neither does
and
that guy.
Now we're seeing the horsemen try and do damage against the... Okay, no, we're not.
They were
I just
so
want to see the attempt.
overwhelmed by the camels, they couldn't even see
There
them.
we go. It's without the armor yet. They already don't do a lot.
No. That scout right now is doing 0.8 damage per strike.
Ooh, Myriad doesn't have that many units here.
Yeah, and Chiganu are already here. I mean, you might not have many, but, like, can you protect them? It's only 2 Chu. Come on, it should be... Oh, they're gone. Alright, this feels a bit rushy from Myriad.
Yeah. And he also just lost the horseman there to a couple of spears. He's getting a lot of passive stone in as well. Maybe he could, like, sneak a villager up there, get an outpost up with an emplacement. But even that, it takes too long, I feel like.
It almost feels like Myriad is considering castle. Like, he's actually holding a lot of resources in reserve.
I'm not sure if he knows what he wants to go for. He's getting a lot of resources in. The deer are definitely, like, doing a good job for him here. He's able to keep up-ish with the overall income. But he's not really keeping up. Like, Valdemar's scaling better here. Like, do not be mistaken. This is much better right now for Valdemar, if there's something happening.
Maybe you could just mount the academy into Palace Guard spam?
No.
You don't think so? Not
You
quick
can't,
enough?
because of cam launchers.
True. He hasn't started building them yet.
You can just, like, as soon as the age up comes in, just getting 2 in is gonna start being enough.
Okay. Oh, by the way, like, I think the new supervision, the supervision increase, it might just be a UI bug, but I remember I cast a sushi game recently where, like, that didn't work.
Oh, you have to, like, stop the supervision.
No, I know that, but a guy done that and it didn't work still. So
really,
I'll have to test it. I kept forgetting to.
Yep, I knew it. Then again, game never fails to surprise sometimes in these aspects.
I mean, just look at crossbows in the current meta. Horseman, nice intercept there. Voldemar, he's buying so much time with this move.
Yeah, that's quite a lot of time. Could have done a bit more there as well, I feel like. I'll get an outpost up instead. I mean, Myriad, the timing is slipping more and more for him. It starts becoming really, really dangerous. And just judging by the amount of food that he has, I can't help but feel that he actually wants to go for a castle age play. Which I think is just really, really not good here for him right now. Valdemar, he's leading by 13 economy units at the moment.
If he'd been doing it...
are fishing ships that are idle because they depleted the fish.
Yeah, if he'd been doing it like a minute and a half ago, I think I can kind of see the plan for Myriad. But now, look at the size of the army. Like, it's actually kind of worrisome. You could easily get dove as you tech at this rate. No armored caravans. We don't need it. There's no one killing us. Go move towards the boats.
Yeah, this is the point in time now where you can actually start, like, doing damage to the economy. Just don't take the fight.
Whoa. Hold up. Myriad.
Oh, this could be really bad.
This is dangerous. Spearmen are going to pull away. Okay, but there's no retreat now. There's no retreat. He has to stand his ground here. The demo cuts him off. There's nowhere to run. He has to target fire down. So repeat crossbows does clear it up. But you needed every piece of firepower on that back line. And you missed it.
So many. Oh no, this is really bad. This is really, really bad.
He wasn't reinvesting. Like, he's putting it into a tech up, a castle play, but with no standing army now, Voldemar can just barrel across the map while also teching himself.
Yeah, this was an unnecessary fight for Myriad, I want to say. Like, just try and run around a little bit more.
You wanted to get the Fitbit hours in? Like, look threatening, I guess, is what you're going for?
Just take the fight.
Yeah.
Yeah, the thing is, I want him to just pull like 5, 6 ish Jugunu and try and just look at that. Immediately, the walls are coming in now as well from Voldemar after winning that fight.
I mean, he's got to. Waldemar's got to make sure the Lancers don't shut him down. The other crazy thing is, like, what was the value of playing towards that dog? Because it is expired.
Yeah, no value there. I think, like, he might have wanted to go for the traders, but it was just a little bit too slow.
I know Voldemar deleted the fish around that time, so there's a possibility Myriad scouted, saw fishing boats, went great, and then Voldemar deletes it, and by the time you realize it's worth nothing, you've already gone too deep. Either way, it's kind of brutal. He does have PG spam on the way. There's the Camel Archer queue up, but honestly, the Camels aren't even needed now as much because of this tech timing. Like, he will be ready to defend with crossbows when the first PG arrive.
He's slowly adding in more and more of these traders now as well. And military wing also means that he's going to have access to composite bows. Mm-hmm. And composite bows is just really good. It suddenly takes the matchup from Jugunu kill archers and flips it on its head. Because archers get more damage than Jugunu from an age up.
Yeah.
And they suddenly attack a lot faster.
Exactly.
They're also tankier with boot camp or Abbasid, and suddenly the archers just beat Jugunu.
This Warriors and Myriad, and if he just goes mass PG, honestly, if you need a static defense, Gulam's fantastic, but otherwise, even just having the archers, because of the lower armor of PG, it can work quite well. And he's actually getting armored caravans. I don't...
A little bit late. Would have preferred it earlier. It's cheap.
Oh, hit on the gold.
Safe a save. Yeah, but he can't fight here, I feel like.
I don't know. This looks cursed. The horseman... Oh my god, the spearman went to the east side. They're wasting a lot of time on the camels. Spears now arrive. Archers are going to poke Voldemort. This may have just been a little bit premature of an attempt to defend. I don't even know why. I mean, I know goal is nice, but you've got traders behind this.
Yeah, the upgrades just weren't in yet for Voldemort. Suddenly, Myriad able to take a pretty decent fight there.
Still, he needs to follow up here. He's only got one shell and one count in the field, so not a lot of relic pull. The walls are still going up, so the trade's going to get safer and safer. And remember, he's still got 3 docks with fishing boats.
Yeah.
Actually, I think he might have no docks with fishing boats. Wait.
No,
he's got 10 idols somewhere.
I think there's still the TC, yeah. Yeah, it's the gold villagers. He's just getting a mangonel in now. Oh man, these horsemen are getting their value in.
It's a tricky thing. Myriad needs literally every troop he can get. Because he's out-ecoed, his military on the front is never going to be big for long compared to his opponent.
Oh man, like, he finds the camels and they just run away from his army, and they're so fast he can never catch up to them. That's a tragedy.
You know what the real ego flex is? To offset the less gold you get, you trade diagonally. You're so fast, who cares? Mango,
oh my god.
That's a beautiful hit straight away.
That was a big hit there, yeah.
Follow up. Could be just as good. Myriad dodges most of it. Houseguard are going to dive in for the kill. Now are stuck here. So his aggression is going to get shut down.
Not getting cleaned up.
Out of this, what has he got? 1 relic? Yeah, 1 relic.
He does have +2 pierce armor in.
True, but there's
no
crossbows.
+2 pierce damage. Yeah. I mean, the fight could have gone a lot worse. It already went really bad, but could have gone even worse.
Yeah, like, you know, the house is on fire, your dog died, your wife left you, but you've still got your toaster.
Yeah, exactly. You got the toaster and the bathtub.
Mm-hmm. She even left half a loaf of only slightly molded bread.
Only slightly.
Only slightly. Chop that off.
Just eat around it.
Yeah. Well, you know, if you like mushrooms, eat into it.
Take a big bite out of it.
Well, we're about...
Show that mushroom you're not afraid of.
About to see more than just a little nibble, by the way, coming from the Abbasses. He did just get the 2nd trait tech. So, inflating.
Looking good there, looking good. Oh, only 1 relic taken back yet so far. Valdemar now also looking for relics.
If you have cheese that has a little bit of mold on it, do you, like, throw the cheese out or just chop it off?
I recently read that eating around the mole doesn't work because of the spores, so
just eat
throw
through
it
it?
out.
Oh, okay, throw it out.
Yeah.
That's going to be expensive for my cheese.
Unless you've got something to prove. In that case, you chop right through it.
Okay, I love these lances. This is such an important detail. Check Myriad's vision.
Yeah, he doesn't see anything here. He needs something like an outpost there. He's just blind.
Or just
Either
a
that
scout.
or his scout.
Yeah, just a scout would solve this. It's such a key detail in
Anything.
Prison.
Oh, he's killing the scout from Voldemort, potentially? Yeah.
We see all we need to now, brother. Easily able to carve up a few. If he finds that fishing.
He already knows about the fishing.
Yeah, like at this point in the game, you assume there's fishing.
Oh, he scouted it out with a scout.
Oh, wait,
earlier.
actually, yeah. Oh, wait, sorry. I didn't see the scout. He's camouflaged. This is why playing yellow should be illegal. Just meld into the gold.
Yeah, green and yellow.
Yeah. I mean, Myriad, he's the reason he's losing this game, Crackety, is because he didn't hug the trees enough.
Reminds me of that cheat in Age of Empires 1 where where your archers turn into trees when they're standing still.
I like to think Red Alert 2 took inspiration from that with the Mirage tank. Like, yo, this is a great idea. You know what really tilt them? They can't see us.
In the trees.
That's going to be the next thing added to Age of Empires 4. A civ that just can camp in trees.
Oh man.
They get longbow
Outpost
range.
now coming up.
And he attacks the outpost. Okay, there we go. Does go for him. Cancel on the siege. Voldemort says, what the hell are you doing in my neighborhood? You better step up. You better
This
square
is
up.
still looking really rough.
So many archers.
There's 14 crossbows.
I mean, even if this was just archers alone with a constant bows, there is a nest of bees. What was that?
It's a nerf nest of bees.
Yeah, it also started firing on the Lancer. It wasted a whole flurry. He just doesn't care. I mean, a single nest of bees against boot camp. What is it going to do? This is like one of those nervous, scrawny people who's never shot a gun before, being like, get back! I'm warning you!
No step closer.
And then they end up shooting themselves in the toe, you know?
Yeah.
Myriad has got a second
I mean,
relic.
this is just...
Wololo in the Stealth
Yeah.
Forest. Come on.
I mean, there's no way anymore, I feel like. There's...
There was
Like,
the Wololo in the Stealth
we're
Forest.
Yeah, that was the only way, but realistically,
He didn't know.
ain't no way.
All right, here we go. So no, this is how you do it, Crackety. You sandwich from both sides, body of iron, Wololo.
I think you overvalue Body of Iron a little bit there. It was great until they removed the Pierce armor.
He did it, body of iron! Oh, God. I like how proud he looks afterwards when he goes into combat mode, like, and I got them! But I didn't.
I would have gotten away with it too. If it weren't for you meddling kids.
Good guy Voldemort, just proving that his father was a shepherd, herding all of these poor Shushi peasants towards the meat grinder. Now, just doesn't look as grim as that game yet. It's like close.
He doesn't know how many traders Voldemort's on. For all he knows, it could still just be the 3 traders from the landmark, right?
That's true. He must be at what? I want to say 20?
20, 25?
Yeah.
Yeah. He added in the second market, so it
Wait,
must
does
be
camel
producing
handling
non-stop,
work?
but there we go.
Screw it. There we go. GG comes out. Locked in. Voldemort moves on. Myriad will have to try it again tomorrow. By the way, just had a thought. Does camel handling work on the traders?
I think it does. It should.
Yeah, because the category is it's just all camels, no?
Yeah.
Interesting.
So you make him even faster? Yep.
You know what's weirder as well? Is that Desert Raiders get it for Byzantines.
Oh, okay.
And I don't know why.
I mean, it makes sense, right? Because they like auto unlock it with like camel riders that get it.
yeah. But
Do they also get infantry support?
but
I wonder.
I'm pretty like wait, but you can't get it on Iabids, no? The camel
I'm
handling.
not sure.
I'm pretty sure you can't. So Byzantines are better Desert Raiders. Okay. Another reason to nerf them. But yeah, like this series, Voldemort, he just got his signature pick in the end. I mean, we expected to come out. And it's also, like, in fairness to Myriad, it's a new type of trader. It's very hard to kind of gauge how impactful it's going to be.
Yeah. Yeah, I agree.
So, with that in mind, bracket-wise, does that set us up for maybe, I don't know, like Dumu versus Scatterbrain, I'd imagine? One of the qualifying series? So, we've got Voldemort versus Cat, Dumu versus Scatterbrain. Elsewhere...
Cess versus Corvinus is also still going on.
Yes, winner goes up against Lucifron, and then CSO was able to 2-0 Sortof. So Sortof will have to try again tomorrow. And Mio Micah is currently leading against Kiliadi.
Yeah.
I warned you, folks. But I think, yeah, the goal here is going to be to go into Dumu versus Scatterbrain. So what we'll do, we're going to quickly go to a break. Grab yourself a snack. When you come back, honestly, you don't want to miss this one. Some people immediately are going to already be seeing Dumu. I've watched these two in the midweek musters. Scatterbrain, easily capable of taking games off Dumu. He also loves water, and Holy Island is probable to get through. So make sure you're sitting in your seats, because when we come back, we've got a qualifying series to see who's going to make it into Elite Classic 3.
See you in a bit.
It's time. Welcome back to the Elite Classic 3. We've been grinding it out through this bracket, not knowing who's going to qualify. We finally get to start answering those questions. Dumu versus Scatterbrain, a best of 5 draft already complete, and we are going to be seeing a questionable draft process here. Crackety, like Dumu got both the new civs, and Roos.
It's not even priority picks for him. He picked Knights Templar last.
Yeah,
that's interesting.
I guess I can kind of understand KT because there's not the water map, right? No Holy Island. But House of Lancaster, it didn't even get banned.
Yeah, that's kind of wild.
All right.
Both players banning Delhi instead. That I can understand. Yeah, I can get on board with that.
A-Tree as well. A-Tree is understandable. Shushi, yeah, like I get it. Mongols was actually a more important pick to Dumu than House of Lancaster.
Dude, never underestimate Mongols. They're wild.
You should know.
Fast Imperial. Yeah, now I love them. I love Mongols at the moment.
Fast Imps. I mean, Dumu knows it. You know it. Actually, as an answer to House of Lancaster, as you show off against Anatan in one of the first tournaments on the new DLC. Look at the standard things, how they got here. Remember, Gully Deckle got 2-0'd. The Dragon Scatterbrain series was tight. Scat got through, though. Cat currently leading against Elyona. I think that's kind of the expected outcome. Voldemar, of course, waiting. We just saw that series. Definitely worth checking the VODs if you haven't seen it already. Mio Micah is leading against Kiliadi. And here's the interesting thing about that matchup, by the way. They have preferences that overlap. Jean, Shushi, I think French also kind of fits in there. There's a lot of civs, Mongols, that they both enjoy. So I can already imagine the chaos in that draft. And then finally, Sass versus Corvinus. Honestly, like, I wouldn't be surprised if game 1 is still going between those two. One of them has to face off against Lucifron, who I just genuinely think is the biggest boogeyman on this screen right now. I think the way he's playing is actually scarier than any other opponent in the current bracket.
Yeah, I mean, it's known, right? Like, I feel like Lucifron, he can play like Vortex, but he's also never afraid of playing macro games as well behind it. That kind of differentiates him a little bit more from Vortex, but he still has like insane timings.
There's kind of an argument that Vortex has become more like Lucifron now.
Yeah, I wouldn't say no to that. He used to all in me much more often than he's doing now.
Yeah, like he used to all in you 95% of the time. Now it's like 85% of the time, you know? He's like, really?
Now he lets me struggle a little bit longer, yeah.
He lets you scream. So, question mark is who's going to be screaming this one, because you've been practicing Knights Templar a lot. I feel like I haven't seen Marlians against them that frequently so far.
I think they're quite fine against Marlians overall. Mainly because, like, it's a typical, what do you want to do? Your opponent scales with cattle, you scale with second TC. It's very nice, and typically Mali, they can kind of like try and push you in with mass javelin throwers, but you can just mass so many archers with Knights Templar that you don't really mind that too much. You can push back into the javelins with just archers.
I think this is an interesting map as well because of the dynamics. For Knights Templar, you want the center. For Scatterbrain, you want the flanks as Marlians because the pro scout play. So like you can rush one central deer pack and then spread. So it kind of feels like a map where both can get what they want. The question mark is what gets more value, because one thing I have noticed with Marlians is the Farimba rush seems to have held on after this season 10's arrival. It's still a very viable strategy. It just feels like it's always Javelineers now, whereas it used to be occasionally, you know, you'd see the Mansa Musafadi or the Freeborn.
Yeah. Yeah, the javelin throws, just in like having that, when you have that big clump of javelin throwers and you're able to just take down any armored unit, getting that bonus movement speed just means it's so difficult to catch them.
Oh yeah.
And then it doesn't matter if you have Chevalier or Horsemen or Knights. If you can't get the full surround in, they always find a way to like wiggle out.
It's also just the tankiness. It allows them to dive into stupid locations and idle you out completely.
Yeah.
It's a super oppressive choice. Outside that, though, like looking at the draft to maps, I feel like Scatterbrain's draft is not atrocious, despite the fact he gave the 2 new civs across. You've got China here for things like Frisian. Order the Dragon is a civ that I think still likes to play pro scouts, and we've got maps like Sacred Grove, which can fit that gorge as well. Even some curveballs there, such as Japan Ottomans. Byzantines we've already been seeing is still really strong.
Yeah. We don't see Lipany here for Byzantines, but I mean they're fine on like any map at the end of the day, right? Maybe not Frisian marshes because they don't really benefit from sheep or like the fish that much, but any other map they'll fit just fine.
I'd be curious to Byzantines versus Lancaster if that happens. I think if you were talking pre-changes, I'd kind of like Byzantines for the Kira Siphon timing. I wonder if with the system changes, it's a little bit too slow.
It could be interesting. Could definitely be interesting. I would also love to see the implication of like going for a fast castle with Lancaster up against a civ like Byzantines and then getting Earl's Guard in. Because typically javelins they can just poke you to death. But with the Earl's Guard you get the dagger boys.
Yeah, and it's 16 base damage on the dagger, so javelin ranged armor not so good.
Yeah, you get like 6, 7 of them in, and you're able to start one-shotting the javelin throwers one by one.
I think that unit, of all the new things, like even Sync Shot maybe, like I don't know, Sync Shot might be the one that's like the bigger shock when you see it the first time. But the daggers are the subtle thing, because they suck at scale, I feel like, but early on they're crazy. I remember I played a few games against Warman, and we had one where I just rushed Castle Age and rushed their base. It was on Enlightened Horizon. Well, she walled. Men at arms, you just walled, right? No. The villager just got punted in the face and died straight away. It's really, really powerful.
The thing with the scaling at mass is there's an upgrade where you suddenly give them accuracy, and that's when they start like AoE hitting.
Yeah.
And it's not even a joke. Like they are like mangonel hits.
I think
that are coming in from them.
I remember I was talking to like when I interviewed Winston, I was like, "You're a Dota guy. Was there any Luna inspiration? Because there's a hero that throws glaives that bounce, and it's kind of like that feeling. You just have this giant AoE slosh that hits the front line, and they flop dead. Really powerful tools. But hopefully we do get to see it. I can't believe I'm saying that, but like I'm hoping we get something different if Lancaster does arrive, or it's going to be them in the ground. But we're ready to kick off here. Game number 1 of our qualifying series between 3D Clan Scatterbrain in the yellow Nomalians, and over here, Dumu from Team Liquid in the purple as Knights Templar, and it is gonna be that Rax Rush opening, usually the kryptonite to Malian players.
And this is an interesting one. The second time that we're seeing it today with the Dark Age barracks opening. This time, no forward barracks though.
No, he builds it at home, but if it's an outpost rush, you'll pull the villager. The cool thing is you can always build more production ahead on the enemy side. I don't know if this is going to be the Hospitalier build. It's a bit weird against Malians.
Don't think so. Something that you could do is go for the sergeants. They at least like
against javelins.
Yeah, they feel a little bit better, but they still don't feel great.
No,
I take it back. Don't go for the sergeants.
refund.
They're not. Yeah, they're not a nice unit to make at the moment.
Yeah, probably just Chevalier. I think that the issue is of the 3 choices, is the only one that doesn't get countered by javelins.
Yeah, sergeant's a great unit. It just needs to feel a bit snappier, and then suddenly it becomes like a actually decent unit.
Yeah, so you've done that classic. It's not me, it's you. Like it's a great unit, but it's not a great unit. It's sadly the concept is cool. Same with Hospitalier.
Yeah. Exactly, like the extra from Age of Empires 2.
Yeah, it's like
which also is for the Franks. So like we're at the French again.
Always comes back to them. I mean, at this point, it makes sense, right? Statistically, French has to be top 3 in terms of player representation in AoE4.
That's why they get all the variant civs.
Yep. Don't ask me why the English. I know why the English got the variant civ, Crackety. We invaded them, and also we got invaded. So like, technically part French and French part English. It's welcome to history. It's confusing. So we are going to get the Donzo reaction out of Scatterbrain. Not usually something that Malian players are happy to have to do.
Ooh, there's the outpost as well.
Oh, this is really early.
Yeah, but the Donzo already gets the first throw in there.
Yep.
Second one as well. Yeah, that outpost is never going to go up.
Mathematically, he should be capable of threading the needle here. Yeah, because it takes a minute and you have 15-second recharge.
There's
so right now
additional
you're doing
Donzos coming in.
Yeah, so you're doing 12 damage every 15 seconds, and there's extra Donzos. Like, this should be dead. Oh, no, Dumu. Please tell me there's a second villager coming. It's turning into sunken cost fallacy.
Is it? Yeah, there is a second villager coming in.
Okay, yeah, so this can work. He's even kind of baiting him with a pullback now. You don't really want to have to stab these Donzos either. It's the frustrating thing. They have melee armor. Whoop. Okay.
Nice little snipe there.
Cool thing about this...
Splits off one.
Oh, nicely done by Scatterbrain.
Yeah, he's still getting the villager kill in.
Wait, he might see the second villager. Oh my god, this is huge if he sees him straight away.
He's got to see him.
Yep.
Yeah.
He straight away intercepts. This is sick. Scatterbrain. He's got another volley to punt. Yep, holds it in. And that other Donzo, it means Dumu cannot go for this outpost anymore.
It's got to be another villager now. Villager pull as well to burn down the outpost.
And Scatterbrain has played this so well. Dumu,
really good.
I think maybe it would have been just worth building the racks in the center.
Maybe, or just immediately pull 2 villagers here for it.
That's the other thought. Like, we've seen Mongol players do this
He's
day.
pulling
these
another.
days.
He's pulling another. He's doubling down.
I kind of respect it. I mean, at this stage, you know, your opponent's probably going to have double your economy when you go feudal age, but who cares?
At least he's not getting a lot of passive gold, right? It's kind of violent. It's still like 30 gold per minute, even without any buildings nearby.
Yeah. And your opponent's already minus 90 resources per minute. Oh,
yeah,
God.
and Scatterbrain, he knows. Wait, my opponent didn't delete the outpost yet. Surely there's another villager coming.
And you can't skirt around this if you're Dumu. You have to A-click onto them, otherwise you get poked down. He's got the javelin throw again. Saving it for Christmas?
Saving it for something. Is that another villager pull?
Oh my god.
The outpost?
I think it is. Look at how slow it's moving on the minimap.
Yeah, it's destroyed.
That's...
He cancelled now.
Oh, no.
Is the villager still coming? The villager is still coming in.
There's another... Like, I think... Is there another villager behind this, or is that actually a spear? It's moving quite slow. Okay, it just sped up. So, are we're trying again. And the sad reality is, I think if Dumu had just built it here in the first place, he would have been capable of getting it up because the spearman could dive. Oh my god, this just doesn't go up now.
This damage. Yeah. Yeah, he's giving up on that. It feels bad, but yeah. That's Donzo for you.
In fairness to him, he doesn't feel that far behind right now.
It could have been worse, but he's still gonna be down like 4 villagers by the time Age-Up comes in. 4.5 maybe even.
Yeah, because I wonder if there's a slight skip on TC production time here.
I think there was. I think he got housed a little bit in between.
Makes sense. It's almost happening again for Scatterbrain, actually. Villager is going to be pulled for the repair. This is just a throwaway spears. And he did go for Kingdom of France as anticipated. Like, it just makes sense. Against Javelins, you don't want the other two. But look at all these injured spears we could have healed.
Yeah. Could have.
Just think of the possibilities, Crackety. Infinite health.
Infinite.
Infinite.
A renewable resource.
Exactly. You think farms are OP? Wait until you discover healing. I kind of wondered why they never implemented, like, I guess a faith resource on each monk. Basically mana. And like it regens over time, you know?
Oh, okay. I get what you mean, yeah.
Because it technically, like, is an infinite resource. If you just conceptualize that health is, like, you can... I don't know. Like, I guess it kind of works because our farms are infinite and gold is infinite.
It's like similar... It's kind of similar to Age of Empires 2, where they, like, have faith, and when they have full faith, they can convert a unit. When in theory, it's just a cooldown behind it, right? But yeah.
That would be cool for, like, a type of special monk, maybe, that heals faster with that mana, and then weaker without. Good experiment.
I don't know. I've played against so many, like, mass dervish plays in the last
Yeah,
few
but
months.
imagine if dervish didn't do that forever. You know, like the...
I'm sick of healing.
Yeah, but what if the monk was slower? Oh, the trade-offs.
Dude, that would be much better. Dervish is so fast.
Yeah, you think those dervishes would get tired? They look very slim, but they ain't got much water packing. Double satchel. They actually, like, dervishes look like they should be able to carry 2 relics. You ever realize that? Like, sling 1 in each bag.
Yeah, true. Should
Thank
be
God they
double
can't.
carrying relics.
Yeah, totally reasonable.
Should also be able to move while they convert, right? Like the Wololo, they should still be able to move. So it's the Dervish Wololoing, not the camel.
I mean, that's so much more scary. You just, like, you know what you need? You actually need a Native American Civ, and the Wololo's almost like, you know, the war cry that they make as they Wololo after, like, and just chasing you in, and then moving with the Wololo.
Remember how it used to be that units were able to be pushed during a Wololo?
Oh, yeah, I remember. You can still technically do
Yeah.
it. Anyway, we have got the pit
It's
mine.
harder, though.
Is it going down again?
Yeah.
I'm kind of impressed by Dumu's time on these archers, actually, everything considered.
Yeah, he gets a decent time again. Oh, the Chevalier, though. I mean, still, he did his job.
Oh, he baited him
distracted the
perfectly.
units.
That's sick.
Yeah, really good.
How is
nice.
Dumu not dead in this game?
That was a really good unit control there. I mean, the thing is, Scatterbrain was floating a little bit of resource now. Like, look at his queue. He's got like 4 javelin throws in 1 archer range.
You know, I think Scatterbrain should create his own YouTube series where he explains his thought processes in these type of games, and just call it Scattersplained. Because I'd be curious, like, how he felt about this game right now. You have to feel like this was borderline GG with a failed outpost rush.
Granted, like, he's also already getting in another pit mine in the back of his base. He's still completely fine. Only thing is that food might be running out for him. He's on the berries now. Even on cattle. Which is expensive.
Steel arrow also on the way. Keep in mind, Scatterbrain actually doesn't
he's
have
not
a
getting the
blacksmith.
sheep pick.
Now, this guy was known as the Lancaster boy on the ladder, so it makes sense that he has dominion over sheep.
Alright, now we're getting to the scary point when it comes to the javelin throwers. Now they're starting to be able to one-shot the archers.
You can't feel good about backing up, because if you back up, he's going to try to contest sacred sites. Or just boom, and you're playing 1 TC. So yeah. Dumu, he doubles down. Rams on the way.
Interesting, yeah. Not sure if it's necessary to go for the rams, to go for the ram play.
I guess he's just trying to panic Scatterbrain a bit. I think what Dumu noticed in that last fight is that he can just kind of out-micro him. Because it really felt like that was a micro-control issue, is that Scatterbrain was 1 step behind.
Military count just looks a lot better here. Oh, triple ram immediately. Okay.
I've got wood. What do I do with it?
Demu's really pissed at the pit mine there now.
He's like, oh, well, I was going to spend 100 wood and we'd both be okay with it. But fine. 600 wood it is.
Now it's personal. This pit mine's going down.
So, like, this is why, Dumu, he knows the game very well. Don't want to criticize. But 1 slight improvement here, Crackety. Could have been Hospitalier. He could have Clown Card. They
Clown car Hospitalier?
never suspect the Hospitalier Clown Car. They come out, you're like, oh no, he's going to melee me. And they just stand there healing each other.
Imagine if you were able to heal rams. Oh, he's leaving the rams alone?
Like, in a way, you heal them by not letting them get hit.
Yeah?
Yep. Because you just, like, you absorb the blows and heal each other. I call it the hippie build.
Peace and love.
Which is beautiful until they're hacked into pieces. So, army's rallying back. Scatterbrain needs to find a way to hold here.
Oh. Not like that. Oh, he still doesn't have any blacksmith upgrades.
Yo, the Spearman.
That's horrible.
This is a problem right now as well. There's no brace coming through. He's just getting peeled. Like a banana, which is appropriate because he's yellow. And even loses the scout, so Ryan Blind won't be able to see if there's a secondary wave coming. The Rams, in the meantime, are melting the infrastructure.
Scatterbrain, fortunately, has a couple of bonus houses, so it's not like he's going to get housed immediately through this.
Still, it's annoying when you go to
he's
rebuild
now
the
also
pit
getting
line.
the blacksmith up.
And the Javelin's positioning is a bit wonky. He was trying to fish for the ram
Fields
kills.
off, yeah. Not having this, like, the Pierce armor right now means that the Javelin just takes so much more damage from these archers.
He finally realized it, but the golding comes down a bit. He's just pulled villagers across the gold, but that's a big gap in actually getting your tech timings here. Archers, happily going to go for the little trade there.
With 16 Javelin throws, you're able to split them into 2 groups who start one-shotting 2 archers at the same time.
I'm slightly off that number. If he sees the blacksmith and just dives up with the rams here,
It could be very annoying, yeah.
because you can just wrap the archers around the back of the tree, and he'd have to overextend. Wait, ooh.
Yeah, he's got another big army behind this.
Is it a bit weird that Scatterbrain is pushing out like this right now? I mean, I know the army looks small, so...
It's because Dumu doesn't have his entire army here.
Yeah.
Like, he's got a big ball back in his base.
I don't know if that was intentional either. That's a lot of troopers not on the front line.
It's something that Dumu tends to do, is like attack with one army and then remass in the back of his base. Just in case his opponent tries to like raid or something like that.
Yeah, he doesn't want to trickle troops.
And it's fair here. Yeah, it's fair here because his units have like the same movement speed, right? So he's also able to just run away.
Rams are getting cleared up. I felt like Scatterbrain, you know, this dive out to get rid of Rams, the awkward issue of it is they've kind of already done their job. But look at what Scatterbrain's doing. Like there's a comeback maneuver for him here. Farimba with mass javelins.
Needs to get to that point though, and he might lose the javelins here at this point.
He's going to lose the Donzos.
He still didn't get the upgrade.
And the Spearmen. This is the thing. Spearmen are really a true counter to javelins like this. It's just ugly. He's going to lose the last of the Donzos. More Chevaliers on the way. Honestly, if Scatterbrain...
Yeah, now it's starting to become really tough.
I think if Scatterbrain ages up, he just dies from a lack of resources to upgrade.
Yeah. Finally, the Pierce armor's coming in.
So heavily
It's
delayed.
just so late now.
He also... No, he just rebuilt
15 minutes.
hit mine.
Yeah, it's about to go down again.
Oh, goody. New targets. Damn, he's just playing this so well. Scatterbrain's like, just 100 more hits.
Gold.
I think he's trading the gold at this stage, maybe. Chevalier production's back online.
Yeah. This is so difficult now to judge because he's like floating so much food in comparison to gold. He's just not able to get to that age up point that he needs to.
Yeah, and it's like he's halted Donzo productions. The Chevalier timing could hit pretty hard. Javelin does come in fast and for free. It's only 10 seconds, I believe. So not much of a wait.
Yeah, and the Veterancy upgrade is half price as well.
Half price, 30 seconds also.
Yeah, very quick.
There we go, Farimba on the way. However, look at Dumu. He's going to mirror the tech timing.
Yeah, he's not far off as well. And his tech only takes like 45 seconds.
Ooh, maybe you just don't do Genoa this game.
Heavy spears?
Yeah, but against Mustafadi as well. I guess because your opponent's javelins, kind of, but heavy spears are so slow.
You're blocking the gold.
I think maybe it is just worth Genoa for the gold.
Yeah. I think the other units just aren't good.
Yeah, Castle Age just... I think his units are just awkward. Like, it's just... You either use Genoa's crossbowmen, or the others are odd. Like, I know a lot of people thought heavy spearmen are OP, but when you think about the dynamics of Castle, you're usually thinking of opening lances and then spears. But, like...
I wish Sergeant was a unit in Castle Age instead of Feudal Age.
Yeah, and then, but what would you put in its place that's reasonable? Maybe the horseback javelins? Give them plastic damage?
I think in Feudal Age they would be... Feudal Age they could be kind of too good.
Like if they have
against
2
archers.
base and do like 4x damage?
2 base?
Yeah, I mean, you want to be balanced.
I don't know, it still feels bad. It just feels like a bad concept to have that kind of unit in Feudal Age.
True. It wouldn't be the first time we've seen Ottomans. All right. Well, how about this unit for Castle Age? Javelineers have arrived. Salute. He has survived. Dumu. Are we just going straight Imperial Age? That's a lot of food.
Yeah, it is. He was out on the... Wait, what's that gold yellow unit on the
Oh my
gold?
god, wait, Scatterbrain.
Scatterbrain.
What? There's a relic here, hear me out.
It's not Z.
No! Wait, but this villager, this final villager, if he walks back the other way, he'll walk in range. Check vision, check vision. What?
They just can't see each other.
It's literally 1 villager
Barely.
difference.
That's crazy.
Oh no! He came to protect the gold. He's gonna find Dumu on the food.
Well, he sees him. He just doesn't notice him.
Meanwhile, Dumu, he's got his army over here now. Yep, so he reacts more appropriately. Archers are also here. That's against Donzos. Shall they decide A-click is the best action against massive spears? However, the Templar brothers have arrived.
Pack their stuff. They're pretty tanky.
Yeah, 275 HP. Whew.
More damage.
The same damage, isn't it? I thought it was health was the difference.
What's more than just health?
Or 20 more resources,
damage.
you get 45? 45 more health. And then, of course, you have things like the tech that scales their charge damage.
Yeah.
I find the issue...
Pretty expensive, though.
Yeah, they're probably so. I feel like the issue with Templar Brothers is they take so long to scale if you do not go Kingdom of France. Because it's 38 seconds production time?
Yeah, they take a while. The thing is, they synergize really, really nicely just with all the bonus gold that you get, right?
Yeah. And also the discount you get from the Kingdom of France makes it easier. So, monks are now coming out. Dumu, did he lose the monastery in the center? I think he's still there. Yeah. So this is going to be a quick grab. Also, that sets him up for a fortress drop. If he can secure a bit of map control, that's a sick fortress drop. It'll buff the sacred sites and the monastery gold. I just don't know how
a lot of challenge throws.
he survives this. It's such
With
an
excellent micro.
Yes, excellent micro. Basically, forget you have to produce villagers and just
so
A-click,
quick.
run. A-click, run. Yeah, you know why they're so quick? Because when they run away, they hop on their broomsticks. You see that?
They almost just one-shot the Templar Brother without Pierce damage up.
So what you're saying is with Pierce upgrade.
Maybe.
Look at it. I'm telling you, these guys ride broomsticks. Look at them. They run. Ooh. This is Harry Potter in Age of Empires.
Yeah, this is quite obnoxious to play against, I'll say.
It's actually tilting. Like, if there is a unit I'd show people for why formation shuffling needs a rework, this is the unit.
Or you just show them a clip of villagers outrunning knights for like 20 seconds.
True, that one too. You want to know why they move so fast? They've got like a rocket at the end of the spear. It's also why they shoot so hard. Wheelbarrow for javelins. Yeah, it's called the Farimba upgrade.
You put a rocket on the wheelbarrow.
Legitimately, if Farimba upgrade only gave the movement speed, it would be good enough.
Yeah, it would already be really good. You can kind of just ignore the poison damage.
Mm-hmm. The thing is, though, like at this point, you have so many, the poison damage doesn't matter, they die. But the interesting thing, though, is this is a snowball comp. If it fails just once, dead. Like, I've noticed it time and time again with the javelin spam. It's very hard to layer the cake for the next step. He's trying, though. We have got sofas.
Yep, sofas on the way.
Wait, but Dumu already has crossbows. For reasons that...
I mean, the crossbows aren't going to really matter that much if they die to the javelins.
Yeah, that's my thought. It's like, it's
when the sofas can
interesting
work.
that he's building crossbows, though. I guess he needs to use the gold. So the answer to this is meant to be mass horsemen, but I feel like there's not many civs that can have mass horsemen at this stage.
I feel like mass horseman is also kind of like a little bit of a bait, because then you get into situations where there's a choke point or something like that.
Yeah.
And especially with like the movement speed on these, like it's much easier for horsemen to surround units with 1.25 tiles per second movement speed than it is 1.38.
Agreed.
Suddenly it becomes so much more difficult.
Especially them eating into you as you run.
Yeah.
And you have to also remember that this is a higher base damage than Archer. Okay, Dumu, like, starting to feel a bit bad for him right now. Although then again, I've watched him use this against people on the ladder, so maybe not so bad.
It feels bad watching like 6-8 units from Demu die and not a single one from Scatterbrain here.
But we almost got one.
Okay, he's getting Fortress up in the middle.
With 5 villages? We've
It's about to be less.
maybe the Templar brothers salute. They have to give their lives. I mean, surely the javelins won't just kill the mangoes afterwards. Oh yeah, we have got a lot of overkill here with the micro.
Yeah.
Dumu, is he actually going to do this with 5? I think he is.
Oh, that it's.
Walks into it. See, this is the thing. Like, mangoes nowadays, it's mind games. It's like
Oh.
playing battleships.
Man, whenever they clump up like that, my heart drops for a second.
I think this is why some people really freak out when you have, like, line formation. Because against that gold is actually griefing him. Because it pushes you back into almost like a column formation on the retreat. So the mangoes end up hitting you.
Scatterbrain, he's not going for pure Sofa, he's going for Musafati warriors as well. Does he have... Are there cattles behind us? Does he, like, also have some cattle working for his economy?
Surely by now. No.
No, he's just gathering from the cattle. He's purely food gathering from cattle right now.
We can think about ranches when we're at maximum population, Crackety.
Oh,
okay?
and immediately the next fortress.
Oh, this
Some
is
with 22 villagers.
Yeah, but this is treasure towers. This is huge. Look at the double relic already. He's got 2 more relics, so he could actually pull them into monasteries nearby. It would be so worth it.
It's going to be a lot of gold income.
And
with
he also...
Genoese as well.
Yes, exactly what I was about to say. It gets ludicrous with Genoa because you go up to, I think, 203 gold per pilgrim.
So he's on 2 pilgrims baseline. It's going to be an additional 2 pilgrims. Yeah. It's going to be 200 gold per pilgrim. He's going to be at 800 gold per minute passively.
Yeah, 812 to be nerdy about it. It's ridiculous. Like, to reference the amount of villages that require, that is the equivocal of about, let's say, 18 villages.
25?
It's 25? You get 40 base on gold, right?
Gold is a little bit slower.
Okay.
Like, he doesn't have any mining upgrades.
Oh, that's right. Yeah, he hasn't. Well, I mean, yeah, but like, let's treat him like a normal civ. You probably have a mining upgrade by now. Knights Templar getting mining upgrades? What a noob! Just build more pilgrims. I mean, it would be nice to the stone.
We're up to 5 manga nodes.
Yeah, this is just classic. You have to come to me.
Scatterbrain, he's killed a lot of villagers behind us, actually.
Yeah, he's finding more, but it's kind of crazy that I'm still shrugging about it.
Look at the Musafati count.
Okay, now that I'm not shrugging about. Javelins alone can't win this game for Scatterbrain, but if he floods Musafati, he can break the keeps.
That's a crazy amount of units. I'd be more concerned, though, if instead of 30 Musafati warriors, this was 20 Sofa or something like that.
Yeah, but there's crossbows. Like, nothing realistically counters him. There's only a handful of archers. Other interesting thing about Musafati here, like, they're kind of surprising against mangoes. If you get walloped by a mango, with the local knowledge reveal, you pretty much heal off the first shot. And let's be real, like, you're probably going to get hit once and not more. Because if your opponent with 5 mangoes is attacking Musafati instead of javelins, something has gone really wrong.
Yeah.
Gotta protect those Musafati.
Man, this is a crazy game to call them.
Yeah, it's bio versus mech. Something that Dumu should know very well historically.
Yeah, but he's at 250 food per minute.
Yeah, because he's mech. It's just he's got 1,400 gold. There it is,
we go.
treasure
towers. Yeah. He's getting so much gold per minute, he can just buy food.
Now, remember,
he's got enough for another fortress.
Yeah, so remember, this buffs the pilgrims, this buffs the relic gold income, and the sacred site income by 20%.
Oh, never mind, another TC. Okay. Sure.
I mean, he kind of needs it.
He lost a couple of villagers, granted, yeah.
So if you click the overview statistics, you can see the raw gold income he has now. You're going to have to add 20% onto that. Look at that.
There it is. That's another fortress right there.
So he's going to be up at 720 off of this. He's going to be up at 5 pilgrims, generating 1,000.
That's pretty good gold income.
Yeah, Marlene's envious right now.
He's going for it. Is he? Oh my god, no!
Oh my god, no. This is where this many javelins is a negative. How do you dodge?
Oh, look at it. Look at it. You don't see it, suddenly you do.
Scrim shots. He's lining up, though. He's lining up. And he gets the mangoes behind the line. And the armor. He's got the armor.
He's got the armor, indeed.
Oh my god.
Actually, no, it's only
No. It's just the glow. It doesn't matter, though.
Yeah.
Where did the Musafati go?
It disappeared. Oh
this is ridiculous. How
he
is
was at
Dumu winning?
120 military. And now he's at 30. Dumu only lost like 20 military units. That's crazy. That's actually crazy. This might need to be Sofas, man.
All right,
even against the spearmen, even against the crossbows.
So, Dumu, I mean, he had faith. We talked about this Crackety. He's got years of playing StarCraft 2. He knows that mech beats bio. He's proven it here. That was ridiculous.
Apparently so. Yeah, that was a little bit crazy.
And crazy, like I thought he didn't have the armor. If he had the armor, imagine how much more of a wipe that would have been.
Oh man.
Time is still ticking. Scatterbrain on the clock, and I think he is out of oil to burn in the lamp.
Yeah, remassing from that one feels really, really difficult now.
Not if you're Fulani. Oh, wait. Yeah, it's pretty hard.
No.
Look at that. Oh. Nice Templar life is good. You know, if you cap out on Pilgrims alone, you can get over 2,000 passive gold income. A minute.
Yeah, easily.
Because you can get a maximum of 10 Pilgrims.
You can get 12.
You get 12?
Yeah. 10 from Fortresses and 2 from the TC.
That's interesting. I'm pretty sure I cast Corvinus with like 14 Fortresses in a free-for-all and you only had 10.
That's odd. Oh, like it says 1 for each fortress up to 10.
I think
it means
up
10,
to 10 total.
pilgrims, not...
Yeah.
Okay.
So I thought
it meant up to 10 fortresses, not 10 pilgrims.
I think if you, for example, had safe passage but not the sanctuary, you'd like an extra keep would matter. All right. Well, it looks like he is going to get the siege.
No, not even that. The Springles, they got melee armor.
This is great though. Like, check this. We've cleared some of the siege out, Crackety, and now we just need to send in another 50 Musafa. Oh crap.
We've lost 3,000 resources worth of Musafati warriors. In return, we took out 2 mangonels.
But we showed him who the daddy is. It's Dumu.
It was about taking a stand.
Oh my god. Well, Mangoes ran out of javelins to target. And all of a sudden, this gold spawn feels cursed.
Oh, he's not able to hold that. Okay, bunker repairs. But he doesn't have stone.
And also mangoes. And that is indeed trebuchets. Because, you know, in a game where, like, you just have sacred sites, your opponent has to come to you. You have to trebuchet him. Villages?
Usually he's trapping down the wrong keep, because he wants to trap down the keep where his castle is, so then he can actually take the sacred site down.
Yeah. I don't see that happen. He does get the north one at least, but there's an entire army here, and his solution to the Springwood issue, Crackety, is more Musafati.
More Musafati wood. Yeah.
Gotta give it to him though. Scatterbrain, I like credit where credit's due.
Yeah, it was really good. The game was really good.
Yeah, and like
can't fault him there.
And let's keep in mind also, you know, Dumu, yes, he had a rough start, he had to come back, but like this was swings and roundabouts. Like Scatterbrain had points where he had to do something to take the lead. Oh.
Aye.
Like just AFK check, just making sure you're here.
1.5 minutes now, ticking on the sacred site timer.
Last hurrah.
Oh man.
Oh, that outpost. No, you need to go now.
Yeah, it's gonna. Yeah.
While you aren't seen.
I mean, there they are.
Wow. Oh no. It's a kill box.
Siege.
Scatterbrain's like, just ignore the ram. Just ignore it. Shh. I'm a tree.
He was a fairy.
I'm not real. There's no one piloting this thing. Alright, here we go. Trev's moving over. This is an ambitious decap.
Yeah.
He's like, yes,
Very much so.
He will send everyone to kill that ram. Dumu has 600 stone. He should be able to keep repairing this.
Yeah,
North side.
That's typical.
Okay, so minute on the clock. I think you can kill the castle. I'm just still scratching my head about how you killed the army.
You can't. You need your own mangonels. At this point in time, Scatterbrain, he's like 80 military units behind. From what he needs.
So what you're saying is we need to rebind Dumu's delete key to his right mouse button.
That would work. That would be a start.
There we go. We figured it out. Alright, he's going to try now. Oh no, I lost the castle.
Anyways.
It's going to be a bit further away this time. Thanks for reminding me of the safety issues with constructing ancient castles. And no, the Musafadi...
Oh my god.
He pulled him back intentionally for that reason, just for the springald shot. This is over. Game 1.
Yeah.
Benny boy. A start that looked like it should have been GG and a lead for Scatterbrain, but Dumu just finds a magical way. There's something about this man in Boardland. It truly does channel a different form. We do have a decap on the north side, but at this stage, I think Dumu's just going to send it.
Yeah, there's no way through. Right, wait. Yeah, what? He actually did get the...
He did. Yeah, but it cost him
God.
everything. Everything.
It did. That's crazy that he got the decap in at all. I don't think Dumu expected that. I think Dumu just thought, okay, my opponent's going to tap out any moment now. Sudden decap.
You can just imagine the face he pulls where he's like, oh okay. There's something
yes, we're
about
doing it the hard way.
But there's genuinely something about Dumu. I think he has more miracle comebacks than any other player on this map.
I likes you, and I wants you. That's the type of situation there.
Old line. It was made for him.
It's the synergy.
He just
Wait,
understands.
actually, isn't it a synergy on both sides?
Scatterbrain isn't bald, is he? I think he has some hair.
I'll have to look at the muck shot again.
If we go to the bracket shot, we can kind of like look. We can squint.
We can squint at a low res image.
Yes. If I see any semblance of like black or brown on the top, then it's just there's hair. There's hair. There's hair.
There's hair. There's hair.
He's holding on. He's believing in the hairway. Unlike Dumu, who like you can just see, you know, like the pointy spear of his assault, the baldness leads through. So
it could also be a birthmark.
That's that's fair. Yeah, I never thought about that way, but you've caught me. I have a birthmark on my head too. Do you see it?
Is that the headphone then?
It's the whole thing. The whole like look at all that birthmark.
It's 3D.
Yeah, it's part of me at this stage. So actually, like the doctors thought it was a birthmark, and they went, it's growth.
3D birthmark. Crazy.
So Frisian. Okay, I don't know how you feel about this matchup, but I actually have been rating Ibids pretty strongly here against China.
I like Ibids. I also hate them at the same time. I think like Manjanique is so unique, but it either drives me crazy or actually that's no. It always drives. Like whenever I see like Mass Manjanique coming in, it's always crazy. It's always crazy with that unit. How crazy is that at like taking down infrastructure?
And also, it's just if you have a really big army, you're like, mangoes, I'll just dodge. Against kids,
you can't dodge that.
It's like a mini nest of bees effect. It's brilliant.
Yeah.
But then there's also something I know you're going to hate is the Dervish into the FC builds or the aggro and fuel. And let's not forget the late game and the efficiency of things like the military wing Desert Raiders. Also, let's not forget the fact that Ibid just received several buffs. You must be loving
As in traders or...
So they have the industry wing buff. They can now build a castle as quickly as China. They have got the blacksmith upgrade now. They can get military academy and feudal age.
Yeah.
For reasons. Is there anything else I'm missing? I think they made some slight tweaks to trade wing. Obviously, you can build the camels there as well.
Yeah, maybe we get like bazaar traders. Could that be it? Bazaar camel traders?
I have a rule. You're allowed to do Bazaar when you're 2 games ahead.
Well, if you're your opponent's 2 games ahead.
When you're 2 games ahead. Or if you're completely washed as a, like, Hail Mary. These are the written rules. If you remember when we done King of the North, that's exactly the ruling that had to happen there. 2-game lead, you can do it.
Yeah. You're allowed to throw a game. Yeah.
Or
Do something
like,
wild.
sometimes it's not a throw though, right? Because then they're so in their own head. They're like,
if it works, yeah, we talked about it. If it works once, it's cheese. If it works consistently, no cheese. But we'll see what exactly it's going to be this game. So we're jumping into game number 2 now between Dumu and Scatterbrain.
Dumu on the Eye bids in the purple, Scatterbrain with the Chinese, and it is going to be that double scout opener. So looking to just absorb as much off the map as possible. This also means he's less likely to require pro scouts.
Yeah.
Wow, did you know
great with it.
that my name is Killer with L squared, by the way?
L squared pigeon.
L squared pigeon.
You learn something new every day.
You do?
Custom font, nice. I mean, it's crazy. Like, can we actually take a quick look at the line of sight of Scatterbrain right now? Just see how much line of sight these Chinese scouts have.
Are you going to help get one of your favorite civs nerfed? This is great. Look at it.
Oh, no, okay. It doesn't help if you're playing on classic camera mode, though. You need panoramic mode.
Okay.
Panoramic camera, and then you can actually see everything.
I'll do you one better. China is the worst civ to play if you're 4-3 ratio gamer.
Dude, is anybody still playing on 4-3? I think like maybe Counter-Strike players for some weird reason.
No, do you remember Chemo from Age of Mythology?
Yes.
He streamed 4-3 ratio.
What?
I remember watching the stream, I was like, well, this is just not okay, and clicking off it straight away.
Oh, man. Fellas, be careful. If you play in 4-3, at some point your face is going to become a square.
Yeah, I mean, Cal apparently plays CS in 4-3. I think that says everything it needs to about the discussion.
I'm not sure if it's internationally that way, but, like, mothers, at least in Germany, they were always saying, okay, don't look at a TV for too long. If you look at TV, your eyes turn into squares.
Oh, yeah, the square eyes comment. And then, like, they realized that, joke's on you, idiots, we play in 16:9 now. I'm going to get rectangle eyes.
They're rectangles, yeah.
Okay, so it's going to be military reinforcement.
Look at that.
Nothing new.
Every time I see, like, updated Capture Age, I can't help but smile.
You like the Golden Ages too?
Yeah, Golden Age, Tang Dynasty.
It's very invasive with the Iobid Golden Age when you hover on it. Because there's so many tiers.
It's so long.
Yeah. It's like, oh my god, dude, I came to play a game, not read a book.
This list is putting me to sleep.
Okay, do you want me to, like, completely just send you over the edge of, oh yeah. When you have Ottomans, if you click the Vizier Council, you can go and do other things that will stay up. In Capture Age. Perfect. Yeah, because like you'd think that you would basically click on it and then move away and it would go down. It doesn't. It just stays there.
Oh, as in like a window. Oh, okay,
yeah. You can just keep it there.
Sorry, I'm a mech
Which is annoying when you play the game, but like very helpful when you just want to like cast and keep it up. So how many sheep did we get? Come on, one-man production. This is the perfect game to show us the sheep count. He doesn't even use the fancy tool. 30 sheep here and a deer shove. Oh my.
That's nice. That's smooth. Don't even need pro scouts now.
Just get a good spawn, bro. And
yeah,
I mean,
spawn better, dude.
Military wing is going to feel a bit sucky here then, because Scatterbrain has literally 0 reasons to come out.
Yeah. I mean, in theory, you can. I'm not sure if you can get a Barbican from in range of his TC without being harassed by the Desert. Actually, I think he can. Yeah, he can. Yeah, there's just enough space between the two houses there. Yeah. Just don't kill the deer there now.
Whatever you do. I love it when players get to the stage where it's like...
click the deer.
I love it. This is the most awkward point, actually, for deer shoves with China. You're like, okay, I'm going to shove them in, and then they run towards the TC, like, god damn it. Okay, maybe we just shoot them now? Because what's going to happen here is the villagers are going to scare them back the other way.
Yeah.
There we go, Barbican.
Is he going to get it in time?
First Desert Raider's on the way.
There's a Desert Raider somewhere.
Yeah, he's running through the Stealth Forest now. He can actually get here quick enough. It's going to force more villagers.
Yeah. Range attack doesn't do that much damage. It takes like 10 hits.
That's why against China you
villager.
melee them.
Hard to melee them when it's in range of the TC.
Hand cannon slit slower. Just do it for glory.
There he is. Spots out the Vil. Vil, is the Vil gonna pull back? Yes.
Rest are coming.
He's getting replaced.
By a lot of people. Like, if in life, if someone tells me they're replacing me with 10 more workers, I think I was pretty efficient at my job.
Yeah. Okay, he gets a villager kill though. That's pretty good.
He's gonna lose the Desert Raider.
Is he? Yeah. Oh, barely. Damn. It's really weird with the Barbican. I'm not sure if it's fixed yet, but the arrows inside have way less range than the emplacement and the hand cancel emplacement.
Yeah, it is pretty odd. I think it isn't fixed still. I think it's still like one tile less.
Yeah.
Because the registration for that hit, like you see where the body is, the registration would have been the brown to the left of him. Which just got confusing with the switch over scouts. But Dumu, nothing confusing here. It's going to be Castle Age. Growth Wing, likely. So, Crackety, I have a strategy in mind that I think Iber players should indulge.
You think growth or...
No.
It could also be culture.
It's maybe Dervish could work here. So the strategy
Yeah,
I
just
want to
because, like,
see.
Dervish shielding's so good.
But here's the strategy I want to see. So I want to see Dervish into Industry Wing. You gather on the stone. You get Wheelbarrow. And then you castle drop their base. Good call. Logi Wing.
We are getting the Dervish in.
Someone's going to do that build, by the way. Like, if you just think 50%, 40% build speed increase, and you get stone.
Yeah, that's the crazy thing. Like, that's actually something that Puppy Paw did a while back, as he went into Industry Wing, got a TC up, immediately, like, double Mosque.
Yep. And now you get a 40% build speed buff.
Yeah, it's kind of crazy. Like, the TC goes up really quickly now.
But I'm talking castle drop. Boom. I swear someone's going to do that on Cliffside. It's going to be the dirtiest thing you'll ever see. Yeah, because like
On Cliffside.
Yeah, with Dervish.
How much stone do you get?
Oh, wait.
Sure.
Cal's asking us for something cursed? Oh.
Oh?
He's just gone quiet now. It's a bit worrisome.
Yeah. Something's gonna suddenly pop up on screen.
Wow, look at that, guys. We really feel like we're an Age of Mythology classic gamer now. Like this is taking me back to my Age of Empires 1 days. The cursed overlay as well. I mean, come on. If you're gonna try to show us something cursed, at least put the effort into scaling the overlay.
This is literally like some 2008 gameplay here right now. On a CRT monitor.
Wow, I'm just retiring from Age of Empires 4. We haven't even got 16.9. I've got 16.9 in Heroes of Magic 3, and you guys can't even get 16.9 in AoE 4. I'm done. What is that? Okay, please, thank you. I think 1,500 people just left the stream.
Astronomical Clock Tower is coming up. Is Shogun actually did some work here, pushing Demu completely off of the gold.
He's got the Dervish access, though, so that's going to be triple relic. No denial.
Yeah.
And Lancers to follow up. Which is good, actually. I think that's really good against China, because China want to build Lancers. It's like the #1 temptation.
Yeah. They definitely do at the moment, and especially with the amount of food income that Scatterbrain has underneath this TC at the moment. I also kind of still want to see a move into, like, you know, the 194 build. Add more TCs.
Talking of big numbers.
I think it's so late.
You know what I can't stand? Is it 21-9? 21-9 ratio. Why?
21/9?
Yeah.
I'll try it.
Yeah, where people are like, oh, it's so immersive. I'm like, bro, I'm playing a competitive game. I want to see. Yeah, but you can just turn your head.
You know, there was a while when League of Legends support... Wait, I'm not sure if it still supports 21/9. And you were, like, actually
Probably
seeing
does.
more.
Yeah. Like, multiple games have that. I don't know. I don't think Age of Empires 4 has that. Maybe. Like, I get the argument for it strategically in some cases. Like, goddamn the death space. I'm a
let
multi-mono
people just
gamer.
enjoy the game.
Okay, so widescreen does show more then, I guess. That was... Oh, that was actually... So I remember that was hilarious with Diablo 4 when it came out. Because when Diablo 4 came out,
Oh, yeah.
you had, like, teleport abilities that were screen anchored. So you could technically, like, teleport longer than you were meant to because of ultra-wide.
Oh, that I was thinking about the loading screens, which were meant like only for 16:9s, and then they showed like through the map on the sides where the letterboxes were supposed to be.
Oh, God. Okay, so yeah, we have letterbox when you try to play ultra-wide. Sorry, guys, wrong game. So... Okay, just for menus, apparently. So we've got Camel Lancers plus crossbows coming from Dumu. Scatterbrain's comp... I mean, he should have mass on the defense, but, like, if you just think of it for the raw value of comp, Dumu should be better.
I don't know. I mean, we're now getting the camel play, which is interesting, scaling-wise.
Especially
I like
at the
army
point in the
composition
game.
from Scatterbrain.
Yeah. Like, at this point in the game, the Lancer's now just going to get more value because of this.
True,
From
it's
Scatterbrain,
easier
that
to
is.
mass them up. Yeah. Wait.
No, to raid. Because, like, the traders.
Oh.
I guess, I know Camel on E is big
It's-
deal, but you have 60 health.
Now the thing is more like, it's still kind of tough to catch up to the traders.
True, but if you just wait for them. Form a blockade. Border patrol. Yo, wait, I just had a thought, actually. The camel traders, if you put a few infantry along the trade route, later on you can give them armor. Boom.
Oh.
Armored caravans for
yeah.
hybrids.
There it is.
Sounds so bad.
Scatterbrain didn't look.
Are you suggesting
of
that
the
his
health there.
attention was scattered?
A little bit. I'm suggesting it, yeah. Heard it here first.
Lancers, oh god, no charge. They missed out on the initial damage. Crossbow count still looks really good for Scatterbrain. Dumu, I guess anything to
trading
protect the
out.
trade. Yeah, okay, so it actually ends up being pretty good, especially considering now he's got the dervishes to kiss all the beavers better.
Scatterbrain, he's not giving up yet, though. More reinforcements coming in as well from the backside.
Kinda
Takes a
lacking
little
your
bit
front
for them
line.
to be there. I need to be careful.
He's just sacking the camel lancers.
Yeah, getting some good hits in.
And is this way just micro into the crossbows? Yeah, there you go. Okay, so it's going to force Scatterbrain away. Reinforcing is really screwing him over here.
They're coming in now.
I believe that's a desert raider, so yeah. It's just actually sitting there wasting a lot of your time.
It's good that he's still getting them out for free. Crossbow count is rising.
But we should
Push Demu off the gold again.
now have dervishes coming home shortly to heal. He's got 3. He's captured 1 sacred site. There's 1 relic left. It's like now,
Yeah.
now should be kind of a really frustrating point for Scatterbrain to push in because so far it's been kind of even. But the heal matters. Every single time you
It
take
does.
a small break, you fall further behind.
Yeah. And like 400 passive gold per minute as well at this point. Really good.
Yeah, and Scatterbrain.
He's going into Archers, though.
I mean, with Mamluk's bravery, maybe you need a bit of scale to make that good. This is an overextension. Scatterbrain.
Oh.
Wait, the crossbows aren't here yet. Oh god. He sniped the dervish. Oh, it just doesn't die quick. No! What was the A click? He didn't actually finish him.
No. And he's just healing himself as well.
Oh my god. I think he just lost momentum here fully.
Yeah, it hurts. At least able to get a couple more of the cavalry units on the retreat. Oh, Mameluke's bravery.
He just doesn't want to
already
die
in.
for the dervish. I think he knows at this
Wait,
stage it would
no,
take
it's
2
not.
volleys. And no, Mamluk's bravery isn't there. It's just a heal.
Yeah.
But this is ridiculous. I think Scatterbrain, I mean, it shows the difficulty of like pushing in with this type of timing. You need an edge. Economically, it felt like each minute that passed of him doing this, he was falling further behind.
Yeah, and the food must also be slowly but surely running out for him, right? Like, if we take a look at his mill, like, I think he must be moving on to berries soon.
He's
With 14
already
minutes into
there.
the game.
Yeah, he just shifted
Yeah.
out. Oof. And now, with you losing that constriction around Dumu's base, you are still up against Camel Lancers.
He needs to get the crossbows out in front. What's the play now going to be for Scatterbrain? Tries to raid with a couple of Lancers. Finds one of the Dervishes there. Okay.
It'll slow you down, but Nesta Bees is actually pretty good here.
I disagree.
You don't think he can find the timing?
It's not necessarily about the timing, but mostly just about being immobile.
But he's kind of already immobile with the crossbow comp.
The thing is, like, I feel like you need a big ball of units at the moment. Like, neither player right now is going for, like, Dumu also isn't going for Mangana. Okay, just when I say it. Massacres.
So it's time for
But
siege,
Dumu
right?
has
Kraken?
the military mass.
Yeah.
Dumu has the military mass now.
Double kill.
One of the issues when you're playing up against Ayubits is as soon as you get the Dervish inside of your military composition, inside of your formation, your units automatically start spreading out more.
That's true. And I think it's also a case of, like, it changes the Nesta B kill count because of that Dervish AoE heal that kind of layers in.
Yeah.
But my issue with Horseman is, like, how are you affording this? His berries are about to run out in the next, 30 seconds?
Quite quickly.
And there's the Mamluk's Bravery you're waiting for, so... Veterancy for Horseman, Dumu's mirroring the play.
Yeah, the issue is, like, Dumu gets the camel on ease, and Scatterbrain, he's the one suffering from it.
Exactly. And, you know, we've seen that's a
And
classic.
choke point as well.
Oh, Mango's going to get max pain for this. Close to the shot. Oh, front of the crossbows.
Volley.
Small front line, but that's all he really needs here. Mango's moving even deeper. The Dervishes are running through and griefing. They cannot even be killed in one volley. Tries to hide, does get killed, but it just doesn't matter. Earlier on, that Dervish was critical to succeeding here. Now he just has raw value in mass.
Dumu's just requeuing them. 2 more in the queue.
Efficient unit.
He knows the value of them.
It's just smart here. It's not like you're up against counter units. Like, usually that type of heal loses some value when you're absolutely countered, because everything just dies too quick. It's not the case here. Lancers arrive again. Body blocks to try and protect the Mango. Crossbows should be capable of pulling the Lancers and killing them. And the Mango is going to survive. All right,
Man.
I'm going to just say it. Game 1, it felt like the micro is what got Dumu back. And Game 2, it's even cleaner of a lead because of the micro.
Yeah. A couple of times, like, the A moves, or not even A moves, but just move commands from Lancers here and there.
And credit to Dumu, doing things like hugging that tree line for the offensive, it just forced Scatterbrain into a really bad rally with the Knights to try and kill the siege. So he's just, what he's doing, you know, it's I don't want to say it's bad micro from Scatterbrain as much as it's very good micro and strategic play from Dumu. It's putting Scatterbrain in a horrible position, and now we do have the Nest of Ease. At this stage, acceptable because you're stuck in your base. Doesn't feel good, though.
Scatterbrain, he's also moving out onto the map now. Needs to get food somewhere. But Dumu, he's already scaled past now. He's got a second TC, he's got the trade. Song just can't keep up with that.
No.
Second Manjani coming in.
Bit cheeky.
That's a disappointing volley.
But he almost killed a crossbow.
Yeah, but there's Dervish now.
I'm sure he won't come here and heal them all.
Oh no. There's horsemen in my trade line.
What if you just...
Anyways.
What if you just put dervishes on the trade line?
I mean, with the speed at which the horsemen kill them, doesn't really make a difference, yeah?
No, military academy. It's okay, this will matter eventually. I swear to God, if that taxman now dies against the wolf. Wait, is he moving?
Messing up a lot of crossbows issues. Dumu has more.
Instead of Scatterbrain going further away from the comp, he's moving towards the center of the map for berries.
Oh,
okay, this is
decent
sad.
volley here. And
wow, look at that damage. He really almost had him.
What damage? Yeah.
And wow, look, a better nest of bees.
Another volley?
Wow, we killed 2.
Killed 2. Yeah.
But they're
That'll
dead.
show him.
Actually, 3. They can't be revived. It's not how healing works. Because then they'd be
Imagine
zombies.
he should destroy wood lines with those fire shots.
I mean, AoE 2 has the technology. Forest nothing would become
dude.
viable. Oh god. Nesta Bees, I don't know if they're going to be able to win this. The villagers have to be pulled. Lance is starting to get in. He gets rid of 2 of the Manganiques, but he loses 2 in return. I mean, he's just scudding him. It's not it's just an attrition warfare in which there is no doubt the Manganiques plus Dervish are superior.
Yeah, villagers getting picked off there. Front line. Air crew gun.
Scatterbrain is processing. Like an Intel Pentium dual core processor, it might take a moment.
How much healing has been done this game?
Is that a stat in the final screen? We may need that. It's important.
This is healing everything back up.
I'll tell you what, this is more healing than you'll get out of an LCS support character. This is ridiculous.
That's crazy.
And goes.
Thank God you can't heal Manganiques. You need villagers to repair.
Could you imagine? Living wood.
Can you imagine Manganiques could be AoE healed?
I mean, there's weirdly enough some things that do heal. Like I think Abbey of Kings does, right?
Yeah.
Where are the dervishes?
They
just
were
checking.
A little bit overzealous there.
They're scouting dervishes.
It's fine. They'll heal up anyways. That's some long distance berry gathering.
Only 20 traders.
Good amount of traders. That's fine.
Scatterbrain still has other issues ahead of him. The food is getting more awkward. Luckily for him, Dumu is having too much fun to go raiding. 6 dervishes. 6.
Reasonable. Reasonable. Oh my god.
You know why they have
Just
those
the
little
horseman.
cribs on the side of the camels? It's to carry all the crybabies that moan about their balance.
Carry me.
Yeah. Crackety,
I'll cry about that
you
all
could be
day
one
long.
of those, yeah. Tell you what,
You'll never hear me not crying about them.
it does look like a very comfortable Uber, though, doesn't it? If you had to travel, oh, nice, a little
Yes.
bed on the side.
Yeah. Legitimately, what is that?
I think it's
Kind of
meant to
reminds
be
me of like the
supplies.
little sidecars that you can have on motorcycles.
Yeah, that's why I said like they look like they should be able to carry 2 relics. You see it now, right?
Yeah, no, that legitimately looks like a bed.
It's because
Just
it's
2
meant
beds
to,
there.
it, well, it's because it's meant to be a cambulance. So that's a little stretcher. The people, they're dead. God, can you
I'm
imagine?
not sure if the scaling with the side works out there.
Can you imagine if you could garrison people on the side there to heal them? Oh, the clown carring. Finally, camel carring.
Imagine you're able to garrison units inside of a dervish.
Where did they climb in?
Oh, but there's a beast there. Melee there's a beast. What's even going on here?
Vicious. Oh, it's just
Healing everywhere.
At this point, Dumu's just having fun.
Yeah, I want to say, like, he's just having fun now. He's just being a silly Billy.
Silly Benny. Scatterbrain just is one of those 1% gamers, I guess, and we just hit 0%.
It was a wild game.
You see that giant spike at the end of military value? That's the dervishes.
Yeah. Just that pure spike there. It's Maz. We need healing received as a metric, I feel like.
You see Eco killed as well? Would have been 50 more if it wasn't for the dervishes.
Yeah.
44 traders. Well, this is getting a bit demoralizing quickly for Scatterbrain. I mean, it's sad for him, especially that game 1. I feel like that maybe the way that game ended, I wouldn't be surprised if there's like a bit of a frustration that lingers over. Hopefully he's able to reset and re-rally here to at least get a point on the board. He's definitely capable of it. I think one unfortunate thing for him, I wouldn't be surprised if we looked at the map draft if Dumu was the one who banned Holy Island. Because I know that Scatterbrain loves water. It's where he thrives. He's actually got wins over Dumu on water maps in the midweek musters. I think twice, if I'm not mistaken.
I mean, water maps, if you can avoid them and you don't play them a lot on ladder anyways, best to probably just avoid them in tournament play. Like, if you're not playing them regularly on ladder, probably best to just not play them in tournaments as well.
Oh, but the thing is, like, Dumu potentially banning it, like, it'd be interesting as a narrative there, right? Because Dumu should technically have vastly more experience on Holy Island than Scatterbrain.
True, fair. But now we're getting Mongols up against Byzantines.
Is it me, or is he just getting counterpicked?
A little bit. A good little bit. Solid bit.
Biggity bit?
Biggity bit for sure. Especially with, like, the new way to play Byzantines, this matchup becomes even worse.
True. Instead of being a Civ with 2 resources I can outpost rush you on, you now have 3 resources you want that I can outpost rush you on.
Yeah, I mean, especially, like, if you're not able to, like, immediately get, like, the first cistern up. In general, I guess, like, civilizations that start aggression in Dark Age just are much better now against Byzantines.
Imagine if you get stone and berries next to each other. That's...
Yeah.
I'd be crying to the admins. Remake, unfair map. Like, what do you mean? You've got your stone and your berries under one cistern. It's perfect. Let's also keep in mind, there is still a House of Lancaster pick. And I'm not sure I trust any of the remaining picks to deal with that. Maybe Ottomans?
Maybe Order of the Dragon?
You trust... Keep in mind their crossbows don't shoot like Gatling guns here.
Yeah, but just in general, I think Order is pretty solid there.
Interesting. Because I feel like the solution against the mana spam is meant to be an all-in. So you think Order of the Dragon can hit that timing?
In general, I think, like, Order of the Dragon, unless, like, if you only go for 1 ram and 2 men-at-arms, probably not. But if you go for, like, 1 ram and 4 men-at-arms...
Oh, I see. But what if I just yeoman with Billman? Anyway, let's wait until that happens. We'll see if we can actually make that happen. Game number 3, we hop into Gorge. Scatterbrained to the Byzantines. A Civ that looks like on top of the world right now. But Dumu may have actually got the perfect counterpick. It's Mongols, and look at that spawn. Oh, God.
Forward stone. Yeah, everything's on opposite side. Forward stone, side berries, forward gold. Yeah, Scatterbrain's going to have to react in Dark Age here to this, I feel like. But he's already pulled the villagers out to gold, so it looks like he's trying to brute force his way over to Feudal Age.
Yeah, he's just accepting a suckier economy. So, you know, structure another building in there. You'll be able to get enough stone for assistant. But it is going to be slow. So no eco advantage other than the small lead on villagers, courtesy of the fact that Dumu did move his town center.
There it is. Barracks coming in now. Puts it even further ahead. Okay.
Yeah, it takes a little bit longer to structure, but we'll get him a quicker timing. Also, it doesn't really hurt him if his plan is to run that villager out for an outpost.
If he's going for an outpost rush.
Yeah, you could just
also,
like poke him.
Yeah, like just the spears could work as well. Probably better though, just on the berries. It becomes so annoying when you get an outpost up on the berries. Especially since when you look at the map spawn for Scatterbrain as well, he can't just go out to another berry spawn because they're like right next to each other.
Well, the other worrisome thing is the inclination on the side. If you check the berries, because like obviously your vision against up hills is worse, right? So like you don't see as much as easily. So if he outposts high enough, he might just not be seen.
I'm wondering where he's going to outpost. I think just outposting the berries here is probably best.
Definitely.
Like,
it's the
your
priority.
Opponent's already... Yeah, your opponent's going to get the age up, sure.
It's the predictable play.
Gold, but there's nothing you can do with gold.
Yeah, it's the predictable play, but it's the optimal play. That's the thing. And there's nothing your opponent really wants to do right now because he hasn't even started the tech up. So...
Yeah.
And to make matters worse, like, you know the problem with this build for Scatterbrain? The really big issue, Crackety, it's not just that he's gathered too much gold. Think about what he's missing for the defense. Akratoy.
Yeah. He's going to be able to put up a cistern once the landmark finishes, but until then...
It's too late.
Not so much, yeah.
He's like, oh, nice! You like berries too. I'm just going to place this right here. I mean, he did
He's
see
gonna
that
place it
villager,
just
surely.
outside. Yeah,
I hope.
seeing, yeah, but did he know? Oh my god, it's so perfectly outside of line of sight.
I mean, it's almost like you. It's like that classic walks into camera while someone's getting interviewed and didn't mean to moment with the villager. Like, oh, sorry, TC, I didn't mean to come into shot here. Like, he
It's like
technically
the Truman
revealed
Show
himself.
with the elevator. Yeah.
It's my favorite one esports events is when an interview's going on and like a player just kind of waddles in and I like watching it back. The uncomfort, like, oh, whoops, oh, sorry, shuffles back off camera. I seem to have stepped into something. Let me just leave. Even funnier when you just imagine a British guy doing it. So we do have Sistine now, but where did he put it?
Where
Is it on the tree line?
I mean, no, there's no cistern yet. There's no cistern yet.
Oh, sorry, I'm an idiot. I looked at the wrong stone. Oh god, yeah,
That's a
yeah.
house.
He was, yeah, but I thought he had enough stone. He's literally needed the landmark for it. So Sistine will now be dropped. Probably not on berries. Oh, this
I mean,
is
you can
just
still
sad.
at least buff up the wood, right? But yeah, it doesn't feel pretty.
He's not done. Oh
think
my god,
barracks.
Ben, leave him something. Him is like, I get everything in the divorce.
That's mean.
Imagine
That's
imagine the
that'd be a mean
strategy
one.
with the old chop through. You remember that with Mongols? Oh god. The chop into the tree line.
Man, Kaup was like the main offender of that, chopping into every single wood line and just dropping an outpost inside the wood line. Dude, I actually like that mechanic. I'm sad that it's gone.
I think there needs to be. This is part of why I said I'd actually like to at least have the amount of wood in each tree decreased. It's because like you just don't. There aren't really any applicable strategies for like tree chop throughs. Even wood wall, I just think is a bad map now because of it. Like before, it had its, shall we say, gimmick, its identity.
Yeah.
Now it's like, eh. And
I really like the mechanic of being able to chop through wood lines. Like with the ruse as well, you like double chop into a wood line and drop 2 hunting cabins right inside.
I remember that. That was ridiculous. I
Like
think
45 gold per minute.
I know why it had to go though. It's the contradiction of the wall mechanic. That was the problem.
Yeah.
Understandably. Yeah, I don't know. I'm not against the idea of us just getting that AoE2 tech where mangoes can blow up tree lines. Accelerate the game.
It's kind of, yeah. Especially in Age of Empires 4, where wood becomes much more of like a necessary resource.
And
Because,
Black
like,
Forest,
take, for example,
would be
archers.
playable.
Then,
yes.
yeah, just because of like the resource split in Age of Empires 4 compared to Age of Empires 2, where archers mainly cost gold and just a little bit of wood.
Yeah, it's like I've highlighted time again. I think wood is the secret dangerous resource of like long games. There is so much wood on most maps in AoE4.
Oh, Scatterbrain, he's going for it, but these are Dark Age spearmen.
What? And the villager's still nearby. He can pull the villager.
You can repair that, yeah, no problem.
Yeah, he's coming
It's
now.
just repairing. Yeah, this doesn't work.
Okay, yeah, that's way too
This-
Milimitani dead.
Yeah.
Why didn't he wait for the upgrade?
He doesn't have... No, never mind, he does have gold for it.
Yeah, like he just completed it. What was the urgency
he's
here? I
just-
guess the mercenary timing?
I think he's just struggling with the reaction
God.
now. Ooh, no, it's hitting. Villager. That's
He
first
doesn't-
one dead.
Wait, he doesn't realize.
He hasn't-
The
he hasn't
Falcon.
noticed.
Okay, he
Now he
pulls
does.
away. Yeah, but the new villager. Ooh, that was so close to being range. So Archer's already on the way. Scatterbrain is building even more spearmen.
He's going into an outpost now.
How many spearmen
I
is
mean,
enough
he's gonna
spearmen?
get gold, but what is he gonna do with the gold? I don't think he's gonna think about like an age up.
Okay, hear me out. We gather the gold, and then we buy olive oil.
Go.
No one saw that coming. Double javelin pump out of nowhere. Dumu in shambles. He breaks down, runs to the bathroom, locks the door, shaves his headboard, crying. Okay, minus that last piece. But he just can't handle it. Forfeits the series, Scatterbrain through to the main event.
Oh man.
I mean, right now, it
that's
feels
a
like
nice
the only
story.
way he's going to win. Oh, God.
Fight around the outpost again. Scatterbrain, he's desperate, trying to get that one down. But at this point, even if he gets it down, like, the archers are coming in.
Yeah, they've actually been rallied onto the stone. They're not moving right now. Because it's much more impressive if you just beat him with spearmen. Which he's doing, by the way.
He's not even getting the outpost to burn.
You know what's like a fun mechanic to be micro-intensive? Is if you wait for the arrow shots, you can technically ungarrison stab, then re-garrison for the next arrow shots to double your damage.
Where's the villager? Where's the villager? Please tell me
he's on
the villager
holiday.
nearby.
No, the villager's gone home.
Oh, he did. Oh man, he went back. Sad.
Which is just rude because there's a perfectly good gold on the left side of Scatterbrain's base that could have been outposted. Okay, so
Ram's now
Scatterbrain
coming in.
golf claps. You have survived. Will you survive this?
Oh, now the villagers are moving out.
I think we should put some
I don't
gentleman
think you can
agreements
get
on
enough
Dumu.
olive oil.
No, like we should give a gentleman agreement. Okay, Dumu, you've really done him in. You're not allowed a Khan Hunter.
Doesn't
Too
even
late.
matter now.
But the extra tile range, Crackety. How is Scatterbrain meant to fight?
Is it even? No, it's like half a tile. It scales, right?
Yeah,
0.5 into 0.7 into 1 or something like that.
Yeah, it's like 0.5 extra range. Wait, are you saying
Still
0.5 extra
longer
range
than-
doesn't matter?
Yeah. That's exactly
Okay,
what
good.
I'm saying.
So the nerf for Yeoman is we put them down to 5.5 tower range and call it a day.
Yeah, sure. Actually,
Sorta.
they start becoming useless with that. Eventually, that's a change that separates them from being good and useless.
Right? I want them to keep the move speed. The move speed's cool. People hate hearing that, but it's a premium longbow. Like, it's a premium archer. You gotta give them something.
Yeah, sure. I mean, that's why they get like the bonus range.
Yeah. We'll just
At
give them
no
like a pretty
movement speed cost.
And then we're just like a worse longbow.
Yeah.
Like, this is how over this game feels. We're just basically having a podcast about how to nerf Lancaster.
Yeah, we're not even talking about the civilizations that are being played right now.
You know what? Mongols need a buff, Crackety. You wouldn't think
agree.
it.
I think they could use a like solid rework when it comes to the mechanics of packing and unpacking. Make them like an actual nomadic civ.
Yep, let's make it so you can build an outpost at home, and then pack it up, and deploy it.
I
Alright,
like
I'm
the
gonna stop.
idea of having buildings be able to produce units and like just in general function as a building at a reduced efficiency while they're being while they're packed up.
You basically want grand galleys on land.
Yes.
Ottoman's identity in shambles.
Give buildings also the ability to shoot cannons while they're packed up. Yes.
I'm telling you, I guarantee there was a point in development where Mongols could build an outpost and pack it up. And
Probably.
it was probably the biggest mistake they made with Mongols in all the design. Like, oh no, what have we done?
You think that was the main mistake? Remember
Mongols,
when Khan had
probably.
like 4 damage in Dark Age? The Khan with 4 damage in Dark Age.
I find that probably more reasonable than building 4 outposts at home and wheeling them across the map.
Probably. I think both is kind of stupid.
Really? Like, you think the Khan was the biggest like design flaw that Mongols
Yes.
entered the game with?
Yes.
You want to die on that hill? Because that's where you would have died, on a hill against the Mongol TC right next to yours.
Oh, that was fine.
I
I had
still-
counterplay. You just
still-
put up random walls everywhere.
Yeah, I think I still have that. It's like, I think it was the thumbnail on my YouTube channel, one of the earliest ones. It was Vortex or Lucifron, and they literally just built tiny little palisade walls all the way around the town center. It was
That's
a
how
mini
you
game.
did that. That's how you did it against the Barbican rushes as well.
So
Like when you back when people didn't know. Okay, it's probably best to see to like place the Barbican when my villagers are there, not before they're there. And the ground starts shifting, and people, okay, the ground's shifting here. I'm quickly building a palisade wall there.
all right, here's a fun one for you. Do you think he'll have any mercenaries before the game is over?
No,
You sure? He's got 36 olive oil
per
coming in
minute.
per minute. Yeah.
True.
He just needs to survive for 5 more minutes.
So if you could get olive oil from deer, He's getting mass archers in now, but yeah, I mean...
Yeah, which, by the way, you should be able to get a little bit of olive oil from deer. I mean, it's disgusting to think that people are cooking venison without putting some olive oil in the pan.
True. But then you're not getting the olive oil from the deer.
And technically, you're using olive oil.
Yeah. Actually, like, eating deer should deplete your oil.
You know, we should also just add salt as a resource to the game. And if you don't have enough salt, your food just expires.
Yeah, we're gonna turn Age of Empires 4 into one of those games where you have like 20 different resources and you gotta min-max all like...
Simulation.
Just the code. Yeah, dude.
Oh, good guy Dumu has realized that Scatterbrain has no use for this Grand Winery. What a lovely guy. Just giving Scatterbrain
take it
less
off his
things.
hand.
Yeah, like
Yeah.
You don't want him to have to worry about all these extra things to distract you from the core things that matter. I mean, RTS is a complicated crackety.
They are. It can be. Getting another ram up now. Damn, he's about to just go up to Castle Age now. Step up, coming in. I mean, that has to be it, right?
If I was Dumu, I'd just pull back and go Imperial.
Imperial immediately?
Why not?
Sure.
You know, last game
Get
he
to a
got to have
point
his
where,
fun.
yeah, just can't lose at all.
I mean, in fairness, Scatterbrain isn't that far behind. From like
Just
if you stop
around,
doing
like,
things
3,000
perspective.
resources.
Yeah. Just not that far behind. I mean, like, what is the difference truly between Age 2 and Age 3, Crackety? It's one.
One of each. And then also 2 for archers, and also an additional 10 HP.
Yeah, but it's at the core of it, it's a number difference of 1.
Oh yeah, that's true.
Positive
But
mindset.
It's the Elite Classic 3, so you gotta end it in H3.
True. So Dimu's trying to break the meta, is what you're saying.
Yes.
What is with the pasture placement, by the way? I just noticed that. They've got a
It's
pretty
nice.
little gap from the TC. It's like he lets the sheep live a little before they die. Like, wow, your legs work. Plonk.
It's open herding.
Yes,
Why is the Gurcha suddenly stealing the sheep? Oh, he's bringing him with him.
Yo, this is like this. Okay, that's actually a team game strategy. You just like to send 20 sheep across your teammate's base. You just rally them on a go. Hey, buddy.
If it works.
All right,
He
Scatterbrain.
doesn't have the archer mass now. Like, Scatterbrain has more archers, but
Yeah, but
can't.
attack
Like, he's
speed.
tanking up a lot of volleys.
Also attack speed. All of a sudden, Scatterbrain. Wow. Veterancy's going to
Attack
come in
speed is
before the
gone now.
fight is over, I think. Maybe?
Just about, maybe. I mean, it takes longer or something. Like, these last couple seconds on an upgrade, they feel like eternity.
They do. You know, when it's like... it's like when you're really, really hungry, and the microwave, you're like, oh, nice, just 5 minutes. And you get the final minute, and you're like, okay, check on it again. Why? Why is it not ready yet? I just want
Why
to
is
have...
it suddenly 4 minutes?
Yeah, I just want to have my reheated bolognese. I've been casting for 8 hours. Let me eat it. Oh, also, Khan Hunter upgrade matters now. That's why he's line formation. Hey,
Yeah.
you can't reach me. And we are now officially 17 minutes into the game with 0 mercenaries for Byzantines. This is like when I played them in that random free-for-all where our identities were hidden. Only I had a plan. You know what that plan was, Crackety? Elephants. Scatterbrained is following the same plan. If he can just survive for 25 more minutes, we will have tower elephants.
Surely there's a chance. I think Demu's doing what you said. I think he's just going to imp.
I told you. Usually it's like a handful of Magadai because it's cost efficient. Handful of archers.
You know, if you can't get your opponent to just quit out after you hit Castle Age, just try again with Imperial.
I mean, I don't blame Dumu for being like this. You know, Dumu does this in games where his opponent won't just like tap out. If he thinks that he should, it's like, okay, fine. He has some fun with it. I respect it. You know, like I understand why Scatterbrain is not tapping out. Final game of the evening, etc. But like, I still remember we had a really infamous game in the midweek musters between Dumu and Lash, where Dumu literally on stream had his son there. He's like, and now Daddy's gonna build the bald boys, and he's gonna build the ponies. Like he was just doing a showcase of Shushi because Lash wouldn't leave the game.
Fair. That sounds wholesome.
Yeah.
Wholesome, and at the same time, very sad for Lash.
I mean, it's kind of comical because, like, Dumu, if he'd just gone Kurotai, actually could have ended the game by now, right? Like, you just wheel it up here, park it, kill him.
Or just make any units other than archers.
Or just Kargan it. That's how you get the other units you're after, Krakody.
Yeah, true.
Kargan
Into
is...
quad Yuhu Power.
Yeah, Kargan is the most inclusive and diversive landmark that exists in Age of Empires 4.
There we go, there it is. At the same moment that actually before Scatterbrain reaches Castle Age, Debu's gonna hit him.
1 step forward and 2 steps back. Well, the good news is Scatterbrain is finally going to get a mercenary. He hasn't built wait, has he built a mercenary house? I mean, he can research it. No, he can research it in there, though. It's fine.
Yeah, you can research it from there, but I don't think he's gonna get any mercenaries.
Here we
I think
go.
the game ends before.
It's time. What do we want?
Actually, it's not.
What do we want?
What do we want?
We want longbows. There we go. Because it's clearly an archer off, so you might as well get the best archer in the game.
Yeah, I mean, we already have archers. Get some more better archers in.
Because, you know, if there's anything I've learned from zombie apocalypse situations, shoot it until it doesn't move. Or the same principle probably applies in drug dens, but for different reasons. So we do have the Magadai boys on the way. And he's actively adding in more.
Yeah. I mean, Mangadai they're pretty good. They're getting pretty good. We're also getting the range upgrade on them now.
So let's try to get in the mind of Scatterbrain and figure out where his recovery point is.
Yeah. His recovery point is tomorrow.
No, his recovery point is at the bottom of a bottle of Jack Daniels, which will be consumed tonight.
Oh, man. That has to be a big bottle.
2 liters, baby. Actually, yeah, he's Belarusian. It's probably vodka.
Like, do not be mistaken. This game...
Oh my god,
there's no recovery. There's no recovery.
At least let him fight back. You've got an age advantage. Silk bowstrings? Really? Oh, you built longbows. Let me just get more range than that.
Oh, we're getting the Palace Guards in. We're getting the Roost Knights in.
I can already just imagine...
Yeah, Demu isn't even going for the relics. That's true.
Yeah, I can already just imagine his son sitting on his lap. He's going, Daddy's now going to build the Palace Guard. Daddy's now got the horse archers.
And we go, wee!
Look at them shoot! Daddy, why is that guy on the ground not moving? He's sleeping.
Break time.
Just a nap. And now we don't need rams, Krakody, because we've got incendiary arrows on the way. We'll kill them eventually. Soon.
Is Demu trying to kill his opponent only with Palace Guards?
I mean, by the time they're dead, they're not Palace Guard, they're porcupines.
Arrows should stick, yeah.
They really should. It would be so funny. I don't know. I don't know why they haven't
just
done
crashing people's PC by spamming archers.
You just build Shigunu an attack of keep. Why does this castle just have giant stakes out of it? Those aren't stakes.
Well, that's the Mangadite.
Imagine all the pings just going off. Ping, 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 ping. Funnily enough, he isn't actually
he's getting berries.
Yeah, wait. My favorite part is he wasn't getting pings for those buildings, but he was getting pings for this.
Now getting Mist of Bees in.
What you're watching right now, folks, is Dumu doing a victory lap to celebrate qualifying for the Elite Classic 3.
Quite the lap. Yeah, I think now he's going.
No, he's not.
No, okay, never mind. Yeah, guess
He's not at 200
He
population.
wants full
Calm
upgrades on
down.
Mangadai. He's got to get the full Mangadai experience in.
Scatterbrain's like, he's got a big army. I'll show him. Queue up the Lanch Nectar.
Oh, man.
Oh, the Hui power. Well, that's inevitability striking at the door. You know what's great about this Crackety? The best part about this is for us as casters, because this final game is going to go on so long that we'll be able to call it a day.
Oh, they're both going for the same goal.
paid.
Look at that.
Oh wow, sharing's caring.
Yeah.
He's even bringing the step readout to make sure there's more. That's so thoughtful of Dumu. Do you really want to shivs this? You really want? Okay. There's more of them. And wait, he doesn't have textiles? No, neither of them
None
have
of them
text.
does. But the Archers are coming in from Scatterbrain first.
Yeah, but look at what Dumu's doing with his army.
He's bringing everything else.
Oh, there's no one defending the farms anymore.
Oh, some villagers here. Oh no, never mind.
Let's kill the house. The house is more important.
Yeah.
Oh.
This is the comeback point. This is the recovery we've been waiting for.
If he loses this game.
Nah. Like, Demu could lose all the villagers at this point in time, and the Kaganet could carry it itself.
True. If he still, though, somehow loses this game, I think we mandatorily put 3 points on the board for Scatterbrain. But here's the Magadai.
Yeah, I agree with that.
But I killed his villagers. I don't get it. How am I still losing?
This is the point, the attack speed.
But Age of Empires 4's a macro game. He doesn't have many villagers.
I thought I won. There we go.
All right. I'm not sure if we just watched competitive Age of Empires 4 or they are billions. I'm confused.
Competitive, they are billions.
True. He did survive a long time. Beat my record.
Oh, man. Congratulations to Benny Boy. Able to make it through to the Elite Classic 3. Scatterbrain. He's going to have another chance tomorrow.
He will.
Wait, no. Yeah, for a second. Now, wait,
he will.
Go. Now the score is
There's a second qualifier. Calm down.
No, for a second, it said 3-0 Scatterbrain at the top.
We gave him a pity invite to the League Classic.
All right, the points are switched up.
Yes.
It's fine.
So Dumu qualifies through. I think also in terms of other series going on, funnily enough, we may have chosen the most one-sided series. Every other series, there's at least a bit of back and forth. Oh, yeah. Bless him. Yeah, so there's your update, folks. Luciferon Corvinus 1-1, Voldemar Cat 1-1. Mia Micah is leading against CSO. He 2-0'd Kilyadi. I warned you about this, man. He's a monster.
Mia Micah's wild. Mia Micah's absolutely wild.
So I'm gonna like flex the midweek musters we run because like interesting stat about participation. Mia Micah has participated in every single one he can, and it's clearly paid off. Yeah, he's played 20 out of 20.
Oh, damn.
And he's had some mixed performances. He's had like a few 5th, 8ths. Usually it's 9th, 16ths. But the players he's going up against are like top players. And he still takes games from them. So, just confirming, I think we might be getting ready to round out the show for qualifier number 1. There are still a few going on, as we highlighted. Some of them are streamed on other channels. There are people, I think, at least from a playing perspective, that may be streaming. We might even look to see if there's someone we can actually raid through to. Because that was weirdly long for a game number 3. Weirdly long. So the plan, folks, is going to be to raid through to Lash. A reminder, by the way, if any of those people you saw eliminated, you're like, oh, I love Myriad. Oh, I love Scatterbrain. Don't worry. There are still 4 more slots on offer that they will try to qualify for tomorrow. So there's going to be another stream on Sunday. Plenty more games to come. A reminder, if you're right now going, Pepe Hands, I don't believe it. Why did Beastie not qualify? Marine Lord, Anatand, Vortex, Wham, Poppy Paw, B, and there's one I'm forgetting. They all made it. They're already qualified. So they will be there for the main event. And there's also going to be the Silver League, right?
Yeah, Silver
Yes.
League. That's still a thing.
There's backup plans. So there's more and more things to come. There's going to be plenty of participation opportunities for players. But folks, we're going to raid through Delash. Enjoy the rest of the games with him. And we'll see you tomorrow when the Elite Classic 3 continues.
See you then.